I'm gonna show you something that most sales coaches will never show you. Not the wins, not the highlight reels. I'm gonna show you 5 hours of real calls, start to finish. The ones where prospects lie to me in the first 3 minutes and I'm instantly able to find it. The ones where I'm objection handling for an hour plus and I'm fighting every inch and every nail to be able to help that person over the line. And the ones where I almost lose the deal 3-4 times before the credit card finally comes out. Closing full time, I was making 30 grand a month in high ticket sales. I collected over $3 million across multiple offers. And through this 5 hours of uncut live calls, you're gonna see exactly what this game about, and especially when the stakes get real. No edits to make me look better, no cherry pick, easy lay down closes. I had to fight for a lot of these deals. So if you are serious about making 15, 20, 30 grand a month in high ticket sales, this is gonna be the most valuable 5 hours that you spend. So without further ado, let's dive in. So in this call, you're not about to just watch me close some layup credit card ready deal. You are gonna watch me deal with a tire kicker. Someone who's been dragging their feet and wasting time to taking action. From years of that to committing and moving forward on the call. And actually thanking me at the end for not allowing him to continue tire kicking.
But you did a great job, because you got myself committed.
You're gonna hear me deal with indecisive tire kickers who say all the right things, but it's all out the window when it's time to buy, and how I handle them early in the call. So the way we're gonna run this is we're gonna go stage by stage. The main stages of a call is the frame, the challenges / pain, Heaven Island, and then Hell Island where we rip it all away. So the very first thing that we're gonna get into is the frame, and the first few seconds of a call, up until the first few minutes, tell me everything I need to know about the type of person that we're dealing with. When you are in the beginning of the call, it is very, very important those first few seconds because people are putting you through a list of filters. Is this person on the same level as me? Are they beneath me or are they above me, right? And so you never ever wanna be beneath them. At the bare minimum on the same page, ideally you want to be above them. And so when you start your calls, you have to be high status. You can't go in there saying things like, thank you for taking the time. I'm glad you're able to make it on the call. Because what you're communicating to that person is that their time is more valuable than yours. Because why else would you be thanking them for your time, right? You also want to drop their guard. You don't want to say bullshit like, I'm only looking for a yes or a no today. Can you commit to giving me a yes or no? People know exactly what you're doing. Oh, we don't set follow-ups. People know what you're doing, dude. And then you want to let them know how the conversation is going to go and setting the tone that it is a decision-making state, and I mean a decision-making call and not just another chat, but you don't want to do it in a very harsh and abrasive way because they will shut down right away. So framing the call, being high status, and dropping their guard. Those are the 3 things that you want to do. Now with the other person, you are reading them, right? You're reading the language, you're reading the state, the energy that they're coming on with. So without further ado, let's dive into the frame of this call.
Morning.
Hello, Paul.
How you doing?
I'm good, my man. I'm good. How you feeling?
Good, good. Everything's okay. Yeah.
Sweet. How did you?
So this is something really subtle. I got this from Johnny Mao. Shout out to Johnny. Of starting the call asking someone how they're feeling so that you can get a temp check of the state that they're in. Because if you ask someone how they're feeling and they say something negative, like I'm tired or I'm upset or I just got some bad news, then you know you're gonna have to raise that person's state because they're not in the state to have a productive sales conversation. So I asked this guy how he's feeling and he instantly tells me good, everything's okay. That's perfect. That instantly tells me he's in the right state.
How did you come across Raz? I'm always curious. Or how long ago did you come across Raz?
I think it's been like a couple of years on Instagram. I
Okay.
think I would say like 3 years to 3 years.
Okay.
Life has been busy, and then at that time I was saying this is cool, but I also had my doubts, asking will this really work, things like that.
So off the dribble, he's already telling us he's a skeptical person. He says that for one, he's been following for 3 years. Now, most of you will hear that he's been following for 3 years and think, oh, Nick is just dealing with a lay down here. This is an easy sale. He's been following. But he hasn't done anything. He has taken 0 action in 3 years because life has been busy. Life has been busy already tells me that he most likely has a pattern of making excuses for himself. That's instantly what he's telling me 3 minutes into the call, really 30 seconds into the call, right? And then he says that he was skeptical. He was skeptical and he had his doubts whether or not this would work. So we're only a couple seconds in and we know that he has a pattern of putting off decisions and he's skeptical. We already know that there's going to be some work to be done here.
Okay.
And then time went by so fast.
And what changed that you kind of overcame that doubt and decided to book a call?
I'm instantly identity framing big bro. right? What changed to where the skepticism is no longer there that led you to booking a call? So what I'm communicating with him is that the fact that you've booked a call means that the skepticism isn't there. And now he's going to justify what changed and why the skepticism isn't there. Pay attention. Don't let that shit go over your head. Come on.
What changed that, I see more and more people, gurus, on YouTube and also Instagram,
Mhm.
that's showing like regular people, like myself, can also, be successful in doing YouTube automation.
Right.
So that's why, I am interested. Yeah.
That makes sense. That makes
Yeah.
sense. Make sure we cover everything. My name is Nick. I'm one of the lead advisors here. Raz's right hand. I don't usually take too many of these calls, but
Uh,
our team is super packed, super busy. So you are stuck
uh,
with me. I
I
like to keep
appreciate
the
it.
calls laid back. Of course, I like to keep it laid back, chilled. Most important thing, man, is understanding you, right? And
Uh,
understanding what's behind that and where you
mhm.
want to get to. And if it feels like we can help, we'll talk about potential next steps. YouTube automation is not for everyone, though. We're not for everyone. So if I don't think that it makes sense for you, I'll tell you that too, and I'll point you in the best direction. I won't leave you hanging. Okay?
Yeah.
Easy stuff. Easy stuff. So
So boom, that's it with the frame, right? I have high status because I'm telling him who I am and I'm telling him I don't take too many of these specific calls. Setting high status so he's not just seeing me as another salesperson, and I'm putting him in a decision-making state by telling him that if things feel good, we'll talk about potential next steps. And I'm dropping his guard by saying that this isn't for everyone, and if I don't think it's for you, I'll make sure I point you in the best direction, which alleviates the pressure to make a decision or the pressure to do something, while also telling him that he needs to fucking do something, right? Pay attention to all three of these things because this is what sets the foundation for a good call. And so now we are out of the frame. Now we're getting into the most important part. This is the part that I've reviewed over 100 sales calls. The part we're about to get into now is the problems, challenges, and pain. This is where most reps completely lose the deal and completely miss key information. So I have another video on tactically how to do this, but now you're about to see me finding pain and digging deep to find layers and layers of pain. Let's get back in it.
easy stuff. So let's rewind. Take me back. What would you say is the ultimate goal or outcome you're hoping to get out of YouTube automation?
Right now, I have two jobs, and I'm a father. I don't know if you have a kid, but that is also
Another
time
job right
consuming.
there.
Yeah, another job. So I'm working in a real estate field.
Mhm.
I am a realtor,
Mhm.
and also I manage 100 properties. I'm a property manager. So I
Wow.
have a really, really busy lifestyle.
So in anything BizOp, I love starting with what would you say is the ultimate goal because they're just gonna tell you their pain. Like I asked this guy his goal, and then he started telling me he has two jobs. He's a realtor. He manages 100 properties. He's already telling me his pain, and I didn't ask him what is the biggest challenge you're dealing with. So with BizOp or with anything about making money, you always want to start with the goal first because they'll give you the pain.
But ultimately, if I can work with this, and if I can, have a steady income around $10,000 a month, then I would probably get rid of my property manager job, and then work with this more. So that's my goal. Yeah.
Okay, got you. And help me understand what's two things. One is what's behind you having two jobs. Like what's behind
Mhm.
that?
Make more money. Just easy, just simple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he answers me in a very like duh way, like duh to fucking make more money. Now most reps would do one of two things: would either take that and move on, or would be rattled by that and would be shook that he just gave that type of response with that type of a vibe. The next question I'm about to ask here is going to allow me to unpack even deeper and get more information I would not have gotten if I didn't ask that. So always we want to get as specific as possible.
It's kind of easy and simple. I guess I don't want to assume anything there, right? Because like having two full-time jobs is obviously a decent amount. Like what
Mhm.
were you seeing that led you to picking up a second job? Where did that come from?
He has to get specific. What were you seeing that led you to pick up a second job? Listen to the language. Again, don't let this go over your head.
Like
Yeah. Are you? Do you live in US?
yeah, in Miami.
In Miami. Oh, nice. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, as you may have known, real estate market is just really slow right now, right? So I needed a steady income, and I started
Oh,
in last year, because I have a family to provide, So
okay.
yeah, that was the reason. And then real estate, is not really full time. I work, when I have, when my clients are need my help, but that's
Okay.
not like all the time.
Okay, I see. So
Yeah,
it sounds like it was a full-time thing before, but
it
the
was a full
market was
time
slow.
before. Yes.
So now we got a little bit of a layer deeper. Like the fact that he has a second job outside of real estate is because the market slowed down. That's good. We're not deep enough yet, though. Pause.
True.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah.
And so now when we look at this PM job, what has you looking to get rid of that? I guess why not just double down? It sounds like it's giving you set consistent income. Why not just double down there and grow your income that way?
Because YouTube doesn't.
Push back, right? Now, okay, I understand why the real estate stuff's not working, but it sounds like he has a pretty stable job as a PM, as a property manager. Well, why not just double down there? Why not just make more money there? Boom. Now we're about to get a layer deeper.
Required to work that many of hours. For the videos that I've been watching, you can you can work just a few hours a week. Maybe like yeah, I might need to work more in the beginning, but once
Yeah.
you get things going and then you're used to your systems, then you don't have to be working full 40 hours a week.
Yeah, and when you say that kind of hours, like what kind of hours are you working right now? Are you working 40 hours?
On my property management job,
Mhm.
yes, kind of not 40 hours, but it's close to there. Yes.
Yeah, educate me. What's the structure look like for that job? Like the hours and whatnot?
Again,
I have to
guys,
work like
I cannot stress this more specificity. Right now, he's telling me about the hours, but then he's also saying he works 40 hours. So he doesn't sound like he works that many hours. Now he's about to break down the grueling structure of what those hours entail.
I have to work 40 hours a week. It can be a little bit flexible, but Monday to Sunday I have to put in 40 hours a week.
Okay. And is it one of those things that, like, I'm kind of familiar, I'm not the real estate guy though, right?
Mhm.
When you say there's flexibility, it sounds like there's little variables. Is it you answering a fucking broken toilet at after hours, or like where does the variability come from? I guess is what I'm trying to understand.
Uh, uh, so I don't have a fixed time Monday to Friday 9 to 5.
Okay.
I can do a little flexible. I can do I can skip a day, or I can skip a half a day of the week, and then but I'd have to put it back. So this is how it goes. So
Mm.
maybe let's say Monday I can start it at noon, but but those 4 hours that they didn't work, or 3 hours that didn't work, I have to put it back on Saturday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see. So where the
Yeah.
hours go is flexible. Okay.
Yeah.
I see. And is it one of those things where it's a 9 to 5? Now I understand the flexibility of what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
But is it one of those things where for the most part you're clocking in at 9, you're done at 5, or are there things that you tend to have to handle beyond that or before that? Or what does that typically look like when you're dealing with
Yeah,
that?
sometimes I have to handle beyond that.
Quick Zen break, boys.
If any emergency comes up.
If you're listening, you got one, throw it in.
Mhm.
Yeah, but usually it's less than 40 hours because I'm an on-site property manager. So when I am not busy, I am not really working in the office, and I am in my apartment. So I have a little free time here and there. But it varies because I just don't know when next thing will come up, or next antenna will reach out to me, things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
like it sounds, I'm not trying to be the confused guy here, but it sounds like you have a pretty good setup going on there, right? You have flexibility with the hours. Why change anything? Like what's pushing you to want to make a change? And
Push back again, guys. And the way I'm justifying it here is I'm saying I don't want to be the confused guy, but it's not adding up because so far it's fucking not adding up. I don't have a full understanding of why this guy would pay me $8,000 at the end on the call, right? And I'm not going to move forward until I do. And the problem is that a lot of you do. A lot of you will take a very, very surface level shit and move on, and then expect them to pay you $8,000 to $10,000 at the end. That's nigga math. You need to get deeper. You need to expand further on the pain and their situation to make it a problem worth solving today. So that's exactly what we're doing here.
But as I told you, YouTube will allow me to work less time and make more income.
okay.
Yeah, that's just like a pretty simple
Okay.
answer I
And
can give you.
easy stuff.
Yeah.
And with the hours, the variability with the hours, does that get in the way or restrict anything for you or not exactly?
Restricting?
Yeah, like with the hours, with the way that you're working now, does that get in the way of anything or not really?
No, I mean it's like a full-time job. It's just like a regular full-time job. And I don't really like to put in the 40 hours needed in a week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I guess what I'm asking you, because you said you have so we have two kids or kids.
One.
Okay, kid, my bad.
One.
So it's halfway him not fully understanding the question and halfway him rationalizing. And he rationalizes a little bit more later on, but I'm asking him if it restricts anything, if it gets in the way of anything. And he's telling me it's just a regular 40-hour job. When people say and do shit like this in your call, what they're doing subconsciously is they are dissuading themselves. They are subconsciously telling themselves throughout the call that they actually don't need this. And until you check that, until you have those conversations, you are going to continue spinning your wheels. And so watch how I handle this.
My bad. We have a kid, which is a job, right? And we
Uh-huh.
also have 2 full-time jobs, which is like 24 hours in a day though, right?
Mhm.
So just so I'm not missing anything, you having these 2 jobs, also having a kid, are you finding yourself having like not doing as much as you would like to, or what does that look like?
Of course, of course. Yeah, because we all have 24 hours a day, right? So
Yeah. So I guess the thing I want to understand here is what do you see having to take a back seat in the day-to-day because of these hours that you have to work? Like what kinds of things you're not able to get to or do to the level that you would want to because of these hours? What does that look like?
just have free time, like time to have more time for my kid, or have more time to travel to exercise, yeah,
Yeah.
things like that. Mhm.
Yeah. And with your kid, because
I'm going to take a quick pause because I forgot to say this earlier. The elements of a problem are the problem itself, the way those problems are affecting them, and then the duration of the problem. And so right now, so far, all I've really gotten is a surface level problem, a little bit beneath the surface with the problem. Now we're about to understand how it's affecting him. And you can see it took a lot of digging. It took a little bit of looping around and reframing my questions to get there. They won't always give it to you on a silver fucking platter, guys. Sometimes you have to work for it, as I did. And now he's telling me that he's not able to spend as much time with his kids. Most reps would have missed this. Most reps would not have had this conversation. Not over here, though.
But the realtor is like not a full-time job, but it's
Not a full-time
seeing
job.
clients when they need it, right? And then the
When
property
needed.
management, it sounds like the same thing. And so when you are with your kid, that time that you are together, would you say you're 100% mentally there and mentally present?
Probably not. Good question. Good question. Probably not.
What makes you say probably not?
Because you're so busy.
He knows I got that ass, right? Pause. That's why he said good question and laughed the way he did. He's also a sales guy, right? And he sees that, fuck, I'm not being very specific. He's being more conscious of how he's answering. Let's keep going.
So many things going on in your head, and then you just get out of your work. Sometimes you feel tired, exhausted, and then if you had more energy, you would have like a much a better time and a quality time with my kid.
Yeah.
So
How
you
old is
just
your
focus
kid?
more. 5.
5?
Yeah,
It's a
5.
son or daughter?
Daughter.
Daughter.
And do you have a kid?
I don't have a kid, but I have a 3-year-old nephew. So
Oh,
it's
okay.
it's interesting, especially with little girls, right? Because they're very intuitive and very smart, very early too.
Yeah.
And so when you're with your daughter and you're exhausted and you have many things going on in your head and you're not present, how do you think she reads that or picks that?
I planted an idea here and I'm framing it before I said it, right? I said little girls are very intuitive. When you're with, because he's the one who told me he's not fully present. When you're with your daughter, right, and you're not present, how do you think she picks up on it? He has to give me a fucking answer, guys.
Picks that up on you?
I mean, I think it's not a best thing. I try to be the best as I can, but
How do you think
I
she
know.
notices that you're not fully present?
Yeah, I mean, she notices. Like kids are smart, these days. So I think she notices.
Yeah, what does she say that leads to you knowing that she notices?
She doesn't say anything.
Come on, Mr. Prospect. You gotta get specific. You got to get specific with me. I'm not gonna move on until you are.
But she doesn't say anything. But you
How
can
do you
tell.
know? How do you know? What can you tell?
You can tell because she's less excited. When she's with her mom, she's more playful and then she engages more.
Yeah.
But maybe because I'm a guy as well, so I think mothers
So you could, like I said earlier, he's trying to dissuade himself subconsciously. He doesn't have any ill intent. He's actually a fucking great guy. But he told me that he's not able to spend as much time with his daughter, right? He's not present when he's with his daughter. And then he said he's not sure if she notices. And then I forced him to get deeper. And then he said that he can see that she's less excited, which is a layer of how it's affecting the way he shows up for his family. But then he tries to pull it back and says, oh, well, maybe it's because I'm a guy, right? What he's actually saying is the reason that she's less excited of me being with her isn't because I'm spending all these hours working, which means I'm probably not going to need this program at the end and I can continue kicking the tire. That's, if you zoom out, that's what he's saying. We're not going to let that shit slide though.
blend naturally more with style, but maybe because I'm a guy too. But yeah, definitely if I had more energy and less things going on in my life, then would have a lot more energy and more, I'll say more mental capacity, right, to be
Yeah, because
with
it's
my
a tough
daughter.
balance, right? Especially as men, because part of you wants to be able to go out there and provide, but at the same time, they're not going to remember the houses and the cool cars, and they're going to remember the time that you spent, right? That's the thing that registers the most. And so for you, seeing that she's less excited when she's hanging out with you, but more excited with mom because you're not present, how does that make you as the dad feel?
No good.
When you ask the how does that make you feel question, a lot of you are scared to ask this question because it comes off very cheesy. Like, how would that make you feel though? Right? You need context before you ask a question like that. Otherwise, they're just going to see through what you're doing. And so I have the context, right? When you look at it that way, the hours that you're working and seeing that your daughter's less excited, how does that make you as the dad feel? No good. Right? Because there's context behind it. Otherwise, they are going to try to rush you to the price because they know what you're doing, or they're going to give you surface level shit. Contextualize the how do you feel question.
That could be trouble.
That's the reason I'm looking for something else, to make some money online.
Yeah. And like I always say this, man, it probably sounds cheesy, but the business itself is less important than the business owner, right? Because once the business owner, once we can unpack the business owner, then any business is going to work, right? You can make any business work. It's the driver behind the vehicle that's the most important part. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The tactics and shit like that are less important than you. You're the most important part.
Yeah.
And so we have a demanding career, 2 careers. We have.
I set that frame there so I can continue asking emotional questions without raising a guard, because I know in my head I'm about to continue asking more and more emotional questions, and I'm going to continue turning the temperature up. And so what you don't want is to be asking those questions and then they say, well, what does this have to do with starting a business? Can you just tell me how it works? I pre-handled that because the business owner is a lot more important than the business. And so first we need to understand you, and then I'm gonna fucking ask him another hard-hitting question.
We have a daughter, which is another career, and then you also said that you're married. When you put that husband hat on, how do you think it affects the way you show up there?
Uh, I think I could be less busier, for sure. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and women are funny. Women are they're very intuitive as well. Obviously, little girl growing up as a woman, right? Does your lady pick that up?
My wife?
Yeah, does
Oh
your
yeah,
lady-
yeah.
would,
What is it? Are you married?
almost.
Almost, okay. Yeah, but being like having someone or being married is like completely different thing, But I mean, you'll learn, later when you have your family and your daughter or your son or anything. Yeah. My wife
Mhm.
also knows that I am busy, but there's two sides of it. One, she appreciates a lot because me as a household and the husband, and that she says that I am doing everything I can, right? And the other thing is,
Look at the father
uh,
side.
if I have more freedom with time, then it'll be better. But
Hmm.
yeah, so this will be the two sides. But she has not been complaining, and I
Uh-huh.
try to take as much time on the weekend or holidays to like get out and have some fun or travel or
Yeah,
yeah.
which is good, and I'm glad, right? And I'm glad to hear you're taking those steps, right? If we look at it, the weekend is 20% of the week, which means it's
Hmm.
20% of your life, right?
Hmm.
And so you're saying you're able to take that time, but during that time, we're not fully 100% present. And it sounds like you have a good woman because she knows that you're busy and she knows that you're doing everything.
He's rationalizing and he's saying that, oh, I make up for it on the weekends. Okay, 2 out of 7 days. Don't let them get away with shit like this, guys. It's 20%.
And everything you can, but not having the quality time with her, how does that make her feel?
Well, I mean, I think she's not been complaining or feeling that I was not there. It's because it's just like a normal regular life of being busy, and then I just not have like more spare time mentally. But
Yeah.
overall, it's been okay.
These people live in patterns and we need to interrupt the patterns, which is exactly what I'm about to do here. Because now he's telling the same thing I said, he's dissuading himself from buying. He's telling himself that it's totally normal to only spend 20% of your life with your family. It's not fucking normal. It's normal in your life. So now I'm about to fucking reality slap him.
Can I make an observation without the
Yeah.
offending you? Is that okay?
Yeah.
So we're talking about pretty important.
And that is the best way to interrupt a pattern right there. Can I make an observation without offending you? Can I say something without offending you? Can I offer a perspective without potentially offending you?
Things here, right? Heavy things here of being present with your daughter, having more time for yourself, being present with your wife.
Mhm.
We're talking about important things, but I'm noticing you're doing a lot of rationalizing.
Mhm.
And by rationalizing, I mean, oh, well, she's less excited, but it's because I'm a guy. Well, my wife knows I'm busy, but she gets it.
Mhm.
Right? Do you see how you're almost rationalizing and convincing yourself to stay the same when you use language like that?
I don't know. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, it's
But
okay. That's why we're here. Well, we're on
yeah.
together. Do you see how using that kind of language and
Patterns, 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 patterns. He didn't even realize that he's rationalizing the way he is until I called it out. He didn't even realize he's dissuading himself from joining the program until I called it out. Your prospects are doing the same thing and they don't realize it. Luckily, you were here though. You're smarter than that. You're better than that. You're not going to let that continue going on. Let's keep going.
rationalizing will keep you the same?
No, I mean, if I'm rationalizing and if I want to keep myself the same, I wouldn't be looking for new opportunities. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So that is another pattern. My man has been looking for opportunities for 3 years, like he told us in the beginning. And now he's saying that if he was rationalizing, well, I wouldn't be looking for new opportunities. I'm not letting that shit slide either because you're still fucking rationalizing. And just because he's here does not mean that anything has moved forward. So watch how I handle it.
So we're gonna have some light
yeah.
bulbs. We're gonna have some
Yeah.
light bulbs. We're gonna have some
Yeah.
breakthroughs here, right?
Yeah.
So being here is a good first step
Mhm.
on this call, right? But think of it this way. It's like, let's say you're hungry and then you go to the
Mhm.
fridge and you open up the doors and then you see what's inside. And then you close those fridge doors and you go back and you don't make yourself any food.
Mhm.
You're still gonna be hungry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so the reason I'm saying this is because from what you said in the last 3 years, you've been in this place where you wanted to start something new,
Mhm.
right? But in your words, life will come up, which I understand.
Mhm.
And then when we talk about it, you rationalize and say, well, it's because I'm a guy.
Mhm.
Right. So do you see how continuing to tell yourself that the reason things are this way are okay in a way is you're telling yourself you're okay? Do you see how that way of thinking can keep you stuck in the same exact place?
So my aggression is increasing a little bit here because he's not fucking getting it. And he still doesn't get it after this.
No, I think I see what you're saying, but I don't. I think it relates to the vehicle or to the work that I am involved. Obviously, everybody wants to work less time and make more money. It's just that I'm interested in finding that route. It's just that I haven't found that route, yet. So I think
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to do is trying to find, a reality to work in my
Yeah.
life. That's the difference. Yeah.
So let me put it this way. Like, the reality is everything works, right? Every business model.
And he's still fucking rationalizing, and he's rationalizing saying that the reason he hasn't done shit, the reason he's allowed this is because of, well, I didn't know what business to do. I didn't know what path to take. Again, I'm sure a lot of your people say this too. He is still rationalizing. So watch how I crack this pattern.
Works is the reality,
Yeah.
right? And so what I'm saying here is business, just to be honest with you, business is fucking hard. Like, I'm sure you're not a stranger to that, right? It
Yeah.
requires time investment, mental investment, financial investment. Like, there's going to be times that shit's not working and you need to fire people. There's going to be like, it's hard and it requires a lot out of you,
Mhm.
right? And so if we don't unpack the fact that we've been in this place for the last few years and have rationalized it, as soon as things get hard, you're just going to continue to rationalize it. And then you're not going to get to the point where you do have the freedom, because everybody wants it, but not everybody gets it.
Mhm.
But this is why everybody doesn't get it.
Mhm.
Do you see what I'm saying?
I see, but I think it is possible. So that's the reason why I'm trying to start. And it may not be easy, but
Mhm.
I have to keep going, in order to find it out.
You do. You
Yeah.
You're picking something, right?
Uh-huh.
Is
Yeah,
the key. Because if I can say something else without offending you, is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is what's going to keep you stuck.
Uh-huh.
I'll give you an example. I'm the example guy, right?
Uh-huh.
Let's say
So I could tell it's still not fully landing, so I throw another example. And this is the reality of so shit's not going to land 100% every time. And we're 22 minutes into the call. Sometimes calls will be a little longer than you want. If it means that you're going to get a deal at the end of it, who fucking cares? Don't move on until you have what you need. I've been in this stage of the call. I'm still in the problem stage. I've been in this stage for 19 minutes.
let's say you're overweight, you're 250 pounds.
Mhm.
And when you talk about your weight, you say, well, I could be 300. I could be 250.
Mhm.
When
Okay.
you're putting it that way, do you see
Mhm.
how that fat person, there's no
Mhm.
reason for them to change because they're telling
Mhm.
themselves it can be worse.
Mhm.
Do you see that example?
Yeah.
And so with you telling yourself that the reason your daughter is less excited is because you're a man, or you
Mhm.
telling yourself that your wife knows you're busy, she wishes you could be more present, but it's okay.
Mhm.
Do you see how that is the fat person convincing themselves they can be fatter, and that's why that person never changes? Do you see the relationship there?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know I'm challenging you here, man.
Got his ass. Now he gets it. Now he fucking gets it. Let's keep going.
It's in your best interest though, because I've been
Uh-huh.
there, I promise. Right. And so this way of thinking, or this rationalizing of telling yourself that your situation is okay, knowing it's not, do you
Uh-huh.
think the rationalizing is serving you well, or should we maybe start to let go of that?
Yeah, and that's why I'm here, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. That's why I'm here.
Yeah.
To find a solution. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
It's
No, I
the-
understand your point. I understand your point.
And it's
Yeah.
the first example, because being here and finding a solution is being in motion, but
Mhm.
going to your fridge and making food is taking action, right?
Mhm.
And as
Yeah.
we're identifying here, we've been in motion for 3 years. And so why now to let go of the rationalizing and actually take action? What's different this time around?
Why now, Mr. Prospect? You've been rationalizing for all these years. You've been looking around for all these years. What is different?
I think it's the belief. Let's say if the fat person wants to lose weight, or someone wants to quit a cigarette, that has been smoking for like quite a long time.
Mhm.
I think the very first time, in anything you do, you really have to believe that you can do it. Then you're gonna start, right? So yeah, I
Okay.
think that's a change.
Okay. I respect
Yeah.
that. That. What's different that you have more belief now that you didn't before?
Because what made me believe more than before? Okay,
And
believe
then
more.
before you answer that, when you
Uh-huh.
say belief, is it belief in yourself? Is that what you're referring to?
No, believe that this is possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Believe that it's possible. It
Okay.
may or may not work, starting right away, but
Yeah.
believe that this is possible.
Okay, gotcha. So you can answer. So what changed that you had that belief in?
Seeing more regular people that started from the scratch without no experience, and getting there, being able to monetize online.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So seeing more. And how long have you, I know you said you've been following us for 3 years. How long have you been wanting to start something for yourself? How long has that been going on?
I was not, like, first time when I saw it was around like 3 years, and then the feeds on Instagram just disappear if I don't keep watching. But I think for the last like a month and a half or so, I was watching like Raz or other gurus also in the internet, like selling their products. So
Mhm.
so that was the time frame that I was like evaluating it and seeing what should I start with.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Got you. And what you were saying, I think you started the call with that. You were saying this is cool, but had doubts around, will this really work, right?
Mm.
Yeah. And so you said that part of that belief was belief that does it actually work, right? Is what you're saying. Like, is it possible? Like, does it work?
Yeah. I know that making online like creating content on YouTube works. So it's just a matter of finding how.
Yeah. So be real with me, man, because we have to be real with each other to help, right? So the doubt that you were talking about, was it doubt that it would work or doubt in yourself to make it work? Like, where do you really think the doubt was coming from?
The doubt
Yes.
is because this is something new, and I have never done it. I don't, it would be awesome if it works, in a couple of months. but also I cannot tell myself this is gonna work 100%. And if it doesn't, then I'm gonna get disappointed. So I know it
Okay.
works. It could work on the first time or on the second attempt or the third attempt. But if I keep going in without giving up, it'll work eventually. Yeah,
Yes.
that's
Yes.
what I'm saying. Am I being realistic?
Yeah.
What do you think? Yeah,
You are. And a
yeah,
lot of it
yeah.
lies on you, right? A lot of it lies on you. And so, like, the reason I'm spending a lot of time on here, man, this is super important, right? So just bear
No
with me.
problem. You can ask me
Yeah.
as many questions as you have.
Before you,
So the fact that he just said no problem, ask as many questions as you want, means that he sees that my questions are actually going somewhere and it's leading to a productive conversation. And he's seeing how he's been in this place for years and hasn't done anything. These are the fucking light bulb moments that you or people need to have in order to get out of their own way and buy.
before you said that, we've had students who were crushing it for a while. Raz has been posting that since you started following from day one, 2 years ago, right? You were saying that this is cool, but you had doubts, even though you saw other people making money, work with it, and you knew that YouTube, it's possible to make money. You saw the people doing it, you knew it was possible, but you had doubts, right? And so those doubts, where does that mean those doubts were?
Okay, so let me put it this way. Let me ask you this question. How many students you guys have? You guys had for this year alone? Let me put it this way, if you don't mind asking.
Come on, man. Like if you've watched enough of my videos, you know what he's trying to do now. He's trying to put the responsibility on me. He feels the pressure. He's in the fucking furnace. He's in the kitchen. He's in the cooker right now, and he feels the pressure. So he's trying to take the pressure off of himself and put the responsibility on to me.
I'll answer in a second. What's behind the question?
I wanted to ask you if all of them, like 100% or 90% of them, were successfully able to make money, $5,000 to $10,000, monthly in a period of like 6 months or a year. That was my question.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So
Can I challenge you to ask a different question?
Sure.
Yeah. How many of the students that we had put in the required work? That's the right question.
But that I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that's the right question to ask versus how many students made it work, right? And the reason I'm saying that is because we have nearly 4,000 students. We've grown over 10,000 channels. Our process works and what we do works, and we've been doing it for close to 5 years now. So whether or not it works, who does that depend on?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. They have to put in the work.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the question that you asked of our students, how many made it work, 90%, 80%, what I'll tell you is 100% of the students who put in the work. Now, the right question is how many students put in the work out of the students that we've worked with.
Okay, so I'll change my question then.
Yeah.
How many students within the people that put in the work and then really did their part were able to successfully monetize and make money online? That would be my question.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
The answer to that is 100%. Right?
Okay, that's good.
Because
That's
if
good.
you show up and put in the work, then it will work for you, right?
Yeah,
and
but
the reason I'm
And that's fucking true. That's fucking true. I'm not lying at all. 100% of the students who show up and put the work in make it work. That's with anything. That's with fitness. That's with BizOp. That's with anything.
man, is because it starts with responsibility for your results. Right? A program, a course is not going to get you to where you want to get to. A program and a course is the bridge to getting you to where you want to get to, but you have to do it.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So like rather than looking at other people and what other people have done, are you willing to look internally within at what you can do to be able to get the results and show up the way those people did?
Of course. I mean, if I am putting like thousands of dollars in.
I just put the responsibility right back onto Big Bro, and now we're having a conversation about him and him taking responsibility, not in putting in the work, not us and our students and our program, because that is where he was trying to direct the conversation with that question. I could just see it before it happens. Now we're back into talking about him and what he needs to do.
As an investment, obviously, I'm not gonna, just like let it go and then, like, and not doing any work and just like waste this money.
Good.
Yeah.
Can I keep you accountable to that?
Of course.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Right, because it's like asking a gym how many people lose weight. It's the people who fucking show up and eat right. It's the amount of people who lose weight. Same thing here. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So a couple things. You said you've been feeling this way for the last 3 years, really the last month and a half. In that time, what other, like, have you been looking at other models or other ways to be able to make money online, or has this been the main one, or what?
Online wise, no, this is the only one.
Pause. So for the most part, we are now done with the problems, right? We understand what his problems are. We understand how they've been affecting him. We understand what's kept him from moving forward, how the indecision has affected the way he's shown up for his wife, the way he's shown up for his daughter. We understand that it's been happening for 3 years. Now we're going to get into Heaven Island, which is trying to understand what it is that he's done to get out of this situation and what does life look like once he's actually out of it and it's solved and he's gotten, first of all, what are his dream outcomes and what does life look like when he's there?
Okay.
Yeah.
And what was it about YouTube automation that kind of struck you and made you feel like, okay, maybe this could work for me? What did you see about
Because when people think of YouTube,
and so now this part of the call, so to preface what we're doing here in the heaven section, again, what they've tried, we're going to DQ other solutions, and then we're going to have him sell himself on our solutions and future pays. And so what I'm doing right here is I'm having him sell himself on our solution, which in this case is YouTube automation. So what is it about YouTube automation that you feel like could potentially work for you? Now he's about to tell me. Now we're getting a little more logical.
YouTube, people think it can be difficult because you have to like you have to do everything yourself. You have to make the script, you have to like film it, you have to edit it, you have to put a voice, and being able to delegate that with AI. I think it makes a lot more easier than thinking that you have to do everything by your own.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's definitely a good age that we're in, right?
Yeah.
You can outsource it to a robot.
I was also interested in shopping, like affiliate marketing, but somehow you have to film yourself. Like you have to get a product, you have to put.
So he's already DQing other solutions for me. He's saying he was going to do affiliate marketing. Now he's going to tell me he's going to start shitting on it. I didn't even have to ask him why not do that.
Review, and you have to like a research video, and that was limiting because I have to do it myself. I have to get like so many products, like one a day or two a day or whatever. So YouTube automation that I don't need to film and things like that myself. It was more appealing.
Yeah. You don't want to be in front of a camera dancing and showing a product. That's not you.
I mean, I cannot like I don't have to be present, but at least a product has to be there. And I don't like to be filming. This is like that and this is like that. So yeah, that was it. But it's something that I have to go. I have to add, later after the promotion, the automation, things off. Yeah,
and that's super smart, man. That's what a lot of our students do, where they'll get it working and they already have so much traffic, and then they link an affiliate product, and then they make
exactly.
Right?
So boom, affiliate marketing cooked. He can't tell me at the end of the call, oh, I'm just gonna do affiliate marketing or go do more research on that, because he just fucking told me why affiliate marketing isn't gonna get him to where he wants to get to at this stage.
So it goes hand in hand. So that's nice. And you talked about your lady earlier. Does she know that you're looking at potentially like starting a business so you could bring more money to the house and have more time? Or is it like a plus for her?
Boom. Now where are we? We're pre-handling the wife. We're getting the wife out of the picture, or in the picture if we need to.
She does. How does she feel?
She thinks I should start everything from scratch by myself. That's
Fuck. Now the wife is potentially going to cock block the deal. We're not going to let that though.
Not spending money with the course, and and then I have to. She thinks I have to slowly myself starting from the scratch, and then do it little by little, gather followers, and try to figure out everything on my own.
Okay, how do you feel about
that? It's gonna take a lot of time in order to find out.
Yeah, you're smart for that. Yeah, it's the long way. What's behind her thinking that?
I don't know. She's really into it.
So his wife doesn't want him to get support, but he does. Okay, all good. I'm going to reward him and identity frame him as a smart entrepreneur. You're smart for that. So I guess what is it about her that she doesn't want you to get help? What's behind her thinking that? So we could pre-handle that, her way of thinking.
So there's online money making. So
she's not into it?
No, she's not into it.
Yeah. So when it comes to you, I mean, it sounds like you see things differently. She thinks you should do it alone. You know it's going to take time and money. When it comes to taking the step, is it one of those things that she kind of just trusts your leadership and whatever you feel like makes the most sense to bring more money to the house? How does that look?
Eventually she will, but we'll have to have a conversation with her.
That means spouse isn't cooked yet.
Yeah. And conversation around because women are funny, man. Is it one of those things when you say conversation around it of you actually making it work and her seeing the results and seeing the fruits of you getting help and getting guidance?
What was it? Can you say one more time?
Yeah, no, I'm saying one of those things. When you say you have to have a conversation with her, one of those things, because women are funny. We know this, right? Where she has to kind of see the result and see it working to be able to trust it.
I mean, but we cannot see the results, before starting, right? So yeah. I mean, we have to start, and then and then a couple months later, she may see the result, but before starting, it's not possible.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. So for her to be able to know that it makes sense to get help, is it one of those things that she has to see the result after a couple months to know that it was worthwhile?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Because you'd be surprised. I don't want to say hard-headed, right? But some people we just can't help, right? Where they know that they need to do what's required to bring more money to the house. Their lady knows, their kid knows. But when it's time to do what's required to get the skill set to bring more money to the house, they want to get permission from their wife, or they want to deflect responsibility to their wife, right? So it sounds like you've kind of taken the responsibility in the leadership there. So is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. And it sounds like you have a good one there too.
Boom. Identity frame him as the leader of the house who's not going to deflect the decision to his wife who needs to see results anyway. And so if she needs to see results to feel good about it, okay, then you need to get results and then bring her on board. It doesn't make sense to go try to ask her first if she doesn't fucking see what you see. And he just agreed to that.
Good one there too. And where are we going, right? What would the channel, is the goal? You said the goal.
So boom, what we've done here is we figured out what he's tried to solve it. We've DQ'd other solutions. He sold me on the solution that I'm selling here. Now we're about a future pace. Now we're about to paint that heaven island. What do things look like once this is actually solved?
The PM job. What would you need to be making every month to be able to get rid of that?
Well, 10.
10? Sweet.
Yeah.
Is that
possible? Is it possible?
We have students who've done that. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Or is it more realistic to like think about like less amount of money?
5K a month in 6 months is the goal that we like to set.
Okay. Okay. But I can always make second, third channel, right?
Exactly. Exactly. Right. So like, let's look at the 10K months, just numbers on the screen. Like, let's say we're 6 months out, you're making the 10K
It's
months.
just numbers on a screen. Now we need to unpack, what does that actually do for you? How different do things actually look?
From your channel. Like, what besides just a number, what does that actually change for you? How different do things look?
I mean, I think I will travel a lot more.
Okay.
I'll be less stressed.
Yeah. What's the biggest stressor you have now that you wouldn't have?
Biggest stress?
Guys, specificity throughout the entire call. I'd be less stressed. Most of you would move on. Not anymore after watching my videos. Now you know. Okay, you'd be less stressed. What is the biggest thing you're stressed about that you wouldn't be stressed about? Get specific.
Putting the hours that I have to work, like 40 hours a week. Yeah. So the more time, the more freedom you have, then you have less stress.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. And what does that open up for you? Traveling is one thing. Traveling is more of like a fun thing. If we just look at the day to day, having less hours or more hours and less stress, what does that open up for you?
I like to be a lot in the nature, so I like to go hiking. I like to go to the beach. So I think, and I like to work out as well. So
Nice.
and
Where
big
you
moves. California, Los Angeles.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah. So I think I'll have more time for myself.
Yeah. Nature, hiking, beach. So you're the outdoors guy.
Yeah. I really enjoy doing that.
How do you think you being able to show up less stressed, how do you think that would affect the relationship with your daughter as she's growing up?
Oh yeah, it would be a lot better. It would be a lot better. I mean, it's not terrible now, but it would be a lot better.
Yeah. Yeah. Better is what we're talking
Back into rationalizing. It's not terrible.
about, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And like I always say, man, the business itself does not matter. The business owner is what matters, right? And so when we look at you 6 months from now, this man who we can call him Paul 2.0, who's the entrepreneur, who's let go of his doubts.
Okay.
Entrepreneur Paul, right? He's let go of his doubts.
Sorry, I'm laughing. I'm just like very like natural, down to earth. So I don't. I mean, I hope he's okay. I'm being just like myself with you. Okay.
Of course, man. Of course, and that's good. And I can see it. You were a little tense earlier. You were a little holding back a little bit earlier, and I see you opening up. So that's all good. That's all good.
Yeah. Okay.
What was that?
He just told me he's being himself, so it's something subtle here. I'm rewarding him for making that comment, and I want him to continue being himself and to continue opening up.
Okay.
And so let's look at Paul 2.0, right? This man who is in full control of his income, not the market, who has let go of his doubts. What characteristics or traits do you think he has, the version of yourself who's an entrepreneur who's accomplished this? What characteristics or traits does he have?
I think it'll be more confident.
Okay.
Yeah, and then more confident and certain that more money to be made in online, like and with YouTube, it is possible. So just to break this barrier, beginning and prove to be able to make some substantial income coming in every month. It'll make more. I think it'll change a lot. Yes.
Yeah, and it starts within, which is why I'm glad you said confidence. Right?
Yeah, I went to Hawaii for the vacation in June.
Nice.
Yeah, and then we stayed there for like around 1 week. And
so what we're about to uncover here is about to be gold, and this is shit that like is buried deep in the back of his mind, but this is the real driver. So listen, pay close attention to what he's about to say here.
Waikiki.
Nice.
And then I was sitting in that beach and I was telling myself, I mean, it would be really good if in 2 years from now, I can get rid of this like of the jobs that I'm doing, and having to put like 40 hours a week, and then being able to make money online and while working less hours. I said that to myself, and it'll be good if I can if I come back here in that position from 2 years from that point. And I said it'll really nice.
Yeah, and it's interesting you say that, right? Because I've been in a similar place. 4 years ago, I was washing dishes, and before that, 4 years ago, I had a corporate career, and then I was washing dishes after. So I was only washing dishes a couple years ago, right?
So you have to jobs too?
So I was washing dishes, and then I got a corporate job where I was making like 80, 90 grand a year, right? And I was still unfulfilled, and I still was putting in all these hours, which is where I came into the world of business, right?
Yeah.
And so just 4 years ago, I was clocking into a kitchen and fucking scraping gum off of plates. And the reason I'm saying that is because I'm on the 40th floor now, and this is proof that it is possible if you do the work within yourself first, right? You see what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm the same Nick, right? And so when we look at that person right now, and we look at right now.
So just in case it went over your head, he was at the beach in Hawaii, and he was looking around. He had a level of freedom. He was on vacation because his boss let him take off. And he's looking around, he's like, shit, this could be my life. I could be doing this on my own time. That is the catalyst of change for him. It's important to understand because we would not have gotten this information if we didn't get as deep and specific as I'm saying to get it.
What ways of thinking do you think are not serving you well you would have to let go of if you really want to be him?
I mean, it'll be...
Quick recap. So right now we're in identity frame of who he needs to be, and what does he need to adapt? And he's saying confidence, right? What does he need to let go of? And that's what we're getting into now.
Be just you know, taking the challenge and then putting the work and just keep doing it until it happens.
Okay. Okay. Good. Good. And when we think of like letting go of beliefs or letting go of ways of thinking, does anything else come to mind?
Take action.
Action's big. Yeah.
Mhm.
And what about the?
Come on, he fucking said it. I didn't even have to say the shit. He said it. Take action. That's absolutely right, Mr. Prospect.
You think we'd have to let go of that?
Yeah, we'd have to let go.
Action's big. Yeah.
Mhm.
And what about the doubt? You think we'd have to let go of that?
Yeah, we'd have to let go. Mhm.
You don't sound too sure, my man.
Yeah, yeah, I'm just being honest.
Mhm.
I'm just being honest.
Nick the dishwasher versus Nick now, we just made two different decisions. That's it, right? And so
Okay.
my question for you is, are you willing to adapt to the decision making of that man who has let go, who's taken action, who's gotten the confidence? Are you willing to make decisions through his lens?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because like,
Boom. Now the goals / heaven section is done. Cooked. Now what we're about to do is we're about to rip it away. Right now we're about to put him on Hell Island. We painted the picture of how beautiful it looks when he's at the destination. Now we have to rip it away of what happens if he doesn't change, he continues making decisions the way he has, and things stay the same, which is Hell Island.
we have to look at the other side, right? What
Mhm.
happens if another year or 2 years go by and you
Mhm.
continue telling yourself this story that it's not possible, right?
Mhm.
You continue rationalizing like we were talking about.
Mhm.
2 years go by and nothing changes, but because you didn't change. Have you
Mhm.
thought about what that would feel like?
Yeah, yeah, it'll feel terrible.
What pisses you off the most about looking in the mirror and seeing that another 2
Most mediocre reps would hear it feels terrible and be like, good, we got the answer, move on. Not over here. What would feel terrible about that?
another 2 years from now? What pisses you off the most about that?
With time wasted,
Mhm.
life is short.
Right? It is.
It is
5
short,
years
yeah.
ago, right?
Yeah,
Your
yeah.
daughter was born, not just
Uh,
thought. And so
yeah.
the right question again, from a good place, right? Respectfully, are you willing to continue settling for that?
No, no,
No.
no, no, no.
And help me out here. Why not? And the reason I say that is
Mm-hmm.
because for the last 3 years, we've seen that. We've known we
Mhm.
needed to change. We've
Mhm.
given ourselves reasons to not take action, and we have
Mhm.
to for that. What's different this time
I
around?
think the difference is that before, like 3 years ago, I didn't really believe in
Have
it.
him justify, pull back. I mean, push back.
So when I saw the feeds on Instagram and the video, I said, "Oh, this is interesting. This could be a possibility," but I was not really committed. But no,
There it is. That's the word right there. That's the
Yeah.
word. Committed.
Yeah.
Committed. It's not belief, not about belief. Commitment to the end goal. Commitment to being more present. So my question there is, what's different besides like belief, right? What's different that you are actually ready to commit to the future that you want? What's different there, and not continue settling?
yeah, because the difference is that I believe it is possible. That's the difference.
Good.
Back then, I thought it was interested, but I was not sure that it was possible. Now I think that's possible. I think that's how everything starts, right? If you want to go somewhere, you think you think it is possible, and then you start doing it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because the fucking fat person will never lose
Yeah.
weight if they don't believe it's possible, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's not let it get there. Let's not waste more time. Again, I know I've been pretty hard on you this call, but I know we can help you. That's why, right? For a couple
Okay.
different reasons. You know how you're saying for the last 3 years, you've been in this place where you know you want to make more money online. You want to be able to travel, be more present. There were doubts though. There were doubts around, is this possible? Around, can I do it? Right? Now you know it's possible. You don't want to waste a bunch of time and energy figuring out how to do it by yourself. That's exactly what we do here. So I'll start by telling you what this is not, okay? This is not one of those things where we're going to throw a bunch of videos and PDFs at you, right? And tell you to just figure it out. You're on your own.
Myself.
So yeah, that's not us.
Yeah.
Okay. We're also not going to throw you in a Zoom with 50 other people and say, everybody, throw your questions out and just hope that everyone gets answered. And if not, see you next week. That's not us either. Right? What we're doing with you, one-on-one coaching, designed to get you specifically to the goal of 5K per month. That's where we
Okay.
go first. And then showing you how to scale beyond that. Right.
Mhm.
So if you want, I can throw up my screen here, show you the exact roadmap to get you there, and then we just keep going from there. Would that help?
Yes.
Let me see my screen here.
And then boom, he's cooked. So what happens at the end of this call is we're having some logistical problems with the bank. So I take a $500 deposit and then he moves forward on the next day. And so I want to show you what he says on the next day because he literally thanks me for not believing his BS, for not taking his excuses. So I'm gonna play that clip right here.
Yeah.
Perfect. Cool. Well, how you feeling since we spoke?
I mean, I was alleviated yesterday.
You were alleviated?
Alleviated, yeah, because I had this burden on me,
Okay.
saying I have to start some point, and
Okay.
then I was, just analyzing the options that I had, along with other courses.
Uh-huh.
But you did a great job, because you got myself committed, and I'm not now paying attention to other courses.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I have deleted all those text rooms and all of that. So I'm not taking. So I'm not taking. I'm not paying attention to that. So
Oh yeah.
also at the same time,
committed.
yeah, a little bit anxious. With all these ideas. Oh, now I have to get started.
Oh
So
yeah.
Yeah,
Cool. Now it's time to put them to action. Let's get you going. Are
exactly.
you excited?
I am, yes.
Let's do it. Let's do it. So
He was alleviated because I got him to commit and he can stop thinking about all these different models. Guys, sales is service. You are not doing these things to these people, you're doing it for them. For 3 years, he's been thinking and analyzing and stuck in this paralysis analysis. I got him out of his own way. He moved forward. And just like that, I was able to close an 8K deal with an absolute tire kicker and got him to commit in real time. Today, we are going to talk about procrastination and perfectionism, how it shows itself, how to prevent it, and then you're gonna hear a live call of me breaking it down. So to really get the full value of this video, to be able to execute it, you're gonna wanna hear what is behind it. You're gonna wanna hear how to listen for it, and then you're gonna listen to the end where I break down a live call of someone giving that to me, where I collected $8,000 with no objections at the end, which would not have been possible if we didn't have this particular part. We're gonna talk about procrastination today, but in order to do that, you have to understand what procrastination even is in the first place. And so according to an article published by McLeanHospital.org, you know this shit's legit because it ends in .org, procrastination is defined as self-defeating behavior marked by short-term benefits and long-term costs. In other words, many of us know it as putting things off that we know we need to get done, no matter the level of difficulty behind the task. You just put the shit off, right? And so it's important for you to understand what procrastination is so that you can understand the forms of it and how it may be masked and how it may show itself on calls. And so one of the most common ways is perfectionism. According to a study done by psychnet.org, there are case accounts that make it clear that the combination of procrastination and perfectionism, when experienced at the personal level, can be debilitating and can result in significant alteration to the person's life. So to niggify this, procrastination and perfectionism rule the person's decision making. And until they can overcome that, they will stay in this loop and they will never get to where they want to get to. And so if you don't challenge them on this, if this isn't handled early on in the call, that's when you go on to hear shit like, I need to think about it, I need to pray on it, I need to sleep on it, I never make decisions like this. All the different ways that they're gonna button up that objection. Now, the thing is, in order to attack it, you have to know what it sounds like, right? What type of language may this person use? And so you've probably heard all this shit on your calls. I didn't do anything because I didn't know where to start. Or I'm the type of person who needs to have all his I's dotted and all his T's crossed before doing anything. Or I want to make sure that if I do it, I'm doing it right. Or I don't want to go and start and then it doesn't work out. Or I've only been doing research, right? These are all different ways that this person is telling you, I struggle with procrastination. I struggle with the level of perfectionism, which has held me back. They say it throughout the call. You got to listen for that shit though. So where does this come from? Simple. It comes from a fear of failure. And that fear of failure is what you need to attack on your calls and what I'm going to show you me attacking later on. In their minds, doing nothing is better than failing. But what they need to realize is that doing nothing is failing. And in an empowering and respectful way, we need to show them that their inaction has been a failure, which is their biggest fear. And if we can show them that their current behavior has actually led to their biggest fear, then they're not going to continue to act in alignment with that current behavior. I hope I'm not losing y'all. Stay with me. Stay with me. So how do you help them overcome this? Well, first, you need context around how bad their situation is. You need to dig deep. You need to probe. I have a whole video on this. I'll link it somewhere as well if you don't know how to probe and how to get deep. But that's really fucking important. But once you've uncovered how fucked their situation truly is, then you're gonna ask them, what steps would you say you've taken towards overcoming it? What have you done? What steps would you say you've taken towards losing weight, towards making more money online, towards having better leads? Whatever the problem that you're solving, right? Towards getting a better job if you're selling career coaching. What have you done? And then they're likely going to say something along the lines of what I listed before. I've only been doing research. I didn't know where to start. I want to make sure that it's right before I start. And so the first thing you're going to ask them is, okay, and like, what do you think has prevented you from, I guess, taking steps outside of just research? And they're going to be like, oh, I wanted to make sure that everything was, my I's are dotted and my T's are crossed. And I wanted to make sure that it was right before I did anything. And then what I love to use is the overweight analogy in this sense. So I'll be like, okay, let's think about an overweight person, right? Let's say they've been overweight for 5 years and the last 1 year, they've done a bunch of research on the best exercises, the best diets and the best cardio regimens and all this different shit. And they have all the research done for the last year. But they never did anything because they wanted to wait until they had the perfect routine. Had that person started a year ago, right now, a year later, do you think that they would be in a better place, or do you think they'd be in a worse place, even if they took imperfect action? And then they're going to be like, well, obviously they'd be in a better place. Okay, why do you think they would? Well, because they did something, because they actually took action. And then you're going to be like, that's right. Now, when we look at your situation right now, is it fair to say that maybe we haven't been as proactive, or maybe there's been like a little bit of paralysis analysis going on? Again, if you did this right, they're going to agree. They're not always going to agree though, and this is why we are not talking about just word tracks. We're talking about understanding where it actually comes from, because there's going to be a chance that they try to fight it and they say, no, doing research is just fine. And then we're going to flip the script. We're going to show her that her not doing anything is actually failing, because again, with the overweight person, if they would have done something a year ago, they would have fucking lost weight by now, or they would have at least been closer to their goal weight. And we're going to ask, do you see how this analysis paralysis we're talking about, do you see how that's kept you stuck? Yes. Okay, how so? They're going to justify it. And then you're going to ask, are you ready to overcome that way of thinking of, I have to do a bunch of research before I take action? They're going to say yes. You're going to say, why now? They're going to justify it even more, and then you're going to ask for permission to keep them accountable. Okay, if that way of thinking were to show itself, would we as your coaches have your permission to keeping you accountable? Yes. Okay, are you sure? Because I'm not always this nice, right? And when you say permission for accountability, that means, do I have permission to fucking objection handle you if you try to get me that shit at the end? So you're probably sitting there now and you're like, okay, this kind of makes sense conceptually, but how do I actually take this to a call? How do I do this live when I'm in the game? Like I said, we're about to break down a call of me doing exactly this for a woman who had been stuck in her own way for the last 2 years. I helped her overcome it. She actually thanked me at the end. And this happens pretty fucking often that people thank me at the end of their calls. And so before we dive into this live call here, something that's really important is congruency. You have to first overcome your own objections before you can help anyone else overcome theirs. This is key. It's the law of the mirror, because if you don't overcome your own objections, then there's not going to be any weight behind you handling theirs. You're just going to be saying shit that has no substance. If you are the type of person who's been saying, I'm going to do more research, or I want to have all my I's dotted and T's crossed, or you're giving yourself excuses for delaying action for something that you know you need to do, good luck trying to help this person get out of their own way when you're in your own fucking way. You have to take extreme ownership over your results in your life, and you have to be committed to mastery first to give it to the other person. Let's dive into the call.
Kind of see where you're at. So I'm glad you brought that up there. And how long have you been, I guess, seeing the inconsistency and knowing that something needs to change? Like, how long has that been going on?
Boom. After I have the context around how fucked her situation is, which for her, she was dealing with a bunch of inconsistency. Okay, how long has that been going on for? That's step one.
I kind of decided that that I wasn't going to scale about 2 years ago, but then I lost my father, and I've been dealing with that for like the last year. But then I also got to see from not being active in my business that I can leave those income streams there, and they still do bring in some money without me even actively being in my business. So I learned a lot from that. And that's also kind of where it got me to, okay, maybe I can be hands off on this for a while to go start something else up.
So very subtle here, but she just deflected her lack of action to her pop's passing. Now, RIP to her dad, but that's not a reason to not do anything, right? Let's keep going.
That's beneficial to my whole business as a whole.
Okay, and firstly, sorry about your dad. You said this was about a year ago, is when...
About 2 years ago, I just started noticing, no matter what I did, it's just because there's only a certain amount of homeschoolers, and of course that space is growing, and as much as it's growing, so are more people coming in with resources for homeschoolers. So it kind of got flooded after COVID.
Yeah.
A lot of people flooding our market. So yeah, I've been thinking about this for some time.
Okay, so about 2 years. And in that 2 years, what steps would you say you've taken towards maybe pivoting into something that can give you more consistency? Like, what would you say you've done?
So we know how long it's been, right? We know that her dad dying is the reason she hasn't done anything, which I'll get to in a second. But I want to understand what steps that she's taken. So that is now step 2. What have you done towards overcoming this?
I've done a lot of research in the different areas.
Don't let that go over your head. She's done a lot of research. That's not action.
Thought about buying an existing brick and mortar business, but I'm so a work from home person. I can't stand the idea of getting up and going anywhere. I mean, I'm just too spoiled from being able to do my own work from home on my own schedule. So, yeah, I've done a lot of research, and I know I either want to invest in something, buy a business, start some kind of income stream. I don't know. So that's kind of why I'm here with you today, to just see like if this could be a viable thing for me.
Very, very subtle here, but what she's doing is she's subconsciously putting the responsibility onto me, right? That's why I'm here. That's why I want to see if what you guys have to offer can be viable for me. And so an average sales rep, which is not you, again, that's why you're here, an average sales rep is going to hear that and think, oh, I need to pitch my ass off, right? I need to make this a no-brainer. Part of that is correct, but she also needs to take ownership.
Okay, so buying a business is one thing. What else have you researched on?
I don't know. I mean, I've been in this space for so long. I'm familiar with a lot of different avenues of just ways to make income, and I've explored some different ones. I don't know. Where I'm at right now is just the video space, and I know I don't want to be on video, but just the potential with it, you know. So I've done a little bit of research in that. But yeah, other than, you know, just reading a lot of books, looking at a lot of different things, trying to keep my mind open to all the different possibilities before I land on something.
Keep your mind open on possibilities and reading a bunch of books. Come on, come on. I hope you're still here. I hope I haven't lost you yet.
Okay.
By now, you should be hearing it though. You should be hearing the limiting beliefs. Exactly what we just talked about. I'm gonna show you how to cook this shit though.
And like, again, this is why I like talking to other entrepreneurs, because we can get very caught up in like research mode, right? We could get caught up in ideas, right? And so this is
Slight, subtle little identity frame there. That's why I like talking to people like you. That's why I like talking to entrepreneurs like yourself.
coming from a good place, right? But 2 years is a decent amount of time to be researching and reading and keeping your mind open without acting, right? And so again, coming from a good place, like what do you think has prevented you from actually taking action on one of them?
Wanting to know I have the right one to take action on, because I've spent so many years in the space that I'm in. I don't want to build something else again that isn't going to scale or grow. So I need.
So she just told us, right? She subconsciously just told me, Nick, I have a fear of failure. I don't want to spend all this time and grow something and then it doesn't scale again because she has a past of trying and things not working out. That's what's prevented her from moving forward. If we don't have this conversation right here, she's going to continue researching. She's going to continue thinking until she sees that this is not serving her.
No, whatever I do choose this last time or this time is going to be something somewhat successful and viable, because I don't want to put a lot of time and effort into something and it not grow. So I guess my research and all that has been what's a good fit for me, what's a good fit for what I want to pour my time into, and then what's gonna come back to me and all that. So I don't know if I look at it as a negative. Like 2 years wasn't a full-time job of me researching, but definitely wanting to be solid on something. I'm not somebody who's going to jump into something, give it a try, do a lot of things, and then go, oh, that's not for me. I want to know that, okay, I'm committed to this, and this is what I'm doing now.
So she's defending her position here, right? She's defending her position. She's saying, well, 2 years isn't really that bad. Again, if she continues doing that, if I allow her to do that, and she doesn't own the fact that research isn't enough, there's nothing stopping her from continuing to do research, even at the end of this call right here.
Okay. Okay. Is it okay if I offer a perspective?
You got to be able to set them up before you reframe them, right? Is it okay if I offer a perspective? Can I show you a different way of looking at it? Anytime you hear me say something like that, just know I'm about to cook. So don't let that go over your head again.
100%.
Yeah. So when you say like the right thing, right? Like I'll put it this way. This is going to sound like a super left field example. Just bear with me. Right? Let's say you're super overweight. You know you need to lose weight. And so you go through this rabbit hole of doing a bunch of research, right? The best diets, the best workout routines, the best cardio to follow. And on paper, you have the perfect workout routine that it's taken you some time to develop, but then you still look the same.
Ooh, we're cooking. We're cooking. Now her face is going to be blurred here, but she's starting to smile a little bit because she knows that I'm cooking, right? She knows that what she's done hasn't been enough, and it's going to be really hard to take accountability and ownership over, but it's all good. That's why she's got me here. Now, this is step 3, right? First, what steps would you say you've done? What's prevented you from taking steps outside of research, outside of thinking? And then we give her the overweight example right there. Now we're about to plant an idea.
Right. So like when we look at your situation and seeing that we've been researching and trying to find the perfect vehicle, is it fair to say maybe there's been a little bit of paralysis analysis there?
100%. Yeah.
Ooh, got her ass. She owned it, but we're not done.
I feel like in the business that I'm in, it didn't grow, it didn't scale. And so I'm fearful of that next thing doing the same thing and kind of like tanking or the failure, sure.
Okay.
I mean, if I'm being honest, that's 100% honest, yeah.
She's opening up, right? She's being completely honest. Also, to preface, this lady told the setter very vividly, I am not going to move forward on this call. I am only here for information. So she was already protecting herself. And then she said she's been doing research. She tried to protect the fact that she's been doing research as of like, okay, I planted the idea. Well, first I used the fitness analogy, and then I planted the idea that there's been a little bit of process analysis going on, and she owned it. And she told me what's actually going on, and she has a fear of failure. Good, Miss Prospect. Now we're gonna help you handle that shit and overcome it.
I respect that. I respect you for that. So is it like a little bit of fear of failure?
Sure, sure. I set out with the idea that this business was going to do something differently, and it didn't do. So yeah, and like I said, I'm an entrepreneur at heart. I've done a few different businesses, and not all of them have been successes. So yeah, you do get to a point sometimes where you get a little jaded, a little nervous, and should I do that or not? Because it's embarrassing sometimes to be the person who keeps trying and keeps failing.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to be the person who keeps going and failing. That is what's kept her stuck. If I didn't ask the series of questions, we wouldn't have even found this out. We would have just left it at I've been doing research.
I understand. I totally get that. I want to say something here that's going to be pretty direct, and I
Okay.
promise I don't mean to offend you. Are you ready?
Yeah.
A lot of times we confuse comfort and fear, right?
Sure.
It's not exactly a fear of failure, right? Because it's been 2 years of research. In fact, what it actually is, from the heart here, is comfort with failure.
Ooh. Ooh, we're cooking. It's comfort with failure. You're comfortable failing, Miss Prospect.
We've been in this place where nothing has changed. We've been researching, we've been thinking, and because we don't want the next thing to fail, we haven't done anything.
Sure.
And so do you see how staying in the same place is in fact even more of a failure than trying something, it not working and moving on?
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I can see that.
Come on. She's with me. I hope you are too.
Yeah. And so and this is human, right? But this fear of failure, this way of thinking of I don't want to take a stab at something until I 100% know it's going to work. Do you think that way of thinking is serving you the best, or should we maybe start to let go of that?
So now we are on step 5, right? So ask her what she's done. We did that, right? What's prevented her from doing more? Give her an analogy. Plant the idea that what she's doing hasn't been serving her. Show her that what she's been doing has actually been failing, which is her biggest fear. Now we're gonna empower her to overcome it.
I agree. It's not the best way to approach it. Yeah.
So she just took a little ownership there. She said, I agree. It's not the best way to approach it. It's good.
Again, a lot of people would run away from that, right? And so the fact that you're smart for that, and it says a lot about you. That fear.
Another subtle little identity frame there, right? You want to reward people when they start to say things that are in alignment with the frame that you're setting. You want to reward them. That way, they're going to continue being in alignment with that frame, which, of course, that's good for you getting the sale. But more importantly than you making a couple $100, this is how she's going to fucking get out of her own way and actually see the results that she wants. This is what's holding her back. This is the conversation that it's your responsibility to have with her.
Fear of failure. I'm not saying it'll happen tomorrow or the next day, but that's the catalyst to change. Like, are you ready to overcome that way of thinking, taking a stab at something, even if it's not here, even if it's not perfect, even if you're not 100% comfortable? Like, are you ready to overcome that fear of that?
This is really important to say, even if it's not here, because where I don't want her brain to go is, oh, well, he's saying this so I can buy the program. Fuck the program. I'm saying this so that you can overcome this way of thinking. Now, the program potentially could be a bridge, but it could potentially not. Right? A lot of times you guys will try to say something like this and they'll put the responsibility right back on you. Oh, well, I don't even know what you guys offer. Well, I don't even know how much it costs. Fuck the program. I'm asking, are you ready to overcome that way of thinking? Not, are you ready to buy? Very, very different.
That fear of failure and that way of thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, why now?
I don't know. I think I just I wrapped up a bunch of work projects. Our back to school season is in full swing. I had a lot of sponsored work I did. I wrapped that up, and I'm just now at a point where I have time. And I guess that's kind of why it's now. And I don't want to go out and pitch myself for more school related work. I figure if I'm gonna hustle anything, I'd rather start the new thing now.
That's not a good enough answer. She just gave me something external, right? Again, it's because I fucking know what I'm listening for, guys. She just gave me something external here. She said the reason that I'm ready to overcome it is because I just wrapped up a bunch of projects, and ultimately I have more time. More time has opened up. Hell no, we're not going to settle for that. Let's see where we take it.
Good, good. Let's dig a layer deeper though, right? Because again, like over the last few years, I'm sure there's been spurts of moments where we have time and then things get filled up, right? But the main thing here that we're identifying is fear of failure and like overcoming and letting go of that fear of failure that's been in the driver's seat. And so when it comes to letting go of that, like what do you think is different now that you're ready to have the internal conversation and not letting that way of thinking control you? Like what's different there?
Come on, I'm going to re-ask the question until I get the answer I'm looking for. Come on.
The only different thing that I feel right now is just a vibe in the sense that I do want to change, like I said, just kind of the niche, the area, the space that I'm in. I feel like I've just kind of outgrown where I'm at in that respect. And I am ready to try something new.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do feel to that level, just of my current situation that I'm like, I want to transfer myself into something different.
Good, good.
So yeah, I do feel that.
You sound like you mean that. I can hear it, right? 'Cause,
Yeah.
again, we're having a tough conversation here. That's important. If we really look at that perspective that you've held on to, what has that costed you so far?
So she's taken some kind of ownership. It's not like 100% what I would like, but it's enough to be able to give me the ammo that I need if she were to give me the objection, right? But in order to create even more urgency, because I could tell she's not fully owning it, is I'm asking the question of, well, what has that costed you so far? I'm allowing her to sit in the pain even more. I'm allowing her to see how this way of thinking, how it just doesn't make any fucking sense if she actually wants to see the success that she wants.
Oh, sure, yeah. It could have been the last 2 years. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. And our brains are a funny place, right? Like part of you knows this isn't good for her. She knows it's not serving her, but there's also the side of you, like I said, that's comfortable, right? That's comfortable. And so like if that way of thinking were to show itself, the paralysis analysis, the fear of failure, would we as your coaches have your permission to keeping you accountable and empowering you to overcome that?
I'm always 100% on board for that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Are you sure I'm not always this nice?
Yeah, I am sure. I'm not easily offended or like you can't hurt my feelings when it comes to business because I want to learn and I want to grow. So that's, yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Boom. Now I got her to take ownership over the shit that has not been serving her. She's seen what it's costed her. She's given me permission to keep her accountable, which in other words is objection handling her. And she said that she wants to grow and she wants to learn. And she knows that she's going to have to step out of her comfort zone in order to do that. So we got to the end of the call. We had maybe 2 minutes of objection handling to figure out logistics. That fear showed itself a little bit and I was still able to get her over the line because of the foundation I had set here. That is a different call for another day to review. If you want me to review that call, comment the word objection and I'll know. But to be real with you, the objection handling was the minority of why this deal closed. It was because of this. And a big reason of why your deals are not closing is because you're not having this. So this is really powerful shit. Watch this back. Take notes. Again, there's 7 key things that you need to hit to get someone to own their situation. You need to get context around why their situation is so shit in the first place. And then step 1 is asking them what they've done to overcome it. Step 2 is asking them what's prevented them from doing more than just research or more than just thinking about it or more than just whatever excuse that they're going to give you that's going to be in alignment with what we talked about earlier. You're going to ask what's prevented her from doing that. And you're looking for the limiting belief. Once you get the limiting belief, number 3 is to use the overweight analogy, right? The fitness analogy of the fat person is going to be better off going to the gym, even if they don't know what they're doing, than doing nothing. Step 4, you're going to plant the idea of paralysis analysis or of fear of failure, whatever is the most relevant. You're going to show her that this way of thinking has not served her. You're going to ask her if she's ready to overcome that way of thinking, why now to overcome it, and do I have permission to keep you accountable? Follow these 7 steps. The next time you have someone who's been struggling with procrastination and just delaying action, collect more cash and have way less objection battles, do way less follow-up because you're going to get more one-call closes, and then you could cut me some of that commission check. I'll take 10% of your comms.
Pulling the all-nighters here and there trying to sleep.
It sounds like you're in your own way. Are you ready to take that ownership and to actually be resourceful?
This mountain is just so huge, I just can't.
I have an insane amount of sauce for you guys today. We're going to dive into an $8,000 deal closed live. There's a lot of nuances that are going on in this call. I pre-handled almost every objection you could think of, from time, money, spouse, skepticism. I pre-handled all of it. And this was a super challenging call, super challenging. I think 99.9% of people would have just folded and let her go. Pay close attention. Again, I'm going to break down everything that I did that worked well on this call so that you could be able to take it into your calls. For context around what I sell, this is executive coaching for doctors and nurse practitioners. And so helping them with time management, helping them be more present with their family, helping them be faster at charting. That's a lot of the key of what we talk about here. And so the thing with a lot of these doctors is they try to externalize and they don't take ownership for their situation. And so you're going to see all of this live without her getting defensive, without it getting combative. It got a little combative, but we got it back on track. And let's dive in.
How are you today?
I'm good. I'm staying out of trouble. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm gonna have to plug my phone in.
Yeah, no worries. Go ahead. Do you hear me good?
I can hear you excellent. How are we?
Yes, perfect. I hear you good. Do you see me good?
I do. I don't have my camera on though, evidently.
So that is like a very lighthearted way of getting them to turn their camera on. I got this from Jeremy Miner. Shout out to Jeremy. It's first, do you see me good? I mean, do you hear me good? Yes. Do you see me good? Yes. Okay, I can hear you, but I can't quite see you. This subtly tells them, turn your fucking camera on without having to directly be like, yo, we have to have our cameras on this call.
My name's Nick. I'm the director of Provider Wellness. Work with nearly 1,000 NPs, PAs, physicians in a very similar place. And like what I've seen to work best on these calls is we just open up. We see what's actually going on, see if what we're doing here can help. If so, we'll pivot and then talk about potential next steps if it makes sense to. If not, like what we do is definitely not for everyone. So if it's not for you, I'll still point you in the best direction. Would that be helpful?
Sure. Yes.
Cool. So let's rewind. Like, I guess in your words, what would you say?
Even the way she said sure there, again, I'm not addressing it directly, but like even the way she said sure there, that's a very skeptical tone. This is a very skeptical person. So again, you keeping that shit in the back of your mind.
Is the ultimate challenge, obstacle you're hoping to get some guidance on?
I've only been doing this for a few years. I was a nurse for a lot of years. I ran a dialysis unit and stuff. I did have a little trouble initially moving from the nurse role to the physician role because the things I could delegate to other staff. I'm used to just doing it all. And then I struggle with charting because I believe in looking at somebody in the eye when I'm talking to them and not doing anything else, just fold my arms. So I'm not able to on the computer and do that kind of thing while I'm talking to my patient. And then I run out of time to get it done later. So I'm taking a lot of work home with me.
Wow, what's that getting in the way of?
Oh, everything. Everything. You know, there's charting all night long, pulling few all-nighters here and there trying to sleep. I inherited a lot of really difficult patients from the previous provider.
And pay attention to the tonality, right? Because I'm dragging out like, wow, what does that get in the way of? I'm dragging it out to bring her in, right? And another thing here is that she's giving me the problems of like, I'm spending too much time with the charting. Easy way to find pain is like, what does that get in the way of?
I work 4 days a week, and so every other weekend's a 4-day weekend. But, I spend it all charting. I would really love to have the freedom to travel to see him during those 4-day weekends, or even go somewhere with my husband or my daughter.
Right. That sounds like especially your dad needs that support, right? And when we look at that, because you said like we're taking a lot of work home, we're charting at night. This isn't like a daily thing though, right? It's maybe like once or twice a week type of thing.
Oh no, it's every day, and I have a long commute too.
Again, don't let that go over your head. Don't let that go over your head. I minimized it. When you minimize it, you make it small, they're going to make it big. And so I asked her, I'm sure like when we talk about taking work home, I'm sure that's not like every day, right? Maybe once in a while. And she's like, no, it's every day. Much, much better, much more effective than me saying, oh my God, is that happening every single day? Because now she's going to try to downplay it if I make it bigger. This is human nature of you ultimately like want to be the opposite of what someone else is. So always minimize the pain if you want them to maximize it like I just did here.
And there's no way I can, do some of this stuff while I'm driving. I work in FHQ, so we are able to serve a lot of uninsured patients. It's a good cause, but we don't have the most up-to-date charting. I'm the newest provider, so I don't have the staff that's been working with the company for a long time. I have the new staff, and we keep turning over, so I have not had a dedicated staff member since I started until recently. She is amazing. And she just got promoted in the company, so now I've lost her. I have a wonderful husband. He's so amazing. When his career had him working...
So I'm sure you can imagine what we're about to get into now. Now we're about to get ahead of that spouse objection. Now we're about to get in front of the partner objection by doing what I call leveraging spousal guilt, right? The best way to pre-handle a spouse objection is for the person in front of you to ultimately feel like shit about how these problems are affecting their partner. So that's what we're about to get into now.
All the time, I was very supportive. Right now, he's being very supportive of me, but it's still, it's a little taxing when one parent's having to take on the weight that the other parent can't do, and then you don't always have enough time to spend with him. He has been amazing. He will always be amazing. That's just what we do for each other. It hasn't put a strain on our marriage, but I wouldn't want it to.
So being proactive before it does. And obviously he's supportive, like you said. He's amazing, like you said.
So she's trying to minimize it a little bit here, and she's saying, well, it doesn't put a strain on our marriage. Well, he's okay. No.
Let's see where it goes.
It sounds like he's supportive, which is good, right? But it sounds like we have a demanding career. You also have a daughter. How does it compromise? Like, I know you said we're not able to have much couples time. What does that look like? Are we still at least getting the date nights? Are we still like having that time together? What does it look like in terms of the marriage?
We haven't had much date night. We do try to. We try to make sure that the other person has plenty of me time too. My he's got his game nights with his friends. We stay busy. We go to church together. I mean, that's something that doesn't get compromised, period. But I also would love to have my Sundays completely free of anything but church and family and whatever we want to do, you know. And I am spending some of that time working. It's like, you know, we go to church, we have our meal, and then I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna sit back here in the office for a while.
Yeah.
So
So he's supportive of it, but like, how do you think he actually feels about it though?
he knows that I'm burning the candle at both ends. So yeah, he worries.
There it is, right? Again, she's trying really hard to minimize it by saying, well, he's supportive of it. He's not putting much pressure. Okay, how do you think he actually feels about it though? And here it is. He sees that I'm burning the candle at both ends. Now she's downplaying it, and now she's starting to see what is actually going on. Like, these are the components of creating spouse guilt. It's not just word tracks. It's not just they say this, you say this. It's this is what I'm trying to get out of this part of the call. Did I get it? Until you feel like you got it, you don't move on.
But when he was doing this same thing for his job, I stuck with him. I did everything I could to take the weight off of him. And so right now he's like, he's in charge of the laundry, and he's in charge of getting Amelia where she has to be, and he's in charge of the grocery shopping. But you know, there was a time when I was in charge of all that. So that part's always going to work. But at the same time, we're both going to remind each other, because it's not sustainable. You know, where are you going to find?
Does he know about you looking to get potentially get outside support so that you?
Yes.
Yeah, he knows.
I told him, I said, so this is available. I said, and so Chris, I was a little surprised. I said it's $3,000 to $20,000 for these programs. He's like, oh wow. And he asked me how I felt about it, and so we kind of talked about it. And I said, I don't know, I have to think. I see what's available, what resources are available, and decide which ones I want, what I need.
What are we pre-handling here? What's the potential out? Think about it. She literally just told me that she had the conversation with her husband, and she's gonna have to think about what she's going to do afterwards. Red flag right there. And again, I'm not saying to address it right away, but what I am saying is to have it in the back of your mind.
I have trouble getting into the groove as I came out of the gate, and I just expected, September will be 2 years. So it's been 20 months. I figured I was going to.
You've been feeling this way that whole 20 months for 2 years.
No, I mean, in the beginning, I was working, and I don't think I got.
So just feedback for myself, I probably wouldn't have said that. I probably would have minimized it, like I said earlier, of, okay, and you haven't been feeling that way that whole 20 months, have you? Because what's happening right here is she's trying to rationalize that she hasn't. And so that's something I would have done differently in this part of the call right here.
It got out of control until probably January, but that's when my mom passed away. But because there was just, yeah. And when I came back from that time to jump back into work, running full speed ahead as the provider, seeing 16 patients a day, and it's just it's a lot.
Just to make sure my mind is organized here. Like, how long have you been seeing that? Like, we're taking work home, we're not having that time with the family.
Well, initially I did. Initially I took a little bit of work home, but I expected to be taking a little bit of work home. I had to get my timing down. I had to learn the system. I had the electronic system. I had to learn how to organize it, organize my thoughts, and get a groove going on. Get comfortable with what I was charting.
Time out for a second. Like, can I ask you a little more like a personal question?
Sure.
Pattern interrupt right there. The timeout. Can I ask you a personal question? We're pausing it for a second. That's a pattern interrupt. So we could dive even deeper. We could get even deeper behind the surface.
We're talking a lot about everyone else, the patients, the daughter, the husband, dealing with this since stepping into being a provider, which sounds like you were doing it so you can have more time, but we're actually having less time. How are you?
What do you mean?
How are you actually feeling?
I stay prayerful. I read. I do get some time to do some creative stuff. I got to spend time with my family in Arizona and my dad, and so I have been able to do things for them, and those things build me up and make me feel good because they're the things I love.
You look within. How are we actually doing though?
My health's pretty good. My ADD is not managed well.
She's a big minimizer, as you could tell, and she's doing it again right now.
The stress of work or the medication.
Is it like the supermom, superwoman mask of like it seems like you're holding together well? Like, how are you? Are you holding together well internally, or how are you doing?
I'm not doing awful. I'm not doing as good as I want.
What's missing?
Boom. I'm not doing awful. She's trying really hard to downplay. And this is common for medical professionals, is to downplay how they're actually feeling. And so I got a little bit of an inch there of like, I'm not doing awful, but I'm not doing as well as I'd like. Okay, well, what's missing as far as like you doing as well as you would like?
The generic form of my Adderall is now all the insurance will pay for, and it is not effective. And it would be beneficial if my medication was as good as it used to be, but I'm so dependent on it anyway to function.
Exactly. What I was going to say, like, besides things like medication, like, what do you think when you say you're not doing as well as you want to be? What do you think is missing, and for you to be doing well as you want? Like, what's missing? I would like to be going to the gym every day, or taking some time to exercise. I am not getting that. I'm eating decent. I don't have a choice if I eat bad.
So we went from I'm not doing awful to I'm not working out as much as I would like to. I'm not eating as well as I would like to. Again, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but this is a result of not moving on until I get what I fucking need.
I get really, really sick. So I'm eating decent. There's not anybody available inside our organization.
Yeah, I'm saying, I can tell you're obviously pretty sharp, and like I can tell you know that there isn't much like inside available. I mean more like external support, right? Of being able to overcome this. Like, admitting that things aren't working, that we need help? Like, have you tried like looking outside externally to get that
No,
support?
I don't know. I don't even.
Right. I put a frame on her of like, I mean, I can tell you're obviously pretty sharp and you know that the resources that your job gives you isn't enough. Like, what do you think has prevented you from getting support, i.e., executive coaching, like what we do? What's prevented you from getting that support, like seeing that you're a pretty smart woman and you know that what they're giving you isn't enough?
I don't even know where to find a resource like that. You can read my ADD management books. I've gone through those. I mean, I have enough time on the road. I've gone through several of them on Audible. I've gone through my Atomic Habits. I've read it again. It's one of my favorites.
It's been a lot of trying to figure out alone, right? And this is from a good place, by the way. Like, what do you think is preventing you, especially seeing what's taking for 2 years, from actually getting support and not try to?
I did expect to have, trouble that first year being brand new. So I guess I would say the struggle has been more apparent this last 8 to 10 months as I've realized, okay, I'm doing this a year now, more than a year. I should be making more progress. I should be getting somewhere. So I guess the struggle I can say has been maybe a year. I'm going to try some different things. I guess if I was going to have improved how I have spent my last time, my time this last month, I should have been writing my goals down and just making sure that I had really given that option my 100% of my goal and concentrated harder on it. I think I needed somebody over me cracking a whip, saying, well, are you still working hard on that? Or are you just feeling like you failed and you've given up on that one too?
Right, because like that's going to be the thing that keeps you where you are, right? Continuing to do the same things even though we need help, continuing to not be proactive. Like the tactics and stuff are important, but this is going to keep you where you're at, right? And so seeing that we've been struggling with this for a year, like, and we haven't been proactive, what has that costed you so far?
Frustration.
Boom, she's owned it. Now we've gotten what we've needed. She's saying, now I'm asking her what it's costed her. It's costed her frustration. It's costed her time, which she's about to get into. Like, without this, you're not going to get someone to buy. They can't own the fact that the reason they are where they are is because of them. If it's everyone else's fault, if it's the system's fault, their boss's fault, if it's everyone else's fault, they will not buy because they don't see it as a problem they can solve. And so this is really fucking important right here.
Time, frustration, probably reputation, personal growth, somewhat my health. I'm probably a good 15 pounds heavier than I should be right now.
What has it costed you with your family? Like the inaction, not being proactive, what it costed you there?
Yeah, I mean, the time and experiences and memories of spending time with them.
And like, you're smart for that. That takes a lot of self-awareness to look in the mirror and say that, right?
So 2 things here. One is she's owning it, but I know you guys could feel there's still a little bit of hesitancy, a little bit of like ultimately skepticism in her voice, right? And so that's the first thing, because I'm going to address that soon. The second thing, I labeled her, right? This is more identity framing. It's like you're smart for that. And that takes a lot of self-awareness to be able to really look in the mirror and say that.
Like seeing we've been struggling with this for a year to 2, seeing what it's costing us. Like, is there any particular reason we've allowed it to continue happening without getting support, without admitting you need that help?
Number one, I should have been able to get this, and I was just kept telling myself, you're going to get it, you're going to get it, you're going to get it. There's that thing. There is really help outside of this. It's not just you got to get it together and you're going to have to do it eventually and get it together.
What did I just say? If it's not something that she feels like she can solve internally, no solution is going to matter if it's not something she feels like she could solve. And she just said that. And so now I have another mindset barrier I need to break down.
And I'm going to get it. Just keep doing what I'm doing. Do you see how that mindset has kept us where we are?
Yeah, but that's how everybody.
And you can see her facial expressions. You can see her body language. Like she's starting to get a little resistant. I can tell it's about to get combative soon. And so we're going to handle that.
Everybody else has gotten it together. So, I mean, if they can do it, can't I?
It's fair to say, it's fair to think that mindset of like, even like looking like everyone else has been able to, right? I'll just get it. Not admitting that things aren't working and you need help. How do you think that way of thinking has kept us in this loop?
I mean, that's obvious, but by coming to you and saying, okay, I need something help. I have admitted that I haven't got it and I need help and I'm not satisfied with the way things are going. I'm not satisfied with having not made progress. I mean, yes, there's cost to it. I get it. If you're trying to convince me that the cost is worth the money, I know this.
We're going to handle this and we're going to handle it very, very directly. Again, a common mistake, a common pitfall I see a lot of people doing, a lot of reps as I review calls, is someone will show up the way she's showing up and you literally won't acknowledge it at all. Right? She started the call, we could tell she was pretty skeptical. And then now the last like 5 to 10 minutes, she's been bringing that skepticism back in. So like, let's just have the conversation.
Is there like some skepticism going on? I feel like, are you skeptical of help?
Oh, I'm skeptical all the time.
You can talk about that because I could tell.
Yeah, I mean, I am. I was trying to look more into what the coaching and what, it was about. And I kept seeing the same people, the same advertisements and stuff. I mean, I know it's more important to put the time and the money into the actual help. It's like, okay, I'm seeing the same people's testimonials that I'm seeing later that they're the coaches. The person that was saying how much they helped me, they're like, no, they're certified coach. That's what it was looking like on the website. I keep pointing to my computer. You can't see what I'm pointing to. Sorry.
Which is not true, by the way. She said that the coaches that we have are people who they were burned out and then they just decided to be a coach, which is not true, right? Which I handle right away. And again, I can feel her skepticism. And her skepticism isn't even coming from me. It's coming from the fact of, can I even get help? Can I even get past this? It's not even personal towards me.
That's that's not so much it.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Because, yeah, I could tell there's a little skepticism, a little tight. It's all good. Let's talk about it. What are we skeptical about? Talk to me.
And look at my body language. I'm smiling, I'm moving around, I'm diffusing because I don't really give a fuck if she lies or not. But like, let's have this conversation now because in her best interest for me to be able to pre-handle the skepticism.
Wondering if anything can help. What's wrong with me has been wrong with me forever. I mean, I just don't concentrate that well. I can't stay on task as well as I'd like to. I can't get things done as quickly as I'd like to. Other people can do this. Other people do it. Other people do it well. I need to be able to do it well too. No. I take care of people. I just gotta be able to do it in a timely fashion.
And exactly as I just said, now we're having the right conversation of what's wrong with me. First of all, that's internalizing it, which is good. Two, now we're having the right conversation. She doesn't believe that help is even possible. She doesn't believe that she can actually get past this. That is really where the skepticism comes from. A lot of you take it personal. You think it's because of you. It's not. It's very much internal because of her.
What am I going to give up to be able to do it? Am I going to give up the quality of care to be able to do it faster?
Like, are you willing to break the belief of they can do it by themselves, so I have to do it by myself, right? Like, are you willing to break the belief of like, this is kind of how it has to be? Because if not,
Well, I mean,
the path, if you don't believe it, it won't serve you well, right? This is why we're talking a lot about what's going on up here, and like I'm calling out the obvious conversation that we need to have so that I can see if we can help, right? Are you willing to?
yeah, well, I mean, I still have to be the one to get the work done. I can't let somebody help me do the work. Okay? I would love to know how somebody can help me do my work because I can't hire you to do my work for me.
Of course. It'd be a little expensive though, right? And so, like, assuming you find, again, doesn't have to be here, it could be wherever, like you find something that you feel can actually help, where you feel like can actually get you to be more efficient and be more present. Again, are you willing to kind of break this belief of I have to solve this on my own and like take that hand and take that help if you find something you feel like can actually help you?
Boom, right there. Key, right? Ownership. Are you willing to break this belief that we just identified has been keeping you stuck, has been keeping you where you are? Are you willing to break that? Because that's what's going to keep you where you are. And we just got buy-in for it. That is another part of internalizing rather than externalizing that we just got there.
If I feel like it's actually going to help, yeah, but yeah, there's not as much doubt. I would love to find the help. I mean, I'm always telling my patients to accept the help if they find it.
That's right.
What was it that you saw about Dr. Gazelle that made you feel like, okay, there may be some hope here? An older lady who also has a fake tree screaming in the corner.
No, I was just so desperate for help. It sounded like it was legit, and I'm like, I need help. Maybe there is some of this. Maybe there is something that.
What made it sound legit? Was it the Grays or what? What made it sound legit?
Now that I have that, we can move on to what was it about this particular ad, this particular influencer you saw that made you feel like you can actually overcome it. So now I'm going to have her sell me on us.
I'm desperate. I don't even know how legit it sounded. I was just desperate.
We're talking a lot about what we're getting away from, right? But where are we going? Like, let's say we're 6 months out.
And that was like a decent answer. It was okay. I moved on because like now we need to future pace. Now we have a good idea of what we're getting away from. Now I need her to clearly see what does success look like.
It's October of this year, right? Like, let's future pace. What does success look like? Like, how will you know you've been able to overcome this?
Okay, that's a really good question. I know it's going to take me more time, probably than a standard person to get this done. But if I could leave work within 30 minutes of my last patient, because I know I'm probably going to have to zip through my charts and just double check I closed or sent prescriptions for the day, that would be freaking awesome. I do expect that I would have to come in to work the next day, maybe an hour early, so I could prep my charts. I still don't know these patients. I still don't know who I'm taking care of. They're all still freaking brand new, so I've got to come in and look at their history before I even go in the room with them. And so there's a lot of prep I need to put into my charts. If I can prep my charts successfully, so if I can just get a routine down where I'm coming in maybe an hour before work, so that I can just prep these charts and prep my stuff for the next day. Awesome if I could leave on time.
What time is on time for you?
Maybe 30 minutes after the last patient.
Quantify, important.
Maybe. Or literally when I have my last patient and only spend 30 minutes at home on my stuff. But I would like to be done. When I walk out this door, I would like to be done for the day.
Oh, yeah.
How do you think that would reflect your relationships, I should say? The fact you have a routine, you're done on time, how will it reflect there to know you've been able to overcome it?
I mean, I get the reward of being able to spend time with my family, be able to eat healthier, be able to eat with them, not eat out as much, do stuff at home. Oh my God, clean my house and organize it. Take my dog for a walk or play more frequently with my dog. Do something with my backyard. It's not a mess.
Yeah.
Just do the things that were my dream of being able to do in the first place before I started working all the time.
Right. And you brought up eating healthy a couple times, so maybe less Bucky stops. I'm saying like you sound like you're from Texas.
Yeah, I don't have a choice. I have to eat healthy.
And check out her energy too, right? Because now, first of all, she said that was a good question. Now she's a lot lighter in the way that she's answering, right? It's because I called it out though. Otherwise, we would have continued just having this fabricated conversation of her not even believing change is possible. Her not believing change is possible was the belief that we had to get to the root of in the first place. So this is, again, don't want to beat a dead horse, but this is why how you listen is honestly even more important than what you ask.
But eating boiled eggs for breakfast, yeah, it gets boring. Actually, that's probably always what I'll eat for breakfast. But, I have to go to restaurants and order good food. I just don't have time to cook at home. I know which restaurants to go to get good, healthy meals. I mean, I eat my fish, I eat my vegetables. I can't eat anything with gluten in it. So, I mean, I pretty much just eat meat and vegetables anyway. So it's not like I can eat healthy.
The thing I'm hearing here is like, it sounds like quality of life then, right? I'm not hearing any crazy, outlandish, big goals.
And look at the body language too. I'm leaning in. I'm verbal cueing, right? I'm affirming what she's saying. This is what allows them to continue giving you more and giving you more. That type of body language and tonality.
Having a quality of life, like
Yeah.
being able to have a clean house, having the time with family, fixing the backyard. And like the reason I know I keep saying this, right? The tactics and stuff are less important. It's like the person you become. That's the most important part, right? And so when we look at that, we could call her Sam 2.0, like the woman we're stepping into. Like, what characteristics or traits do you feel like she has, the woman we're stepping into, who does have this under?
Now, this is going to be pretty powerful right here, because now we are about to identity frame her, right? We're about to identity frame her even stronger. And as you could see throughout the call, I've been identity framing her little by little. Like, you're smart for that, right? It takes a lot to look in the mirror. That tells me a lot about you as a person. Now we're about to very directly say, who are we right now? Who do we need to be to get to these outcomes?
I would love to spend a little more time outdoors. I would love to feel like my vacations are not catch-up time, but they're actually time where I can choose something nice to do.
When we look within, like, what do you think we would have to let go of that maybe isn't serving us the best right now if we really want to have that, the life that you work so hard to get here to? What do you think we would need to let go of?
Ownership, as I said a million times in this video, ownership, ownership, ownership. And so she now needs to tell me that she needs to let go of these things that aren't serving her well if she really wants to be there, i.e. she needs to be a different person or a different version of the person that she already is.
Well, of course we have to let go of something if we're going to gain something, but never thought about that one.
All good. We can think about it together. Talk to me. Like, if we look within, what do you think? Mindset, perspectives, traits that aren't serving us the best right now. We need to
Like release. Why don't you help me with that? Because I haven't thought of it at all. Why don't you help me with that? Why don't you give me some suggestions and can you give me tell me where you're going?
She's giving me clear path to be direct, so I'm gonna fucking take it. Take that shit. And this was huge. This next 2 minutes right here was huge in actually getting this deal across the table, because I was just honest with this woman. I was honest with her the whole time, but I was very direct and honest right here too.
Yeah, sometimes it's painful to hear what you need to hear, but go ahead, please.
And she's giving me permission because she knows that everything that I've been doing and saying, as direct as I've been, as honest as I've been, is in her best interest. And that's opening up the door for her to even be open to it. And I called out the skepticism. I didn't let it continue going and going. Again, otherwise we'd just be having a fake conversation, a fabricated conversation.
So you asked, so I'll tell you. It sounds like you're in your own way.
Oh yeah, that's very possible.
And what I mean by that is we have this frustration, right? But we're struggling to admit we need help, right? We're struggling to admit that we're like, we can't do this on our own and we can't just keep trying. And if I could have my genie lamp or whatever and look in the future, like if we stay the same, I think the reason we'll stay the same is because of being in our own way and because of not getting support.
Yeah, but yeah. Well, granted, but up until seeing this person speaking on I didn't even think there was help. Not like I actually thought there was help for long enough to give it a lot of consideration.
And again, from the heart here, right? We also didn't look for help though. We didn't seek the help.
Didn't know there was help though. Didn't know. I'm for the first time realizing that's even an option. Okay. I thought I just had to crack down and get it figured out. I mean, I had sought help as far as opening up my books again on organizational skills, how to get out, basically how to get out of my own way, and trying to figure out how some of these workarounds for my difficulty concentrating, staying on task, and not going down rabbit holes. How to institute this into my.
That's common, right? Like the ADHD thing, not thinking you can get help. Like the people that you saw on her site, I spoke to them too, and like had to have tough conversations.
And so she's trying to like alienate herself that she's just this special case. Like she didn't know that help was a thing and she has ADHD and she has all these different things. She's trying to alienate herself as being just like so different. And so we need to normalize it. And so now I'm going to bring up the testimonials that she saw before the call and tell her that the reason that those women were able to overcome a lot of these internal patterns that you have is because of this, what I'm about to get into. The key thing here is separating her from her feelings, separating her from her limitations, and normalizing it.
Conversations that I'm having with you with them as well, right? Mm-hmm. And so this is why I'm seeing the mental barriers that are coming up for you, and I'm trying to help you break them down. Because like, I think we can help you out here, right? That's the first step of it, though. You get me? You get why I would say that?
Yeah, say that one more time. Like I made it right down. Yeah.
No worries. No worries. I'm saying that the ladies that you saw, I spoke to too, right? Who a lot of them had ADHD. A lot of them have been this way their whole life. Perfectionism, procrastinating. Like you're not in this bubble by yourself, even though it feels like it. The key thing for the happiest providers are the ones, not the ones who have the most resources, but the ones who can get to the most resourceful and the ones who take ownership of their problem, right? Which it sounds like you're taking steps towards doing with what you just said. The ones who take ownership and the ones who get resourceful. So maybe like a more direct question, Sam, is like, are you ready to take that ownership and to actually be resourceful if you find a path that you actually think can help?
Yeah, I mean, all I have to do is believe it can actually help, because that's the biggest part. If I don't.
And another identity piece there, right, is the people who have the outcomes that you want, this is how they show up. Are you willing to show up like them if you find a path that can help? And she said, yes, that's even more buy-in. And so I'm not saying that there actually wasn't objections here, but if objections do come about, there's so much ammo now. There's so much pre-framing that I've done that the objection is going to be smooth. It's going to be easy, or they just won't happen like it did here.
I don't believe it can actually help. I can get the best help in the world. I'm not gonna grow from it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I keep asking, like you said, keep asking the same question. That's why, right? Is, are you willing to believe that there is an other side, that you don't have to keep living this way and that there's another side? Like, are you willing to adapt that decision making?
That's what I'm hoping. Am I willing to? I think so. I mean, that's what I'm hoping. So yeah, I think I'm willing to accept that. Oh God, I'm gonna have to be prayerful. Make me humble enough that I can do this.
Do we have your permission to keep you accountable and empower you to that?
Well,
Like if these
you
that way.
have, yeah, you have to find. Yeah, you will have to help me set some goals to keep myself accountable. I will have to identify some goals that are going to keep me accountable.
And she's asking for accountability, which is like, objection handle me if I decide to be in my own way again. This is key that we need for someone like this.
Because what's the alternative? Like, we have to look at the other side, right? What happens if we continue another year, another 2 years, we are not proactive, we continue staying in this loop? What are the consequences then? Like, what happens if nothing changes? Another year or 2 years, what happens then?
Subtle cost of inaction right there. Subtle cost of inaction, because there's still a question that needs to be asked, but it's, again, we don't need to follow this exact framing and scripting and whatnot. It's what happens if nothing changes? Like, what are the consequences there?
I'll be
Right.
grumpy. I will have missed too much of my daughter's last year at home, and she'll be going away to college, and yeah, we'll be distant, probably more distant than we should be. My husband will probably wonder why he wasn't supportive enough to help me get there. My yard will still be a mess.
And don't take this the wrong way, I'm not attacking you. Are you willing to settle for that though?
That's why I'm here, because that's not what I want. I want to be healthy. I don't want to go to church and pray to someone asks me, you still church 24/7? I want to.
No. You brought church up a few times.
And so she gave me some decent consequences there. Her and her daughter grow apart. Her husband doubts why he's not doing enough. Her house is still a mess. Her life is ultimately still in shambles. Now, she brought up church a couple times. You obviously don't do this with everyone, but man of God myself. And so she brought up church a couple times. Biggest way to influence someone is what already influences them. And so she's already influenced by church. She's already influenced by God. And so that's where this analogy that I'm about to, or this parable I'm about to bring in, comes into play. It'll make it click so much deeper for this woman.
Right? There's an interesting parable of the guy who's drowning in an ocean. I'm sure you're familiar. If not, I'll run you through it. He's drowning in an ocean and he's praying. He's like, God, please save me from this ocean. He sends a helicopter with a ladder and they're like, take my hand, I can get you out of this. And he's like, no, God's gonna save me. The helicopter flies away, a lifeboat comes by. And he's like, and he prays, like, God, please help me. The lifeboat comes by, they offer a hand, and he's like, no, God's gonna save me. And then another lifeboat. And then he's angry at God and he's like, God, how aren't you helping me? I keep asking you. And he's like, I just tried to help you 3 times, right? I tried to send you support 3 times. And so like, I love the fact that you brought God up, right? For you, if the lifeboat goes by, skepticism, feeling like you could do it on your own, not being humble, like you said, that's what's going to keep you where you are. Like, are you willing to take that hand, to take that lifeboat if you feel like it's a real lifeboat that can help you get out of these thoughts of skepticism? There's nothing to change.
I'm just imagining the barriers. I'm imagining.
She's seeing that shit now. She's seeing that God has been sending her the lifeboats and the plane with the ladder and all these things, because this is what already influences her. This is about reading the room. And so when you have people who are heavily influenced by their faith, assuming you're a person of faith too, this is really key to put in, because the thing that's going to keep her where she's at is feeling like she has to figure it out on her own. And so now seeding this in, right, again, if she were to give me an objection, we could bring it back to this. We could bring it back to the identity. We could bring it back to accountability. There's so many levers. And like, we're 50 minutes in. So is that long? Like, sure, that's like pretty long. And we haven't even started the pitch at 50 minutes. I'd much rather have a call that's long, that I don't have to fight versus a shorter call, and then I'm drained at the end of it. Obviously, I still get objections, but I rarely even get objections like that anymore. And when I do get objections at the end of the call, I'm able to handle them fairly quickly because of all of this heavy lifting that I'm doing earlier on in the call. And this is what I'm trying to get across to y'all.
I'm sure I'm smart enough to recognize when something's going to be beneficial and jump on it.
Oh yeah, I think you are too. From the way you're describing yourself, from the way you said you're.
Boom, she's accepting the identity of she's smart enough to know if something's going to help and jump on it. I'm going to reinforce that identity. You are smart enough.
The way you just answered right there, I can hear the transition happening just internally. The way your tone shift, like I can hear it, right?
Continue reinforcing that identity. I can hear the tone shifting. I can tell you mean that. Continue reinforcing that identity, because she's going to act in alignment with who she believes herself to be, who she wants to be.
The accountability, if you're open to accountability, if you're open to taking the lifeboat, like, I think we can fucking get you past this. I think we can help you for sure. This is what we do, right? You know how you're saying, like, you want to have this routine. You want to have it under control. You want to be able to be there with your family, with your daughter. The question is how? How do I actually do this? Because we're not going to come into your job, right? Like, what's missing? That's the thing for you. That's exactly what we do here. So I'll start by telling you what this is not, okay? This isn't one of those things where we're going to throw a bunch of videos at you, a bunch of PDFs, and say, figure it out. You're on your own, Sam. Fix yourself. That's not us.
And this is now leading into the pitch, and you could see how powerful this is leading into the pitch with the conversation that we just had of like, dude, we can fucking get you past this. I know we can get you through this because you know how you're saying X and Y, right? Well, that's exactly what we do. So I'll tell you what this is not. I tell her what we don't do, and then I ask for permission to present, which I'm about to do.
We're also not going to throw you in a Zoom with 50 other NPs and say, everybody close your eyes and meditate, and all your problems will be solved when you open your eyes. You're just going to meditate them away. And it's certainly not therapy. So I'm not asking you questions about your childhood, right? We're only looking forward. We're only looking ahead. When it comes to be the best provider you could be, efficient, right? The best mother, though, and the best spouse, the best partner, all in one. Like, how can I balance these things? That's exactly what we do here. So if you want, I could throw my screen up here, show you the exact roadmap, and we just keep going from there. Would that help you out?
I will point out, I did have a very good week where I was very productive. I had made sure that I hit some church obligations and some other obligations, and I got some charting done too. And try to get, make a little progress getting caught up. On weekends when I try to do nothing but charting, I just kind of get in my own way. It's like, oh, just this mountain is just so huge. I just can't.
She just literally bought into my frame of I kind of get in my own way. Now she's accepting that. She wasn't accepting it earlier.
And it's just, struggle. And after the last couple of weekends I've had, I know that there is time to get it done, that I can get it done. I know it's possible. I just can't seem to get there. Why am I not getting? I know it's possible.
This is normal. Like, we're just in our own way in a couple different ways, like what you just said there. Like, this mountain is so huge, so we kind of put it off, like the procrastinating, right? So let me share my screen here. Let me know when you see my screen. Let me show you.
So that was it. From there, I went to present. She pretty much resonated with every single slide I presented, and she moved forward without any real objection. There wasn't really much of a fight at the end, but it was because of everything that was done prior, right? All of the heavy lifting that I did previously. So a lot to take away from this. I'd encourage you to listen back again and again and again and take notes on what you're going to implement, because you don't have to throw all of it into your calls. But I'm willing to bet that there's a couple things in there that you can take away, maybe one or two, right? The key things, the key reasons of why this worked is A, leveraging that spouse guilt and getting that out the way early, calling out the skepticism when I felt it and when I sensed it, getting her to internalize as opposed to externalize and taking full ownership and accountability of where she is at, and then future pacing her into an identity of who she wants to be, the woman that she wants to be, and the person who would take action. Because the person who showed up onto the call, who doesn't believe change is possible, who's skeptical, who has all these limitations, is not going to be the person who moves forward. It's going to be the person who she wants to be. Like I said, you don't have to implement all of it, but I'm willing to bet you're probably not leveraging enough spouse guilt, right? Maybe you're allowing prospects to get away with externalizing their problems rather than internalizing it. Maybe your prospects are super skeptical and you're not even saying anything about it, right? Maybe your identity framing and your future pacing isn't as strong as it needs to be. So I would tell you to not throw it all at your calls, but take one or two of the things that we covered here, do it in your next call, and let's see what happens, and let me know. Hit me on Instagram, Twitter, wherever.
Welcome back. A lot of you who resonate with my content or resonate with my style sell to fairly sophisticated audiences. You sell to smarter people. And the challenge is that you sell to these smarter, higher level, sophisticated people, but a lot of the info and advice that you get on the internet when it relates to sales is people selling drop shipping courses to fucking 19-year-olds. And so you're taking that to calls, but then it's not landing. Or maybe you're not even taking it to calls because you don't think it'll land. You're not wrong. And so this video today is specifically for you if you sell to higher level, smarter, more sophisticated people, and how to be able to get across to them while still hitting the checkpoints of your sales process without sounding like a fucking retard. And so today you're not going to watch me close some 19-year-old kid who's buying a dropshipping course so that he can go rent a penthouse in Miami with 8 guys and then get a Corvette, right? You're not going to watch me selling to a lower level, less sophisticated audience. You're going to watch me selling to a doctor, and you're going to watch how I handle tough analytical buyers who don't just easily hand over their credit card without it making sense. But what you're not going to see is me dropping my frame, is me kissing their fucking ass because they're at a high level. And the call that I picked, women in particular, tried to take the frame from me very early on. Something I always say is that prospects, especially smarter ones, will shit test you and see if they can get away with it. And so she tried to do that pretty early on. It obviously didn't fucking work. And we were able to get over the line. And part of that was because of the respect and the trust that I had gathered from her, right? So the way we're going to do this is there's 4 main parts of the framework that I follow. There's the frame, there's the problems, there's the heaven/solution, and then there's the hell/consequence, right? It's interchangeable. And so there's going to be checkpoints for each and every one of them. And so before we begin with the frame here, the most important thing is the mindset going into it. This is something very important that I teach my one-on-one clients, is that you don't want to see this person as better than you. You need to understand that yes, they're successful compared to the rest of society, but they are on your calendar because there's something in this world that they don't have. And there's something that they saw that you could potentially give them. And in the dynamic of this conversation, your frame is going to be higher than them, even if they make more money, even if they have more money in the bank account, regardless of that, even if they're in better shape than you, right? They are here to solve a specific problem that you have the keys to, and you need to internalize this, and you need to stop seeing them as so much better than you and so much higher on this pedestal because you have what they don't. So with that said, let's look at the call and let's start with the frame. So the point of the frame, there's a couple key things. Framing the call and letting them know how this conversation is going to go and setting the expectations. Number 2 is putting them in a decision-making state. And number 3 is dropping their guard. These are really key things. And so what you need to understand is that when you get into a sales call, people are reading you and they're putting you through a list of filters of, is this person on the same level as me? Are they above me or are they below me? And so you want to stay away from using language that indicates that you're below them. Like, thank you for your time. Thank you for hopping on today. Or, I'm glad you were able to make it. What that's telling them is that your time is worth less than theirs. And in their world, your time's worth less. So that's why you're thanking them for it. It's very subconscious. And so you're immediately bucketed as lower. Right? You want to stay away from stuff like that. You also want to stay away from fake rapport, because how that's registering to them is, this is a salesperson who is trying to artificially get me to like them so that they can sell me, right? And so you don't want to talk about shit that is not relevant to the conversation. You don't want to come off as fabricated. Oh, where are you based? Oh, how's the weather there? Oh, my fucking grandma lives there. Oh, I went there when I was 12. They don't care. You want to hit those 3 checkpoints as soon as you start the call: framing, decision-making state, and dropping their guard. So let's see exactly how I did it with this young lady.
Morning, guy. I'm staying out of trouble. How about you?
I can't say that I'm staying out of trouble, but I'm doing well.
Oh man, it sounds like you're like you're looking at potentially getting some outside support as a physician. Does that sound about right?
Yes. Hold on. I'm gonna try to find out what's going on with my volume.
Good.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like always on our like naughty list for administrative duties. We have a naughty list, and it's published publicly, and I'm on it a lot, and I need to figure it out.
Okay. Well, we'll see if we can figure it out. My name's Nick. I'm the director of physician wellness. I've worked with almost 1,000 NPs, physicians who are also on the naughty list. So like what seems to work best on these calls is we just open up.
So firstly, we're getting straight to it, right? I'm telling her who I am, what I've done, and my relevance in this conversation. I'm not asking her where she's based. I'm not asking her anything irrelevant to why she's fucking here.
Right? We see what's going on, see if what we're doing here would help. If it feels like it would, we'll talk about possible next steps. I will say though, we are definitely not for everyone. So if I don't think we could help you out here, I'll make sure I point you in the best direction. I'm not just going to lead you up in the air. Okay?
Okay, that sounds good.
Oh, easy stuff. So let's rewind, I guess.
So instantly I'm hearing a little bit of like, her voice sounds a little weird there. And I'm not over analyzing it, but she's like, that sounds good. Like, okay, that's weird. I'm gonna keep that in the back of my mind. But as far as the frame, what did we do there? Right? I let her know how the call is gonna go. And I put her in a decision-making state, meaning if it makes sense, we'll talk about potential next steps, meaning a decision is going to be made today if it makes sense. And I'm dropping her guard by saying, if not, I'll make sure I point you in the best direction and I won't leave you in the air. So there's a chance that what we're doing here may not even make sense for you. There's a chance that we may not even be able to help you. I'm going to determine that through the questions I ask, and I'm going to let you know, right? So now we're about to move into the problems and understanding her situation. Now, something key here when it comes to selling to smart people is you want to start logically and then move emotional. You don't want to go straight for the emotion when you're dealing with these types of people. Again, if you're selling to a kid who's 19, wants to like fucking drive a C8 in Miami, you could go a little more emotional, a little quicker. If you're selling like a truck driver, a carpenter, or just lower sophisticated people, you could do that. Doctors, lawyers, people who are educated, right? People who have more brain cells, it's not going to work. You need to start with the logic. Like, what is the literal problem, the literal reason they're on the call, and you're going to diagnose that. So watch how I do it.
I guess in your words, what would you say is the biggest challenge when it comes to the admin to where you're consistently finding yourself on that naughty list?
I am an attending physician for residents. So I'm one of 3 core faculty members right now in a family medicine residency. And we have 16 residents to supervise, so we're actually understaffed because by the ACGME standards of graduate medical education, we're supposed to have a 1-to-4 ratio, but right now we're like closer to 1-to-5 and some change.
Okay.
And we're having a hard time filling that last position, which means like for the past 2 years, we've just been chronically understaffed.
Okay.
So that just means more patients to see when you're supervising the residents. Sometimes I could see supervising the residents. If I have 4 senior residents, I could see up to 80 patients in a day, which means 80 notes to co-sign, which means 80 sets of results to review, and then the patient questions and all of that.
So what she's doing here is she's externalizing the problem. She's telling me that the reason that she's on this naughty list when it comes to charts, which means she's consistently behind, is because of the sheer volume and because they haven't been able to, they're understaffed and they haven't been able to fill that seat where ideally another doctor should be. So when someone is externalizing, what they're doing is they're making the problem outside of their control. And so what we need to do is we need to bring it back internal and bring it back to a problem that they can solve. Because if they believe that the problem is external, well, then the solution is going to be external too. The solution isn't going to be them changing. It's going to be their job making changes. And obviously they have no control over that. So watch how I bring it back internal.
Questions and all of that.
And like outside of volume, because like there's always the things we can control and then the things we can't. So unfortunately, we can't make them high faster and we can't get you less patients. And so outside of the volume, like what else do you think is adding to, the admin consistently piling up?
Yeah, because one of my colleagues has no trouble keeping up.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'm not diagnosing myself with OCD. I don't really have an OCD, but I'm definitely one of those slow, thorough type physicians. If you've worked with 1,000 providers, there's different types. There's like the quick, efficient, one problem, one visit type people. And then there's like I'm going to try to do everything I can to the best of my ability, leave no stone unturned, make sure my documentation makes sense. Yeah, I fall in that second category. And I think probably I could let go of some of that.
But so let's unpack that a little bit. So when you say slow and thorough, leaving no stone unturned, how does that show up in the visits?
Boom. So she told me that there are other physicians in her office that are able to get things done, but they're more quick and efficient, but she is slow and leaves no stone unturned. What I'm hearing is there's a little bit of perfectionism. That's something she could change. That's good. Let's keep going.
So a couple things. So I will say, despite my best attempt at agenda setting, you do have those patients where they just, every time they come in, have a million things going on. Try to redirect them, try to limit the number of problems you address, and kind of don't have success with that. That happens a lot. We have really complex patients. We're in a rural health setting. Everybody has complex patients these days. But, so sometimes I let my patients, keep me in the room too long, definitely. Especially when I'm supervising my own, I do okay with my clinic patients when I'm seeing patients myself, but when I'm supervising the residents, I think the patients who have seen residents who are more that first style of like quick, efficient, get in, get out, when I come in to supervise and make sure we go over the plan and that the people.
So something I don't want you to miss is she's being a little more conscious of her language because she said, I have complex patients, which is externalizing, but then she instantly corrected and said, well, everybody has complex patients these days. That's good.
And that the patient and I and the resident physician are on the same page. Sometimes I found myself really getting stuck there for a long time. And
okay, so take me back a second. So something key you said is like,
this is important that when they fucking are rambling, she's rambling and she's giving things that are relevant and necessary. But I know you guys have been on calls where they just spit out every fucking pain point. They give you a bunch and you're like, where do I even start? And so now what we're doing here is we're putting a break to it and we're going to unpack what she just gave me of her spending a lot of time in the room with the patients and having a struggle to redirect it.
You'll try to set the agenda, try to redirect, but then don't have much success, and then they keep you in the room too long, right? And so like, give me a little clarity there. What do you think is the challenge for you internally when it comes to like redirecting them so they're not keeping you in the room too long?
I mean, they have valid questions. Their problems are real, and I want them to feel cared for. So I answer their questions and I address their problems. And
okay, we'll unpack it together. And so with you, like what comes up inside when they ask these questions and, maybe saying like, we need to set another appointment or like, that's not what we came for. Like, how does that translate in your mind? What comes up?
Well, no, I do that all the time. So just to be clear, I do that often. There's just, let's see what comes up. So I don't like if the patient leaves feeling like they wasted their time. I don't want a patient to feel like they didn't get what they came for. I have what I want to take care of, your uncontrolled diabetes, and you have what you want to take care of, which maybe, your disability paperwork or your sleep or whatever.
So my question is, what comes up when it's time to interrupt the patient and say, look, we didn't come here for all this shit. Let's talk about what we actually came for. And she contradicts herself a little bit and says, well, I do that all the time. Interesting. Didn't fully answer my question, though.
So like when we look at that, does it maybe feel a little disrespectful to not address everything that they came for, like in your mind?
Yeah, I think sure, you could put it that way. I think also it feels like,
You could put it that way. Okay. She's struggling to internalize it, which is all good. That's why she's got Poppy on the call.
gosh, I don't know how to really put this. I think I might have to reflect on this a little bit more for you because I can't really put I don't know. It feels,
One pack it together. There's no right or wrong answer.
yeah, and
We'll unpack it together. This is really key because the sales call is collaborative and you have to consistently remind them that. Me and you versus the problem. So right now, I'm asking her a question that she's probably never faced because in her mind, she's been telling herself that the reason she's piling with these charts, the reason she's not able to she's on this naughty list is because she's understaffed. Now I'm making her look at it from a lens of, well, this is actually your fucking fault. And she's struggling to do that. And so she's trying to deflect and run away from the question by saying, I'll have to reflect on that and get back to you. Like, what am I supposed to say? Oh yeah, okay, let's set a follow-up, go think about that, and then come back to me. Like, what are we talking about?
I also think I feel like we're drifting too
Okay.
because really where I'm getting into trouble on the naughty list actually has nothing to do with how long I'm in the patient's room.
Okay.
That's a whole other problem.
So what did she just do there? She subtly just tried to take control. She said, I feel like we're drifting here because the reason that I'm on this naughty list isn't because of how long I spend in the room with the patient. It's fucking wrong. That's the exact reason, because if she were able to get the charts done with the patient in the room, well, then she wouldn't be on the naughty list. She'd be caught up if she was able to do that. And so now, as I'm trying to get her, and it's all subconscious, she's not doing this with like ill intent and to be like malicious, like, oh, I'm going to take the control in the frame from Nick. It's because she's struggling to look within and see where she could potentially be part of the problem. And so she's like, well, let's stop talking about this and let's move on to how you can help. Is ultimately what she's trying to say. So this is really important because this is her shit testing me now. What I'm going to do and what you need to do when this happens is you need to be able to justify your questions, but in a way that still keeps the frame. Right? In a way that still keeps the conversation moving forward. You're not over explaining yourself, but you're making the questions make sense to her. And you're pointing the questions towards the outcomes. Let's keep going. Okay, so now we are about 2 hours in so far. If you're watching this and you're watching patterns that you've seen on your own calls with your prospects, that means your skill is developing in real time. The caveat to that is someone needs to watch your calls with eyes that are more advanced than yours. Someone who can hear what your prospect is actually meaning, not just taking what they say at face value, similar to what you just saw in the last 2 hours of these calls. And that's exactly what I do with my one-on-one coaching. I work with reps like Chris Cha, who went from $3K a month to $30K a month, paying his mom's hospital bills and retiring her, or Enrique, who went from $5K a month to $15K a month over like 3 months, or even Damien, who I helped place on an 8-figure offer, who went from $3K a month to making $10K in just under 2 weeks. So if you're ready to stop leaving money on the table, hit the first link in the description below and apply to see if you qualify. But let's keep going.
The problem.
But really what I need help with is getting my notes and my lab results and my patient questions and my inbox answered more quickly.
Okay. So I'll give you a little context. The problems, they coincide. I'll tell you what I mean, right? What you think is the problem is actually the symptom, right? Because the symptom that's showing itself is that you're not able to get the labs done and the charts done and the notes done. But if we backtrack, part of the reason that it's piling and you're on that naughty list is because we're not able to do it in the visit. And so if we look at why we're not able to do it in the visit, part of it is because we're staying long. And so we need to understand why we're staying long in those visits and what's coming up internally when it comes to being able to actually get it done in time with the patient in the room, and ultimately like not running over. And so that's where the questions come from. So we're not drifting. We're on the right place.
Okay, I'll trust you. I'll follow your lead then.
All good.
Damn right you're following my lead, right? Because I just made it make sense and I just passed the shit test. And again, this is a result of her just struggling to internalize it, not because she wants to be this like asshole. It's because she's never seen the problem as something that is on her, right? And that's hard to look at. It's hard to admit that you're the problem. But the fact that I was able to pass the shit test, I was able to keep frame. She says, I'll trust your lead. And that's exactly what she does. And she doesn't do that again.
Good.
So I wouldn't say it feels it feels disrespectful. Oh God, I haven't been in therapy so long, Nick. You're making me feel like I'm back in therapy. I wouldn't say it feels disrespectful. Maybe it does.
I'm typically not a fan of when people say they feel like they're in therapy, because therapy doesn't always result in action. Nothing against therapy. But what I am a fan of is you can't really see her body language, but you can hear her tone. And she's like, fuck, we're about to get into a challenging conversation. Exactly what I just said of, oh, I have to look at how I'm the problem now. And I can't keep putting the problem out there and external. Let's keep going.
It does. I feel like modern medicine leaves a lot to be desired for patients.
Okay.
A busy primary care clinic, you have a patient come in, you address one thing, it fails to acknowledge how holistic a patient is, how all the problems are probably related, how you're forcing me to talk about why I want to stay in that room because it's a symptom of the true problem, or it's the true problem that's causing the symptoms. I run into that with patients too. And part of me feels like if I don't stay in the room and get to the root of what we're doing, that I'm neglecting the patient. Maybe that's the better word, neglect.
Okay. See, we're getting closer. Okay. So in your mind, like if you don't answer every single thing that they're asking you, then you tie that to you neglecting the patient and not giving them the proper care. Is that what I'm hearing?
Maybe not every single thing, but yeah, more or less. Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Okay. Okay. So tell me this, how long are your patient visits?
That's the flaw in her thinking that we just uncovered, right? And again, you can't see her because she's blurred, but she's starting to smile a little bit because she's like, fuck, motherfuckers got me. And it's not even I got her, like it's me versus her. It's I'm the problem, which she's been struggling to acknowledge.
So when I'm supervising residents, that's really my problem area because like my personal charts are fine. So when I'm supervising residents, I really, on a busy day, need to be in and out of that room in less than a few minutes.
15 or how many is a few?
No. I need to be in and out of that room. This is after the resident's already done their visit. So the resident has 30 minutes from start to finish.
Okay.
And then I come in at the end after the resident, precepts with me. So they say, this is Miss So-and-so, she has these problems. This is the plan I want to do. And we look through the chart together and we come up with a plan. We agree on it. And then I go in the room and I say to Mrs. So-and-so, hey, Dr. So-and-so and I talked about your plan. This is what we're thinking, X, Y, Z. Are you good with that? Did you get your questions answered? And so really that process of me just confirming the plan with the patient and making sure we're all speaking the same language, in my mind, needs to take less than 5 minutes.
Okay. Okay. So
But sometimes it takes a lot longer than that.
okay, got you. So it's supposed to take 5 minutes. How long does it typically take? What's a lot longer?
So, I definitely have found myself in that room for 15 minutes. And the problem with that is I have 3 other residents waiting to precept with me.
That could be trouble. That could be
Yeah.
trouble,
That could be trouble. That could be trouble. I love saying that could be trouble.
right? You spending 3 times the amount of time you're supposed to spend, and this is coming from a good place, right? You spending 3 times the amount that you're supposed to spend with the patient in the room because you don't want to feel like you're neglecting them. At the end of the day, who's that neglecting?
Sauce, we're cooking up right now because now we have momentum at getting her to look at it internally. Now we're starting to unpack the logical problem that she spends too much fucking time with the patient in the room. She wants to answer all these questions because she doesn't want to feel like she's neglecting them. And so now this is giving me enough vulnerability to start to transition the conversation into a more emotional place. Who's that neglecting? She's going to say her. Okay, how's that? How are you neglecting yourself? I almost spoiled it, but let's keep going.
Well, me and also the patients. That's the other problem. Uh-oh, sorry, my computer locked. I don't know why it locked on me. Can you still hear me?
I do.
Okay, cool. Sorry.
How's
It seems like it might keep
neglecting
doing it.
you?
How is that neglecting me? Yeah, well, I know what this process is about. I want to at night sleep well, not thinking that if I don't get up super early to work on charts or stay up super late working on charts, I don't want to be thinking about that anxiety, stress. I want to, in my off time, just be relaxed. So definitely it neglects me, but also it neglects the patients too, because I'm looking at lab results right now from June. So I'm reviewing, the residents see them, but I go over their work because they're new and they're learning and they might miss something. So if I can't tell you how often I find an AKI a month later, an acute kidney injury a month later, should have been something that should have been addressed in a couple days. If the resident didn't address that, then this patient, there's been so many near misses like that.
So can I say something without potentially offending you. I promise it's in your best interest.
Now that we have a grip on the logical problem, now she needs to own that motherfucker, right? And so before challenging, I always start by saying, okay, can I say something without potentially offending you, to prepare her?
It's in your best interest.
Yeah, of course. That's what I'm here for.
How much longer do you want to continue neglecting yourself, your sleep, and indirectly neglecting your patients because of this perception of not wanting to neglect them the way you said in the room? Like, how much longer do you want that to go on?
Sauce, we're cooking, right? And I'm getting her to own the fucking problem. Like, how much longer do you want this thing to go on? And I'm challenging her, but not in like a dickhead way. Let's keep going.
No, that's why I'm here. I don't want to. I don't want to do it anymore. I'm so over it. Also, I'm like thinking, I'm 2 years in my career. I'm like ready to quit medicine because I'm not the kind of person who wants to be on the naughty list. I want to be, high performing physician, and I want my patients to be well cared for.
Yeah, I could see that, right? Because again, if I could say something without offending you, right? That perspective and that way of thinking of they come with a million things, and if I don't answer their million things, I'm neglecting them. That's what's going to keep you stuck.
That's some sauce right there. Once you find the problem and you label it, that is what's going to keep you stuck in this prospect. Like, how much longer do you want that to continue going on for?
Yeah, I get that. Can I say one more thing, Nick, too?
Go ahead.
The other thing I think that keeps me in that room is I don't really I don't necessarily trust the residents who have done their job all the time. Now, some of them are amazing.
So I want you to see what's going on here, right, as it's unfolding, because now as I've trained her to look internally, we're not talking about external shit anymore. We haven't talked about that since like very early on in the call. Now she's giving me even more context about why she's the problem. This is the same thing, guys, that she was trying to run away from. Same thing she was trying to avoid. Now she's starting to see other ways that plays out. Let's keep going.
Amazing. Like, totally, I'm in and out of the room 10 seconds every time. I'm like, I got this. She's well trained. She knows what she's doing.
Okay.
But the residents who I feel like maybe don't doctor the way I doctor, I find myself making up for it. And I get this feedback from the patients after I leave the room that's like, oh my God, thank you. Those were all the questions that weren't answered. So I wonder if there's also some room for me to like hand that back to the residents. But knowing that we are never going to have the exact same medicine style, I don't know how that will work.
Okay. Is it fair to say that part of like your job as the attending is that kind of allowing them to make a little bit of mistakes and you're going to catch them later? Like, is that fair to say that maybe we're going to have to let go of a little bit of that control of like they didn't do their job 100% and letting them make those mistakes and then coaching them through them so they don't continue to make them? Like, you get what I'm saying?
Yes, that's for sure part of my job.
Yeah.
Just that your mistakes
So-
being made on real humans. That's the only bummer about that. That's in residency.
Which is going to have to happen regardless, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And so I'm not saying to neglect.
There's truth to what she's saying. Like, yes, we're practicing on real people. At the same time, she's trying to prevent mistakes that are going to have to happen. The doctors are going to have to learn through mistakes. And she has control issues and she's struggling to let go of the control. That's why she's in front of me today, right? So like, we can't let her justify by saying, well, these are real humans. Okay, that doesn't change the fact that it's not going to be your responsibility to catch every single thing before it happens rather than letting them make a couple of mistakes and being able to correct it in its path. Like, she needs to let go of some of the control that she has.
Saying to neglect your patients or anybody, right? But is it fair to say that maybe there's like a little bit of control you're struggling to let go of there?
Definitely, no question. There's no question. I'm so protective. I'm so protective of patients who, when I feel like they didn't get the answers they needed, it makes me leaves me feeling unsatisfied. And a lot of what I'm trying to do in those moments is model for the resident. Like, this is how I would have this conversation in hopes that next time they will have it that way. And I think a lot of them do learn and pick up on that. But there's always going to be a fresh wave of residents. There's always going to be new learners. And so I need to figure out how to do that modeling in a way that's efficient and maybe not model everything. Maybe just model one topic.
Of course, right? And the tactics are important of how to be more efficient, how to teach them. But again, if we look at it, that's only a symptom, right? Because the problem here is the control. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so there's two problems you gave me there. The first was the neglect, which we'll get back to, but then this one is the control. And so are you willing to make the active decision of letting go of that control as you learn to be more efficient in how you train them? Like, are you willing to make that decision?
Right? We've seen two different areas about why she's in the place that she's in because of herself. And so we need to now put the responsibility back on her to make the decision to let go of these things that are not serving her well. And
Also, what we're doing here is we're getting her, which I've been saying the entire video here, is we're getting her in the mind frame and the process of taking ownership over her problems. Because if the problem is internal, then the solution is also internal. So a lot of times you guys get people at the end of the call of people externalizing, and you think that you have an objection handling problem, but they've been telling you throughout the entire call that the externalizing problems is their worldview. That's how they make decisions. That's how they see the world. And it's a worldview that is not serving them. And so if you know how to listen, you could be able to train them earlier on, like I'm doing now, to be able to look at it within and internally. Like, I rarely get objections of people saying things like, oh, well, I just found you guys. I just saw who you are today. Right? That's an externalization because I'm able to handle that way of thinking early on, which is what I'm trying to teach you fuckers how to do. Let's keep going.
I think so. I'm a teachable gal.
Are you saying it for me and because it fits the conversation, or because you're actually ready to let go of that?
No, because I just want something different. I know it can't keep going this way. So whatever that means, I know in the end we're gonna find a happy medium ground where we're like, I'm more efficient and my patients are still getting good care, so I can trust that process. Good. Like, I've been in enough therapy. I know how this process. I know how these things go. I'm willing to definitely make changes, even if it feels scary. I mean, I've been doing that my whole life.
Yeah, and you said you're 2 years into your career, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. When it comes to these particular changes of letting go of control, of letting go of that perspective of neglect, why now to let go of that?
Because
I think in hindsight, I asked the why now a little earlier. I would have asked it a little later on after finding out like what she's done to try to solve this problem, but it still lands.
And something else that I forgot to say earlier on is that now we're in the problem phase, and the checkpoint here, there's going to be a fucking box somewhere, is what are the problems? What are the effects of those problems, and then the duration. And so the reason I said that I probably should have waited a little longer before asking the why now is because I understand the problem, what's going on, but I need to understand the impacts before the duration because it makes it hit a lot harder. But I still got a good ass answer despite that. Let's keep going.
Because I have had one too many conversations with my administrators that are like, if things don't change, you're gonna be on a plan where we're gonna force you to look at this many lab results in a day, or like we're not gonna let you go on vacation or whatever. It's just it's creating a lot of stress for me at work, which I feel is leading to a dissatisfaction with my work.
Yeah.
Boom, now we know that her job is potentially on the line. And what's interesting about what she just said is her job told her that if she doesn't get her fucking shit together, that they're going to start they're going to have to force her to look at it. Meaning her job has been trying to get her to internalize it for some time now, but she's been telling herself the same story she was trying to tell us earlier, that she's not actually the problem. The reason that she's like this is because of the fact that they need to hire more people and that she has too many people, right? Now she's starting to see the problem as something that she can solve, and her job is already seeing it as that, right? Even though I didn't ask it exactly at the time that I would have wanted to, I still got a really good answer. Let's keep going.
And this stress that you're talking about, does it show up? Like, do you have a family too, or is it just you?
Now we're getting emotional. So we checked the logical box. Now we can start to talk about the emotional. In other words, how does it affect her, right? Her family, her fucking marriage if she has one, her kids if she has kids.
Yes, I have a husband, and I have a huge friend group, family group, my cousins, my mom, everybody's, we're all really close.
Yeah.
I would say yes, it shows up in some ways. So here's one thing I've done that's new in this past year, and maybe part of the reason that the pendulum kind of swings so many ways. So at first, when I started this, I was working until 11 p.m. every night, which I know a lot of your clients do this. I was working until 11 p.m. every night and waking up early before work in order to keep up. And I was like, well, that's unsustainable. That was horrible. I was never seeing my husband, just really, I didn't go into primary care to be working those kind of hours. So then I started setting boundaries with work. And so then I was like, okay, I'm working 8 to 5. Whatever that means, I'm working 8 to 5, and whatever I get done from 8, maybe I was really doing 8 to 6 or 7 to 6, something around there, but more reasonable towards a 40-hour work week. Mm-hmm. And I was like, whatever gets done, gets done. But then I got to the point where I had 500 notes to sign. My whole tasks were 1,300.
So what is she telling us here? That she swings from extremes, or you have to understand the person, you have to listen to the language, is she was either, she had the balance and she was drowning in the notes, and Now she's not drowning as much in the notes, even though she's on the naughty list, but she doesn't have the balance, right? You got to be able to listen to that so you can label it correctly. Listen to how I label it right after.
So I'm like, oh, that's not working either. So I still have a little bit of these like good boundaries with work. Right now I'm in the place where I'm working probably like usually like 6 a.m. to like 6 p.m., which is like to me a reasonable amount of time.
It sounds like you're in a place where you have to pick, do I fall very behind in work or am I present?
Is that what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. So
Right, and you can hear it in her tone. We fucking nailed it the way that I just labeled it. Do we fall behind with work or are we present at home? And she's not able to have both of them, right?
there definitely are times when I'm feeling guilty that I'm not working and I know that it's impacting the vibes.
How does it impact the vibes?
Right now we're getting deeper into an emotional conversation. Remember, she says she has a husband.
Maybe like, okay, so I'm one of those don't think about it, so I'm gonna distract myself kind of people. So I might be like mindlessly scrolling, so I'm not thinking about work. Instead of like where I could be like enjoying my husband's time, where like we're on the couch physically together, but I need a distraction, so I'm just like scrolling through Instagram or like reading a book or something.
Wow.
And also I would say like probably I get irritable at times when I feel stressed about work, or like he could be talking to me about something and it's just going a little bit in one ear out the other because I'm thinking about something at work.
How does
So
he
those are all.
The fact that you're not fully there.
That's powerful, right? And I wouldn't have gotten this type of an answer if I asked it too early on. She just told me that her husband, when she's with her husband, she's distracting herself and thinking about work.
Pardon?
How does he pick up on the fact that you're not fully there?
He says things like, I feel like you're not listening to me, or like, I already told you that 3 times, you know, those kinds of things. I have to tell you this over and over. How did you forget? You know,
I
those
think
kinds
that
of
makes
things.
sense.
Feel.
Oh, I'm sure that's horrible. He probably, I know he feels like at times like I don't listen to him. And
We're getting momentum, right? She told me how it affects her husband. How does it make him feel?
that's horrible.
And like, how does that make you feel as the wife?
Oh, awful. I love my hubby. I want him to feel seen and heard and respected. And, you know, I want to create a space for him and all of that.
Right? So this is a high level sophisticated person, but I'm still asking, how does that make you feel? But the difference here is that I have context before asking it, and B, I've been able to gain vulnerability through the context that I have. So it's not just the cheesy, so how does that make you feel? Like personally though, with no context, just asking a very obvious, blatant, salesy ass question. Need context before you ask shit like that, especially with smarter people.
I can imagine. What's his name? We keep saying husband.
Corey.
Corey. And does Corey know that you're looking at potentially getting outside support?
And this makes it real. Like if you've watched any of my other videos where I talk about spouse, I always like to put a name to the spouse, right? To make them relive it even more. And so now what we're about to do is we're about to pre-handle the spouse objection. Very tactically, very saucy. Watch how.
So that it's not going in when you're at the other? Is it like pleasant surprise for him?
No. Well, I did tell Corey was taking this class. And we've done like a lot of like marriage therapy and things over the years. Like we've done personal therapy and marriage therapy. I'm a big believer in therapy. So he knows that we're kind of always working to grow together. That's like one of my sacred, like my relationship with my husband. He's also my best friend. It's very sacred to me. So we protect it at all costs.
Yeah, gotcha. So that's good, first of all, that you guys take one as serious. So for him, it sounds like he just like wants you to be present, wants you to fix the relationship with work. Whatever that looks like, he kind of trusts your judgment when it comes to your own wellness.
Yeah, he definitely wants me to feel less stressed. Like I think he worries about me more than anything.
Good.
I think he worries about my mental health.
Yeah. And that's good. Not good, again, that he's worrying, but like.
Right? So now I know that her husband trusts her judgment to do what she needs to do to be able to be more present with him.
There's some doctors we just can't help. And what I mean by that is they know they need to change. Their kids, if they have, their husband knows they need to change, but then when it's time.
I'm gonna rewind because this is like a really saucy identity frame that I'm putting on her.
Yeah. And that's good. Not good, again, that he's worrying, but like there's some doctors we just can't help. And what I mean by that is they know they need to change. Their kids, if they have, their husband knows they need to change, but then when it's time to change, they want to deflect the responsibility to them or the decision to them, right? What's interesting about the dynamic you just expressed there is that it sounds like you kind of taken the ownership over your own thing, and like he's on the same page. But I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is that
An
So
accurate depiction?
I really hope that I'm self-aware enough to know that, you know, I mean, I feel like
So we just put an identity frame on her, right? She took ownership and the responsibility earlier and said, yes, he knows, he supports my judgment in being able to solve this, and I'm rewarding her for that. I'm saying, because, there's some doctors we just can't help who they know they need to change. Everyone around them knows they need to change. But then when it's time to change, they want to put the responsibility onto him. I'm glad that's not the conversation that we're having, right? I'm glad you're smarter than that. And in addition, I also put another frame on her and saying it sounds like you've kind of taken ownership over this being your own thing. This type of shit is important because it's really going to help if she were to give me a spouse objection at the end. Let's keep going. Shout out to the homie Cody. If y'all are this far in and you just saw Cody hijack the fucking the video here, just comment the word Cody below and I know you're a one. I know you made it this far. Let's keep going.
Cody was like, this is something you need to do. It's something that's coming from a place of wanting to do better for me, for my patients, for my husband, and for everybody. Like, I just feel like this can't be it.
Good.
I know I'm not doing it right. There's something wrong here.
Good. And have you been feeling this way your whole career, or how long have you been feeling this way for?
Oh yeah, since residency. Even as a resident, like I would consistently get like, really good feedback. Like,
remember the checkbox, right? What is the problem itself, the impacts of that problem, and then the duration and how long the problem has been going on for. And so you want to hold off before asking the duration because it has a lot more punch when you have context. Think of it this way. How long have you wanted to lose weight versus how long have you been fucking fat, struggling to go up the stairs, not liking what you see in the mirror? How long have you been going to the pool with the shirt on, not having energy to play with your kids? How long has that been going on for? It's going to sting a lot more when you can get more context around how fucked their situation actually is.
your medical knowledge is great, your bedside manner is great, you're so empathetic, like you're energetic, But they would always be like, your notes aren't getting done quick enough. Hey, did you fill those refill requests? Like that's been always a problem for me.
Yeah. And how long ago was it? Like, so I guess 3 years, so 5 years total that you've been feeling this way?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. And in that 5 years, like, what steps would you say you've taken towards getting more of that professional help so that you are filling things out?
So now we understand that what she's done. Now we're moving into solution, right? Now we're going to understand what she's done. This is what I call heaven/the solution stage, where the four main things here is to figure out what she's done, number one, to challenge her for not doing enough, to DQ anything else that she's considered. So there's 5, right? And then to have her sell herself on our solution, and then future pace, right? And what does success actually look like? So what have you done? Challenge her on not doing enough, DQ anything else, sell yourself on me and my solution, and then future pace, what does success actually look like? So that's now this part of the call. Let's keep going.
Is that on time and you are present with your husband? Like, what would you say you've done?
Okay, so I kind of talked about the sort of trying to have a barrier around how much time I'm spending at work.
Yeah.
And so because I also can't, got in trouble for having 1,300 things in my inbox, like that also didn't work out. So what I did was a couple things. So one, I've learned to let go of you don't need to deep dive into every single notification in your inbox. So a lot of the charts, because I'm primary care, you get CC'd charts. So every time someone's in the ER, every time someone went to the surgeon, every time somebody went to therapy or whatever, they send your charts. Those are the kinds of things I used to hold on to, being like, oh, I'm going to read those later because it matters to my patient's well-being, and I'll update my notes and blah, blah, blah. No, I let go of that. I now, at this point, I only look at those if I'm actively with the patient and it's coming up in our visit, I saw my surgein, something like that.
Yeah. And I know you talked about the pendulum swinging, right? So it sounds like for the most part, what you've done is mostly on your own, like figuring it out by yourself.
Yeah, for sure. Well, actually, no.
Where I'm getting at here, what this boils down to is she hasn't went out and gotten support. All the shit that she's done has been on her own, right?
Actually, no. I've been asking, I told you I have one colleague who's a box wizard. So I've been asking him to mentor me a little bit. He's a young physician as well, and but he's been in the role a couple more years than me, and his box is always 0. He's always up to date. So I've asked him a lot, how are you meeting these goals? I can't go 100% where he goes because I'm going to be honest with you, he does neglect a lot. He doesn't really review a lot of things that I think put patients in dangerous situations. So I can't go 100% where he is, but I've taken some of his tactics.
Yeah.
So you don't have to see everything in your box. Not everything is the most important thing. Let go of certain tasks and just done them. Basically, just clear them out.
Yeah.
And so that's good, first of all, that you've taken something from him, right? What do you think's prevented you so far from maybe getting more of that, even if you don't know we existed in particular, but what do you think's prevented you from getting more of that, professional support as opposed to continuing trying to do it alone or asking coworkers? What do you think's prevented you there?
So I'm ripping away her answer. They used to commonly say, well, I didn't know this existed. Well, I didn't know you. I just found out about you guys. So I'm ripping that away and I'm asking what's prevented her ultimately from being more proactive and seeking more advanced support rather than trying to do it herself, rather than trying to ask the people around her. Before we keep going, we've covered a lot here, right? We've covered the frame and how to keep your frame high, right? How to drop their guard, how to put them in a decision-making state. We've covered how to get balls deep in problems and understanding both the logical, the emotional problems, and the duration. And now, as we're talking about the solution and stringing these things together, there's really two ways you could go about it. You can continue watching more and more videos like this and trying to string these pieces together by yourself, or you can work with someone who can review your calls, who can tell you exactly and pinpoint what went wrong and what could have been better, and helping you speed up the process to how fast you're able to implement this stuff and ultimately get paid more. So if that's you, you're on an offer right now, you know there's money being left on the table, hit the link below, see if us working together makes sense. If you are potentially one of the five new people that I work with every single month. That's only if you're serious about leveling up quick. Let's keep going.
Yeah, honestly, just thought if I can figure it out. I thought with he's doing it, so if I can figure out what he's doing, if I can let go. I've been trying to let go of some of those anal tendencies. Like my notes aren't as in depth, so I've just been trying to tweak it on my own. But I feel like I've maxed myself out. Like I feel like I've maxed out what I can do to be more efficient.
Yeah.
And that's when I reached out to you guys, because I'm still getting in trouble at work, even though like I've done everything I know to do.
Yeah, because I want to say something else without offending you. I know I'm challenging you pretty hard.
So if you're listening closely to what she's saying and what I'm saying, you've identified another problem here, and the problem is that she has this mindset of A, I need to figure it out on my own. If they can, why can't I? And B, she's been reactive as opposed to being proactive in solving this. She waited until shit's hitting the fan, she's on the naughty list, and her job is bitching at her before doing something about it. We have to call that out.
Pretty hard. You ready?
Yeah.
That's also what's going to keep you stuck. That mindset of I have to figure it out on my own. I can figure it out on my own. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because if we really look at it, right, respectfully, of course, that perspective of I have to be able to figure it out on my own without getting outside support, like, what has that costed you so far?
Yeah, no, you're so right. And to be honest, I did ask my work for support like a year ago.
So where are we in the process right now? We've figured out what she's done to try to solve this, and now we're challenging her on what the shit that she's done has not been enough.
Like a year ago, and they also told me to figure it out. They were like, figure it out. We don't have anything like this. We don't know of anything like this. If you want to do something like this, find it. And that's when I started looking, and ultimately it took me a while, but that's why I came to you guys.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
And is it fair to say
That's externalizing. She is still externalizing. She's saying, well, my job told me to just figure it out. Okay, well, that means that you not doing anything outside of that, your job, means that you did not own responsibility to go out there and get the support to figure it out, and she needs to own that.
saying that, and like we're gonna have some light bulbs together, right? Because this is what's gonna get you out of this. Is it fair to say that maybe you haven't been like as proactive 100% as you can in these last few years, these last 5 years towards overcoming this? Is that fair to say?
Yes, there's that feeling of like you're just trying to swim so you don't drown. And so if you're just trying to swim so you don't drown, in a lot of ways, it kind of prevents you from like turning around and noticing there's a life buoy right behind you. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to make that into an analogy, but yeah,
I know
definitely.
what you mean.
I think it definitely should have thought about this way sooner in residency. And I think part of me was just thinking,
Right? This is exactly what I said, is she's been reactive as opposed to being proactive. And now she's putting that in her own words, that she waited until she was drowning before turning around and getting the life jacket or the lifeboat.
when I'm an attending, it'll get better, because I knew I was going into academic medicine, and I thought, oh, when I'm supervising residents, I will personally have less work, which was naive. That was naive. It was wrong.
Yeah.
So I was just trying to
And the
survive
chain-
residency.
The chain of thoughts there of like it'll get better after residency, or I have to figure it out on my own. This chain of thinking, what has that costed you so far?
Just a lot of, sleepless nights.
So you have to remember, because I asked her earlier, right, this way of thinking, I was like, respectfully, what has that costed you? And she didn't answer me. And she started saying, oh, well, she started to dance around it. I'm still bringing it right back and getting an answer to the fucking question that I just asked her of like, okay, but what has that actually costed you? Right now we're going to get an answer.
Just a lot of, sleepless nights, a lot of stress. It's cost me, having a good relationship with my boss. It's cost me, like I said, my
So it's-
patients. I worry about my patients. It's a lot.
Yeah, I see that, right?
And job satisfaction, which I love my job other than this. I love my job other than this.
And so is that way of thinking, is that worth holding on to, or should we maybe start to?
No, let's go. I'm ready. I'm so ready. Let's let go of it.
Yeah. And our brains are funny place, because like part of you knows this isn't.
Detaching her from the way of thinking that hasn't served her, right? Is this way of thinking serving you, or are you ready to let go of it? She says, no, I'm ready to let go of it. That's good, right? But I'm going to challenge that a little bit.
This isn't serving her. She knows it's not good for her. But there's also the side of you that's been doing this and that's been comfortable doing this for so long. That way of thinking were to show itself, that we identified as held you back, would we as your coaches have your permission to keeping you accountable and empowering you to overcome that, if that way of thinking were to show itself?
Yes, I would love that. Call me out.
We'll fight, kick, and scream.
So what I did there is we just completely took away her ability to say, I'm going to continue figuring this out alone. I don't know if I call it her ability to say that, but her decision-making process of let me continue figuring it out alone. So if at the end of the call, she gives me the objection of, okay, can I just try another month or two to just continue trying it this way and see if things get better? That is completely stripped from her now. She can't say that.
And scream to stay comfortable. And it may not always directly be like, you're fucking doing it again, you're being comfortable. It may show itself in different ways of, let me talk to this person, let me think about this, let me do this. Like if it were to show itself, as long as we could keep you accountable, that's what.
And I'm very purposely using language that objections typically show themselves in, of let me talk to this person, partner objection, of let me think about it, let me sleep on it. This is how objections show themselves. So if she starts to use language like that or similar to that, I can bring it back to the fact that she asked me to keep her accountable.
That's what gets you out of it. So we have your permission?
Of course, absolutely. I would
I'm not
love
always
that.
this nice too. I'm not always this nice, just so you know.
And like,
I'm not always this nice, meaning like we're probably going to have a boxing match at the end. And as long as you know that I'm going to keep you to the standard that you're asking me for, that's the only thing that matters. So now we've checked that off, right? We figured out how they tried to solve this, pretty much DQ'd the solutions of like trying to work with other people or figuring out like working with coworkers and all this other bullshit. We've challenged her on not doing enough. And now we're about to move into step 3 or 4, which is her selling herself on the solution of us. Like, what is it that you saw about us that makes you feel like this could potentially be the solve?
What was it that you saw about Dr. that made you feel like, well, let's backtrack a little bit, because you said something about therapy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about therapy, because a lot of our clients have done that. A lot of our
See, I caught myself because I didn't fully DQ that, right? I didn't fully DQ the therapy thing, because in my mind, I just remembered in the call that I'm like, oh, fuck, there's still a chance that she could say, oh, well, let me continue talking to my therapist. Like, sure, she's not going to say, let me continue doing it alone and let me continue working with these other people, but that's still on the table, and we want to be able to completely cut that.
clients have been through therapy for years and years and years, and for some reason, they're still not able to get to the root of these specific problems. Reasons different for everyone. What do you feel like is the reason for you we're still in this place despite therapy?
I've never talked to a therapist about this, actually, about work struggles. So I should have, honestly, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I think that's honestly it.
That's a red flag, because she said I haven't talked to my therapist, but I probably should have now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, I just have focused so much on personal healing, trying to be better for my husband, better communication, those kinds of things, which I'm sure have helped me in my career, but I haven't directly been like, hey, help me be a more efficient doctor and a better doctor and those kinds of things.
Ways, right? Because internally, if you thought that's what would solve it, you would have done that. But you seek this, and here we are.
and you
Yeah,
even
I know.
mentioned-
I'm feeling like I'm
Yes.
surprised by how this visit's going. I didn't know it was going to be like this. Honestly, I thought it was going to be more like these are the tips, and I'm feeling like, oh, I'm back in therapy. So it's
Yeah.
So don't let that go over your head, right? She's saying she wasn't expecting the call to go like this. She wasn't expecting me to challenge her and to get her to look internally. She was expecting to come on here and then I just give her a bunch of information, tips. In other words, I pitch to her and then she gets the information, goes and thinks about it and continues to externalize. And so we're already starting to shift her decision making to a way that is going to serve her better, right? And the therapy thing, right? She told me that she's been to therapy, and then she gave me a red flag and said, oh, well, I actually haven't asked my therapist about this. Like, I actually haven't even thought of that. So she's ultimately saying, well, maybe I should. And I'm putting a frame on her and saying, well, our subconscious brains are funny, because the fact that you're here, even though you have therapy, means that subconsciously there's something about that solution that you don't think is going to work, right? Which is what brought us here today.
it's
Yeah,
just.
No, that's not this.
That's different.
Because let's
I guess I'm surprised that this is how it's going, but I mean, not uncomfortably so, or not like I'm not mad about it.
yeah, let's unpack that, because again, our subconscious mind is funny, right? Because if you knew that therapy is what's going to get you out of this, then you would have just did that, right?
Yeah, I would have just done that for sure.
we wouldn't
100%.
have been here.
So like, what in your mind, what do you think is the thing that's messing with therapy to where you feel like you need more like support that's not that? Like, what do you think the reason is in your mind?
Can you rephrase that for me? I'm not understanding your question.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty clear, but shit probably got blurry, so I just need to re-ask it again. This will happen as well, right? You just need to re-ask the shit.
Yeah, no. So basically, what I'm saying is that maybe subconsciously, part of you doesn't believe that therapy is the thing to help you overcome this, right? Because otherwise, you would have just brought it to your next session and asked your therapist. But you've made efforts to potentially get outside support beyond that. And so my question for you is like, what do you feel like is the thing about therapy in itself that isn't going to 100% get you out of this? Like, what do you think that is?
I probably didn't even like I probably didn't even think about it as an option. I'm sure I didn't realize that this was I'm sure like anything you don't want to, like you said, change is uncomfortable. Maybe there's a part of me that likes the way I doctor. I love the feedback I get from patients. They love that I spend time with them. They feel safe when I leave. They feel like their questions were answered. There's a lot of positive.
What have I been saying this whole video? She did not want to internalize it, and now she's starting to. And she knows that going to her therapist and bringing this up would not help, and she wouldn't internalize it if she were to do that. Therapist's gonna keep telling, keep fucking doing your thing. This will get better with time, right? Let's keep going.
Positive feedback there. So like I feel like I'm killing it in terms of my patient relationships, but obviously at the sacrifice of other things. And I think probably, I'm sure subconsciously, if I had to guess, part of me doesn't want to change the way I doctor. Because I like it. I like the way it feels to be in depth and thorough and be with my patients and spend that time with my patients.
I don't want to look within. I don't want to internalize it. I want to keep externalizing it and do what I'm doing, even though I know it's not serving me because it's uncomfortable to change.
And, you know, that's my favorite part of my job. So I'm sure there's some hesitance to change that maybe that's kept me from even thinking about it. I don't know, to be honest, Nick. It's a good question. I have to sit with that a little bit longer.
I love when people say that's a good question. If someone tells you that's a good question, that means you're cooking in the call. I hate when people say shit like, oh, you're a good sales guy. Like, you're such a good salesperson. I fucking hate that. But this is one of the best compliments you could get because she's really having to stop and think about how she's put herself in this position and why she's done it.
But that would be my best guess.
Okay. You're right. It is uncomfortable, and you are going to have to change certain ways about how you do certain things. Are you willing to look at that, the fact that it's going to be uncomfortable, and actually make the changes? Or is it not a big enough priority to where you can continue going through life the way you are and letting things pile the way they are and letting things happen the way they are? Is it more uncomfortable than changing?
No, it's so much more uncomfortable. I can't do this. I can't keep going the way I am. I'm going to quit my job, and then I'm going to have to run from the country because I'm $500,000 in student loan debt. And I won't be able to afford it from another career. So I really, desperately, more than anything, really want to find a happy medium where I'm still, you know, feeling like I'm taking care of my patients, but I'm also taking care of me, taking care of my husband, I'm taking care of my charts. Everybody's happy. Like, I'm willing to believe that world exists, and I'm willing to make the changes to get as close to that as possible.
Good.
And obviously, we also, what we haven't said, and you kind of brought this up in the beginning, within the world of the box is insane, and there's nothing we can do about the fact that the box in and of itself is a modern medicine problem. But
yes,
letting go of that and that which we cannot change, I am willing to and ready to make significant changes in my philosophy and,
good.
you know, to me,
Like I said,
Something I always say is the person who joined the call is not going to be the person who buys, right? It's going to be a different version of them. And so she pretty much just told me in a couple different ways that she's been viewing it as a modern medicine problem, which is something she cannot change, which she now has to look within, right? She also said a little earlier, a little higher up, she said that she doesn't want to change, right? Like, part of her wants to continue doing things the same and doesn't want to look at it within. Like, this is a person who is shifting their worldviews. This sales is powerful, guys. You're watching her worldview and her perspective start to shift. And so what do you think she's going to make a decision through the lens of? The worldview that she's now starting to create, the identity that she's starting to create. Let's keep going.
Like, our brains are like, part of you knows this isn't good for her and it's not serving her, but you've been comfortable, right? And that's exactly what's uncovered there. Like, when I asked you about therapy, it's like, well, maybe part of me doesn't want to change.
which
yeah.
And the conversation is going the way it is. Because unless we pick that apart, then you stay stuck,
Sure, that makes sense.
right?
I mean, I do like being that kind of doctor. I like being the kind of doctor that patients feel safe with and they feel like they got everything they needed, and that gives me a big job satisfaction for sure. But it's completely neglected if you miss their AKI and you're finding out about a month later. It takes all the fun out of it.
exactly.
So it's not like it can't be the only way.
They could feel good in the visit, but then they don't get the care they need afterwards.
Exactly, yeah. So it's completely
Right.
exactly.
And like, what was it that you saw?
And people bring that
And this is also powerful because we're also shifting her perspective on what good quality care is, right? Good. She says that good thinks previously that good quality care is answering every single question that they come in for, is them not feeling neglected. But she's so behind on her charts that the things don't get ordered, the labs don't get ordered, and then the patients still don't get what they fucking need. And so indirectly, that her not changing this is her being her worst fear, which is neglecting her patients. Let's keep going.
Don't bring that up with me, by the way. Like, oh, it's so great to see you, but like I can never reach you on inbox. Like, you can never answer my questions. I'm like, oh yeah, because I haven't seen them because I have, hundreds of box messages. And up until this point, I've just been willing to like brush that off like as a box problem. Like, oh, it's like 5,000 people having your email. That's like my favorite thing to say.
I've been willing to brush that off as a box problem. I've been comfortable externalizing. A lot of you guys watching right now, your prospects say things like this all the time. They give you so many signs that they struggle with ownership and accountability, and you just let it keep going and you don't call it out. After this video, you're not going to do that again.
Try to reach me. Schedule an appointment. I think part of me is holding on to that.
Right? Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And like, again, I've been challenging you like super hard the whole call, but like these are the things that are going to keep you here. And unless we break these barriers down in your mind, we could talk about our feelings all day long, right? But you're not going to get out of this until we break that. And so like, are you willing to make the active decision of these are the things that are not serving me? It's going to be uncomfortable, but I'm willing to break it.
Yes.
Good. That was a strong yes. That wasn't like the one you said earlier was a little wishy-washy. That was a strong yes. And take me back, like when you saw Dr. What did you see?
Okay, so I remembered that I haven't fucking DQ'd the other solution, so I went back and I did that. And so now we're moving into the part of having her sell herself on what she saw about us that makes her feel like we could potentially help.
Oh, what did you see about her that made you feel like, okay, maybe this lady screaming at a camera could potentially help me? Like,
What made you go?
I mean, honestly, I think, there's a lot of things like her credentials and the number of clients she's worked with. And, I think just like the reviews that say that, all these people saying she was life-changing. It was all of that.
Yeah. So she didn't put you to bed. That's good. She didn't bore you.
No.
Okay.
And we're talking a lot about.
I didn't watch the full video though. To be fair, don't tell her I said that.
So it did bore you.
Stuff.
Well, shit.
Yeah, it was a little bit boring, but I got what I felt like the essence was.
Yeah. So let's rewind. Like we're talking a lot about what we're getting away from, but where are we actually going, right? Like,
so that was easy, right? She said that the credentials and basically like she really resonated with the influencer. Now we can move on to future pacing. And understand this too, like my calls don't always take this long, but sometimes there's just a lot of shit that you need to unpack with these people to be able to put yourself in the best possible position to help them get the help that they need, right? And so I'm okay with my calls being a little bit longer at times. Like ideally I like to start pitching at 30 minutes. I didn't start pitching until like 45, 50 minutes, which is I'll take it. Right? If it means helping the person get a deal, even if I have to miss the next call and reschedule the next call, right? And so now we're going to move into the future pace. A sales call is an emotional roller coaster. Now that we've been at the bottom for a while and we've been talking about how shitty things are, now we're going to bring it back up and we're going to talk about what success looks like. Get her on fucking la la land.
actually going, right? Like, let's say, like, what does success look like? Let's say we're 6 months out. It's January. What will be the signs you've been able to overcome this? How things look?
So I would be reaching my work goals. So all my notes signed for the residents within a week. All of my results within, I would like to be within a few days. I think my official goal, like for work, is within a week, but I would like to be within a few days because I don't want to miss those high risk situations. And also within this amount of time I'm currently working. You know, I don't want to work more than I am. And if I work less, even better. So that's kind of my goal, is like try to get it all done in a reasonable amount of time. Which to me, like, I don't want to be outside of 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay.
And I don't work weekends. That's a big hell no from me. Absolutely not. Never.
Sweet. And this, you hitting your work goals, your notes are signed within a week or within a few days, like you said. How does this affect the way that you show up for Corey?
I'll just rest on.
Right? Remember, that's important to her, is being able to show up better for her husband. She said very clearly how important her marriage is to her. And we have the name, which we can make it even more real. How does this affect you being able to show up for him?
Just rest. I'll sleep like a baby. Me and Corey can hang out when I'm at home. I won't even have to think about work because I'll feel like I did everything I needed to do and I'm happy to put my computer away. Like, that does exist within me. When I'm feeling like I did my job, I have no problem walking away from work. That's one thing I won't have to worry about. I'm not a workaholic. I do believe in work-life boundaries. That's totally why I went to primary care. So I think the biggest thing will just be that sense of like anxiety, like work anxiety, or like the fear that you're missing something, just letting that go. And showing up for me and Corey will just be a lot less like being, more present, less scrolling, because I know that my scrolling is a symptom of like not wanting to think about all the things I have to do.
Yep.
which I don't want to scroll either. I hate that actually. So that would be good for my mental health.
I agree. And when we look at this again, like I said, like tactics and efficiency strategies, what you were hoping to get, which we're going to dive into, is important, but it's less important than who you need to become, right? And so when we look 6 months from now, we could call this woman 2.0. What characteristics or traits do you think she has?
More identity work, right? The biggest, most important thing with this woman is that she needs to change her identity. That's the whole fucking point, right? Is she needs to change her identity, and she needs to make decisions through the lens of the identity of the person that she wants to be, of the woman that she sees herself as in the future, not the current version. Person who joins the call is not going to be the person who buys. So now we're going to make it even more clear what that identity is.
Okay, so I would say, based on everything we've talked about today and becoming conscious of some previously subconscious things, I would say, obviously, she's still compassionate and empathetic and present for her patients, but she is willing to let go of the small things, willing to model more efficiently. Maybe she's got a clear plan to get in and out of the room.
Yeah.
Maybe, you know.
That's good. And you started to scratch at it, right? Because there would also be things to let go of. And so part of it is, like you said, the anxiety or the fear of missing something, right? Part of what you just said is like letting go of the small things. If we did deeper, what else comes to mind when we think of like ways of thinking we'd have to let go of?
Where I'm trying to take her is the externalizing and letting go of that. I don't think she completely takes it that direction. We'll see.
Like, I started to say perfection was like what I was gonna say, so we can use that word, but like, maybe it doesn't have to be perfect. Letting go. Let's see. I could let go of like, you know, to a certain extent. Getting back to what you were saying. I mean, technically, all these patients are in my medical license. Like, I can let go of like not every patient's my patient. Like these are the resident's patients. The resident is their doctor.
Control. That's yes. Let go of some control. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, please.
But what about that idea of neglect? That idea of like, if I'm not doing all these million things, then I'm neglecting them. You think we'd have to let go of that?
Yeah, that one might be hard though. You're gonna have to help me with that one.
Yeah, as long as you make the decision to. Because like, we have to look at the other side. What happens if another year?
Okay, so more feedback for myself. It looks like the call is also just getting a little longer, right? But I didn't necessarily hit the externalizing point, but I did hit the control, right? Letting go of the being a control freak thing, because if she were to try to give me the objection at the end of, well, let me just continue trying to do it how I've been doing it, well, that's the control bullshit showing itself again. And so the whole point of a discovery, guys, isn't to eliminate every single objection. It's to eliminate as many of them as you can, but more importantly, put yourself in the best possible position to handle them when those motherfuckers come up, right? So now what we're about to move into, which is the last part of the call, before pitching, is now the consequence. Because remember, it's an emotional roller coaster, right? We're low, we're up, we're low. Right now we're up, and we're about to bring her right back low, and talking about what happens if she doesn't change. And then we're gonna pitch and bring her back up and be like, look, I know for a fact we can fucking help.
Another year, another 2-3 years go by, and we're still telling ourselves this story of I have to hit these million things, or I have to have 100% control, right? Or I have to ultimately, or I have to figure it out on my own. That was another thing. Like, what happens if another year or two go by, we're still telling ourselves this story and nothing changes? What are the consequences of that?
Just gonna burn out. I don't think I'll be in this field much longer, to be honest. And
I think I love giving myself feedback. Like, more feedback for myself is just ask the fucking question, bro. Just ask what happens if we don't let go of these things and nothing changes. Like, I think I gave a little too much context right there, but I still get a good answer. But I think something that could have probably helped shorten this call up a little bit is just ask the fucking question.
And then, like I said, like there's huge financial consequences. So yeah, you're right. I think I can let go of the feeling of neglect, because I do know there's multiple types of neglect, and it feels very neglectful to be so behind on my box. So it's kind of trading tit for tat. Like,
And I guess
that's exactly right. And I guess the real question, not being in this field much longer, huge financial consequences. Are you willing to continue settling for that?
No, I don't want to.
Yeah, I'm gonna challenge you again, right? Why not? And what I mean by that is, for 5 years.
Right, and the hell stage is very simple. What happens if nothing changes? Are you willing to settle for that? Right? I didn't call it out again, but it's somewhere on the side of the screen. Like, you see the fucking box, right? Where we're in hell/consequence. And so I asked her if she's willing to. Well, what happens if nothing changes? She gave me really good answers. Is she willing to settle for that?
right? She's not willing to settle for that. Why isn't she?
Have settled for that, right? And like you said, part of you doesn't want to change the way she doctors because of how comfortable it is. It's like, what's actually different this time that we're not willing to continue settling for these ways of thinking that have kept you here?
I think I'm just being forced, honestly. It's my work is my boss is literally hard shoving. Like threatening to keep me from vacation means less time with my family. You know?
Yeah.
So I think that is the biggest thing. I think that's what's changed is like really having ultimatums. Because in residency, I wasn't really having ultimatums. I mean, they'd be like, you know, do better, but you're doing a great job, but do better. And this is different. This is like, you're doing bad. And I'm not that. I mean, I was a collegiate athlete. I'm a doctor. I'm the kind of person who wants to do well. So yeah.
Identity. I'm the kind of person who wants to do well. I'm not that.
Being in that position, it's not comfortable. So maybe this is finally more uncomfortable than what I was doing before.
Okay. Well, let's get you out of this. I know for a fact. I know for a fact we could help you out. Like, it probably feels like you're in your own bubble in your own little world here, but this is exactly what we do.
And boom, just like that, we're ready to pitch, right? And so if you've made it this far, I know this is probably going to be a long ass video, but if you've made it this far, it says a lot about you. It shows that you actually take your development serious, you take your skill set serious, and you're not just trying to look for the next gimmick and the next easy thing to do, right? We went through a lot here. We went through framing the call. We went through finding the logical and the emotional problems. We went through challenging them on not doing enough. We went through future pacing correctly, being able to build an identity around the type of person who moves forward. We went through ripping it all away with the cost of inaction, right? And so if you run a discovery the way I just showed you here, you can pitch a fucking bag of air and they are going to buy because of how understood they are, because of all the doors that you've shut, which are not buying. So I'm not going to show the pitch. Maybe I'll shoot another video like this to break down exactly how I pitch and how I tie the problems she said to the problems that we solve, the solutions she wants from the solutions that we give. But again, that's going to be for a different video. And just like that, I was able to close a high-level doctor on a $8,000 executive premium coaching offer in real time. You have full transparency of exactly how to do it on your own. Again, guys, if you're watching this, actually go implement. There's a lot of shit there. Even if you just take one thing and go implement it, right? Maybe it's the way you start your calls. Maybe it's the way you probe, the way you identity frame, the way you get challenges. Like if there's just one thing, take it and go implement it on your calls. DM me on Instagram. Let me know how it goes. So if you made it this far, that means that you also saw my cat Cody come and hijack the fucking camera. So comment the word Cody if you're this far in. It means you're a real one. Again, if you are this far, it means you take your development serious. So I respect you a lot for that. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the post notifications, and I'll see you in the next one. Love you guys. Peace. Welcome back. We're gonna dive straight in. We got another call review today with a high-level prospect. A lot of you who watch my page, you sell to smart people. You know that the typical gimmicks and tactics that you see on the internet, that you see on a bunch of reels, don't work. Today, we are selling to a doctor who makes, I think he said 400 or 500 grand a year, something along those lines. And I'm gonna show you exactly what it takes to get this type of person over the line, the type of person who's done his research, who's probably spoken to other companies, who has a guard, and what it takes to not only challenge that person, but to also get them over the line. Because the thing is, guys, the space is changing, and the offers that are worth actually selling for, most offers are shit. The offers that are actually worth selling for are gonna be with more sophisticated prospects. And so the quicker you learn how to sell to smart people who have money, the more money you're gonna make. This dude in particular was full of objections. He was constantly canceling calls with us, and he threw every excuse at me under the sun. And you're gonna see how everything stacks and stacks throughout the call to lead to getting him to move forward at the end. So the only way you are gonna get value out of this video is by watching the entire thing, so you can see how everything that I'm saying stacks. You can see how my aggression slowly goes up as the call progresses. So I am fully caffeinated. I got my mini hookah with me. You guys prepare to get some value. Let's dive the fuck in. So how we're gonna do this is we're gonna go stage by stage in the call, okay? The main stages are the frame, setting the frame, getting the problem / challenges, challenging the prospect, also known as ethical gaslighting, painting what that heaven island would look like, success, ripping it away with consequence, and then pitching. Ultimately, what we're going to go through, probably not going to go through the pitch, but everything from A through Z in discovery leading to that. So the first part here is going to be the frame, right? So this part of the call is very simple. There's 3 objectives. It's to frame the call and let him know how it's going to go, what to expect, put him in a decision-making state, and then drop his guard. So 3 things that we're shooting for in this first part of the call. So let's see me check all 3 of these boxes. Hello, hello.
Hey.
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm staying out of trouble. How are you?
Good. Seeing patients, got 2 admissions waiting for me, and hoping to make it to the gym later.
Nice. Sounds busy. You hear me good?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you see me good?
Yep.
I can hear you, I just can't quite see you yet.
Let me see. Fix that. Sorry.
So, off the rip, I can hear you, but I can't quite see you yet. This is a very subtle but direct way to tell him to turn his fucking camera on, right? Let's keep going.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not. Oh, here we go. Start video.
There he is. There he is.
Got it.
Perfect. Cool. Well, it looks like you are looking at potentially getting some like expert physician coaching. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Well, I have some notes here from, looks like you spoke to, looks like we're dealing with a little bit of charting overwhelm. Overall, just like wanting to have more time. Is that right?
Yep.
Cool. Well, I'll make sure we cover everything. My name's Nick, Dr. Right-Hand Man. I'm the Director of Physician Wellness here. And so work with hundreds and hundreds of clinicians in a pretty similar spot as you. Give you a little context here. Our approach is super tailored and super custom. So it's not just cookie cutter, one shoe fits all, right? With that said, though, it's important for us to understand what you're actually going through so we could put together something more custom if it were to make sense. Mm-hmm. So what we'll do today, I'll listen to a little more about your situation, see if we could help. If we can, we'll pivot. I'll walk you through possible next steps. If not, again, I've done this hundreds of times. I'll still point you in the best direction. Like, even if coaching's not for you, it's not for everyone. Would that help?
Sure.
So I hit all three of the boxes, right? I put him in a decision-making state, basically telling him that, you know, if things feel good, we're going to talk about potential next steps. I framed the call and I let him know how it's going to go. I dropped his guard by saying if it doesn't make sense, I'll point him in the right direction. I will say though, it was like pretty fucking long-winded. So if I change anything, I would just make it a lot more direct and I would just say less, right? But we fucking got it. We got through. Now we're getting into the problem stage. And with the problem stage, there's 3 key objectives. Before I get into the objectives, most important part here is finding the problem and the challenges, problems, challenges, whatever, and understanding that 90% of the sale is either made or lost here. Out of the hundreds of calls that I've reviewed, we rarely ever get past the problem stage. This is where majority of you are losing your sales. So the 3 things that we're looking for is what are the problems themselves? So in other words, the logic, like what's the literal problem? What is the emotional effect of those problems? And then the duration, how long has it been going on?
Easy. So let's rewind, man. I have notes here. Notes are notes. I like to act like I just don't see any of that. From you, like, what are the ultimate challenges you're hoping to?
Don't let that go over your head, right? I said I have notes here, but notes are notes. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that because I don't want him to say, oh, well, I already told the other fucking guy my problem, so can you just tell me what to do, right? I'm already ripping that away. I don't know if any guy, I'm sure y'all do. You try to start the conversation and then they try to refer back to the conversation that they had with the setter. I don't give a fuck what the setter said. I don't give a fuck what the note's saying. I like to act like it doesn't exist. I want to hear it from you. Let's keep going.
To get some help with.
Boundaries, charting, making a schedule that's like reasonable. And let's see, how to handle difficult conversations. Yeah, things like that.
Got you.
So he just threw a whole lot of shit at me there, right? But this is why taking notes, taking quality notes is important, because as you're about to see, we're about to dive into each and every one of those things that he just gave me.
So you threw a bit at me there. So boundaries, what are you seeing that makes you feel like boundaries is potentially like a challenge?
So yeah, there's times where, you know, I just get thrown into being on call. You know, I work for a staffing company for skilled nursing facilities. So like around New Year's, I got a message saying, one of the other doctors, his mother is sick in another country, he has to fly out to see her. So during my whole New Year's weekend, I was responding to phone calls, responding to text messages. And I mean, you know, I think he would do the same for me, but, you know, there's really nothing I could do.
And how do you feel like that was a boundaries problem for you?
I mean, I was looking forward to, you know, partying with friends, not having to think about work.
Yeah.
So we're just probing here, right? He said boundaries is a problem, and I asked him, what are you saying that makes you feel that way? And then he told me a story, but we need to probe even deeper to why does he feel like that specifically is a boundaries problem, right? That's how you probe.
The company is working on getting this service called Third Eye. doctors working through telemedicine to handle things like that.
Yeah.
Right. So they're working on getting that, but they've been saying they've been working on that for 6 months now. So
You know what that means, right?
right.
That's how they keep you on the hook.
Right.
And so when you mentioned this as kind of being a boundaries thing, was it tough for you to just tell them, no, I have a life, I'm not going to be on call?
Right. I can't say no, basically. I mean, I can't even imagine what would have had.
What do you think? Is it like, what do you think would happen if you said no? I have a life. If you can't just throw me on call.
Maybe the CEO of the company would get on the phone with me and say, "Hey, what's going on?"
Gotcha. And I'll make sure we get back to that. But then you said charting and a reasonable schedule. What does their charting situation look like?
Again, remember, he gave me 3 problems, right? So we just got the first one figured out. Now we're gonna get into the next 2, right? The problem here is a lot of you will hear a problem, you'll only go for that problem. It's like, well, you'll hear multiple problems, but then you'll only go for one of them. He gave you a bunch, fucking unpack all of them. This is how you build urgency. This is also how you get the context that you need so that you can be able to challenge him when this way of thinking that doesn't serve him shows up. But you can't challenge him without context. You feel me? Let's keep going.
So charting, I have a setup where I hired a scribe in the Philippines, and she's been great. I record into a MP3 file my dictations, and she charts everything for me. She knows my templates, and that's been going great for like over a year now. But I still have to spend the time to dictate, read the notes. I get multiple admissions each day, gotta round up patients, so it takes about maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours per day.
And I'm sure you're able to kind of like leave work at work, right? Like it doesn't follow you home.
Boom, what do we do there? We're minimizing it so you can maximize it, right? I am purposely making the problem seem smaller than it is, because if I try to make the problem seem bigger, human nature is he's going to make it seem smaller. So if I said, damn, that must be rough, and I'm sure it's taking it home and all this shit, he'd be like, man, no, it's not that bad. Versus if I'm the one who minimizes it, if I'm the one who says, oh, I'm sure you're not taking it home, he's gonna maximize it. He's gonna be like, oh no, you don't even understand.
I have an office here at the nursing facilities, but I don't like to stay here because people will keep coming and knocking on the door, interrupting. I go home, I work from home, do all my notes at home, put in orders from home. But yeah, it's always a constant battle, like stay home, put in orders, do my dictations, or try to get to the gym. And then after the gym, I come back and work on notes. I wake up late, wake up around 10 a.m. Takes me like 2-3 hours to get ready, make breakfast, review labs.
So this 2 hours that we're talking about, this is like 2 hours at home that you're typically spending charting?
Yeah. It depends.
What does that take away from?
Yeah, it definitely takes away from being so.
Boom. So now we can start to bridge into more of the emotional problems, right? When it comes to selling to smart people, you always want to start with the logical problems and then bridge it into the emotional. So now I know that it's boundaries and that it's charting, and I know he's taking it home. So now I can understand what does that take away from, and I quantify the amount of time that it takes him at home, which is 2 hours. Now we can find out what it takes away from. Let's keep going. We're still in problems.
Social, going out on dates, things like that.
Single guy.
And I forgot to say this earlier, right? But the thing about the problems, what we're looking for here is, and this is 90% of the sale is either made or lost right here, right? Okay, so now we're getting into the emotional side of things because we checked off the problems, which is the logical part. Now we're getting into the emotional, which is what is that taking away from? And he told me he's taking 2 hours a day, charting at home. And so now we're gonna understand what that shit takes away from, right? And he says going on dates, I'll play this part back.
Yeah, it depends.
What does that take away from?
Yeah, it definitely takes away from being social, going out on dates, things like that.
Single guy.
Right.
Got you. Are you single with no kids or?
Yes, single with no kids. Sort of dating off and on. an old flame. We have a trip to the Bahamas in February, so it's gonna be good.
Yeah, yeah, and like this is interesting when it comes to like physician relationships, right? Because what do you feel like are the ramifications if you don't actually get this charting like under control and the boundaries under control? What happens then?
You know, like this weekend I went to a trip to Miami. It was sort of a last minute trip with some old residency buddies, and yeah, there was like you know, I was seeing patients Thursday morning, and then I drove straight to the airport, and you know, I was like doing dictations on my phone in the airport lounge, and I still have some work from Thursday that I got to finish.
This is exactly why I say the problem stage is the most important part of the call, right? And how deep you can get here. Listen to how specific we're getting. Like this dude is telling me he is in Live popping bottles thinking about charts and dictations and shit, right? It's a terrible quality of life. But I wouldn't have understood that if I didn't get specific, if I didn't probe right here, right?
So,
Yeah. And do you think that this kind of a schedule, well, this kind of a routine is like, what's the word? Do you think it's conducive to actually being able to maintain like a romantic relationship if you continue working the way you are, having this lack of boundaries?
yeah, it's probably not great. I feel like it's been the normal for so long. I'm just sort of used to it. And the lady that I'm dating, she also has this like.
Did you catch that? That is a red flag. He just told me that this has been the norm for what he's used to. So if we don't challenge him, which I will later on, if we don't challenge him, if we don't challenge this type of language, he's gonna continue to stick to what's normal, especially when he hears a $12,000 price tag at the end of the call. Let's keep going.
Like a high up position at a corporation, and she works really hard. So I guess Alex.
Normal is a funny word because like there's no real definition of normal. It's what we make normal. So it doesn't have to be normal, right? And then I think you said something about like a reasonable schedule.
Planting seeds. Normal is a funny word because there's no real definition of it. It's only what we accept to be normal. We decide what's normal. All right, I'm gonna come back to this later. I'm gonna challenge him harder later, but that's a way of thinking that we have to start planting seeds to take away from him, right? Because it doesn't serve him.
What did you mean there?
You know, I would consider myself a night owl. I used to be a nocturnist for years. You know, I just naturally like staying up late. I would, like play video games, watch movies, try to work on personal projects. But yeah, you know, I realized that I end up staying up late because I'm like, after I get my notes done, I'm like, okay, now I finally have personal me time. But it's already so late, it's after midnight. So I end up staying until like 1, 2, 3, doing things that I enjoy. So, you know, I think for like a normal 9 to 5 person, they would be doing it at like between, you know, 6 to 10.
Right. I mean, if you could get 2 hours of your day back, right? Like that's still 2 hours of sleep and still being able to do the things you like.
Yes.
How long have you been feeling this way? How long have these things?
So we got the problem itself, boundaries, schedule, and charting. So we got those. We got the effects that he's not able to date as efficiently and effectively as he'd like to. And he's popping bottles and Live thinking about dictations and charts, right? Now we're about to find out the duration.
Going on, the boundaries, the charting, the schedule. Back to.
Probably a good amount of time. I mean, 3 years. I switched from travel hospitals to nursing homes 2023. So I've been doing this for almost 2 years now.
Okay, so 2 years is how long you've been feeling like the charting and the boundaries like should be better?
Yeah, you know, the money is awesome. It's the best money I've ever made, and I'm really happy about that. I was able, you know, build up my investments, you know, still pay down my student loan,
I'm asking him how long he's been in this place, that he just doesn't have a fucking life. And what is he doing? He's telling me how good the money is. He's rationalizing. He's ultimately trying to convince himself that even though his situation sucks, it's not that bad because he's making good money. Let's keep going.
I'm sure the money's good, but it's at what expense, right? Like, in that 2 to 3 years, what steps would you say you've taken to?
So we're moving on from problem stage, right? Now we're gonna move on to what I call ethical gaslighting. And this is where we're gonna challenge him for not being proactive enough to solving his problem. And you can see we ripped through this shit fast. We're only 10 minutes into the call. Now we're gonna talk about what has he done to try to solve this, and then again challenging him on either not doing anything or not doing enough. So the ways of thinking that have kept him stuck previously, they don't continue to keep him stuck. Which, speaking of, thing here is congruency is really important, right? In order for this part of the call to land, which is the second most important part, is you have to be congruent with the words that you're saying. If someone says that they haven't moved forward because of the money, because of the time, or because they didn't know where to start, or ego, or whatever, and this is the same fucking excuse that you are giving yourself, it's gonna be really hard to call them out on it, at least not with conviction, until you can get out of your own way and you can call yourself out on it. Let's now dive into ethical gaslighting. And to give a checkpoint of what we're looking for here in ethical gaslighting, it's finding out the duration where he got, so finding out what he's done, challenging him on not doing it enough or not doing anything, and then after that, asking him if he's ready to overcome that way of thinking that's led to him not doing anything or doing enough, and if we can keep him accountable. So 4 things we're looking for here. Let's keep going.
Being able to set better boundaries, to be more efficient with charting so that you can actually be social, be able to date. Like, what would you say you've done to be able to improve these things?
I did the scribe. I hired her myself, and then I told my company, and they actually ended up hiring her and bringing her on. So now the company pays for her. I was able to train her to do my charting exactly how I liked it. The other thing I've been thinking about is having her to put in orders for me. Could be risky, but I think if I train her well enough, that could also be a huge time too.
So I guess like we've taken some steps, right? Like you hired the scribe from the Philippines. What do you feel like is the reason, we still are struggling with boundaries? We're still struggling with charting despite hiring her.
It's a busy job. I see a lot of patients per day.
What am I doing here? I'm trying to get him to take ownership over having not done enough to solve this, right? We still haven't really been able to do that. Let's keep going.
Let's see, I just saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. I just saw 22 patients that I already known about, and then I just got a message that 2 admissions just arrived, so I gotta go down and see each one. It might take 20, 30 minutes for those, and then I'll get home and it'll be, it'll probably be 6:37. So yeah,
which is pretty standard, right? Like we see that across most of the doctors we work with. I guess let me ask you this, like what?
And the reason I said that is because he's trying to externalize, like, I'm such a special snowflake because I have so many patients that I need to see. But I'm like, dog, that's normal, right? A lot of the doctors that we speak to have 20, 22 patients a day, or in this case, 24. Like, this isn't you're not special, basically. I still need him to take ownership because he hasn't done that yet.
What are you hoping then that a physician coach could potentially help you with that you haven't been able to solve on your own?
Maybe my charting is too much. Maybe there's some tricks that she could tell me. Maybe coaching on like setting boundaries. I think I do a pretty good job with boundaries. Like sometimes I'll just be like, no, I'm sorry, I have to leave. It's not fair to me. I have my own life. Like sometimes I'll be walking out, just going from the office down the hallway to the front of the building. People are constantly, coming to me like zombies. So, all right, that's it. Send me a message. We have like a messaging system called e-Medicall, and they type a message and it'll go to the person on call.
Yeah. So I guess like, why do you feel like, in your opinion, you still haven't been able to solve this? Like, you setting some boundaries, right? Your charting has gotten a little better. Like, where do you feel like you're looking to go to that alone you haven't been able to go to?
I don't know. That's why I'm checking you guys out.
Okay. What do you think is?
That's why I'm checking you guys out. What is he doing? He is trying to put the responsibility on me. I don't even think he realizes he's doing that. He's trying to put the responsibility on me. One. Two, painting himself like he already kind of has it figured out, right? And he's just like seeing what we have to offer, and it's like, yeah, I already kind of have it under control, but if you can make it better, you know, I thought I'd jump on. Mind you, like I said earlier, this dude's been canceling calls with us for months. We're not gonna let that shit slide. Let's keep going.
Missing? Like, are you okay kind of continuing, going through another 2, 3, 4 years, not having much of a social life, having an irregular sleep schedule, struggling with boundaries? Like, if nothing changes the next 3, 4 years, are you fine with it?
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see burnout.
Why can you see burnout if nothing changes?
Yeah, I could definitely see it. I mean, I handle 2 big nursing facilities. So I was thinking maybe just cut one out and make half the amount of money and be happier. So.
But do you think half the amount of money would you'd be happier though?
Maybe if I could, maybe working so hard is not the answer. I mean.
Do you think there's a world where you work the same amount that you're working, make the same amount, but be able to have a life and be able to?
I'm steering him away from a solution that doesn't involve. There's a lot of nuanced shit going on right here. And like, this is the point a lot of you lose deals, right? So he's trying to now convince himself that the solution is just to work less as opposed to be better at his job. You have to rip that way of thinking away from him, right? Watch how I do it.
Not be so drowned with work. Do you think a world like that exists?
Yeah, I think it's a possibility. I mean, I have friends that are hospitalists. I don't want to go back to being a hospitalist. It was pretty rough. I mean, you do a 7 on, 7 off. It was very draining afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Don't have weekends. Clinic, it was terrible. I never liked clinic and residency.
Yeah.
Still, it's sort of a mixture in between. I make my own hours, but I still definitely work a lot. Make great money, but yeah, it's a stressful job, high risk. So, but
like, what do you feel? Be real with me. My goal is to help you out here, right? What do you feel like has prevented you from actually getting that guidance, getting that coaching, as opposed to continuing trying to figure it out alone in that 3 years?
So in hindsight, I probably would have asked this question like a long time ago, maybe like 4 or 5 minutes ago when he told me that he had a scribe. I think we took a little long to get here, but now this is gonna finally expose his excuse that he's been telling himself, and if not handled, he's gonna tell me at the end of the call. Let's keep going.
I guess I just thought this is the way it is. I had a mentor who also does this kind of work, and he sort of helped me to get this job. And I always feel like if he could do it, I can do it too. You know.
Yeah. So ultimately, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But a sense of like pride, right? Like, I don't need anybody to help me.
True.
Yeah. And do you see how this way of thinking of I could figure it out alone, I don't need anybody? Do you see how this way of thinking has like held you back a little bit?
So we found out what he's done to try to solve this, and now we're challenging him on not doing enough, and then we're gonna ask him if he's ready to overcome it and if we can keep him accountable. So now we're about to check off box number 2 here. It took me longer than it would now, right?
Yeah. I see that.
What do you think it has?
Maybe it's made me like a workaholic.
Right.
Having enough free time to push into my personal family life, things like that.
Right, which takes a lot of self-awareness to look in the mirror and be able to say that, right? And like,
so now we are rewarding. So he's answering, before he wasn't answering in alignment with the type of person he wants to be, which is ultimately the type of person who buys. Now he is. And so we're rewarding that so he can continue to be in alignment with that, right? And he can, of course, get the outcomes that he wants and then also move forward.
do you think that this way of thinking is worth holding on to, or should we probably start to look at things a little different?
Yeah, I agree. I think I should take some steps to improve it.
Yeah, and like, why now to change, to take those steps to improve it, rather than continuing to do what we've been doing? Why now?
So boom, are you ready to overcome it? Why now? And then the last part of it, this portion of the call is, do I have your permission to keep you accountable?
It's like getting older, 41. To have a family, you should really step on it. Like my dad had me when he was 33. So
Yeah.
we're behind.
Yeah. And like because as a doctor, you know, right? Our brains are funny in the way they work. It shows itself in different ways, right? One part of you knows that this isn't a healthy way to continue living and wants to break free of that, but the other side is so comfortable and familiar and will kind of keep you there, right? And so if that version of yourself that you're trying to get away from, if it were to kind of try to keep you there, like I guess what measures like internally are you going to do to be able to actually push past it? Because it's inevitably going to happen. How are you going to be able to push that side of your brain telling you to stay where you are?
So first, I'm gonna understand what I need him to own the fact that this way of thinking is gonna show itself and what he's gonna do to overcome it before I ask him if I could keep him accountable to overcoming it.
I know change can be difficult. If I see like a healthier path, then I'll just give it a shot.
Yeah. And would we, as your coaches, have your permission to keeping you accountable to actually overcoming that way of thinking?
Yeah, I'm definitely interested.
Are you sure? Because I'm not always very nice.
Boom. Do I have your permission to keep you accountable? Yes. Are you sure? Because I'm not always very nice. It's my fucking favorite thing to say. So now we have ripped this way of thinking of, I just need to get a new job. That would have been a potential objection of like, oh, I don't need coaching, I just need a new job, right? Or he said something about already having a mentor, ripped that away. Now, the fact that he can figure it out alone, we ripped all that shit away. And he gave us permission to keep him accountable. In other words, permission to objection handle him, right? Now we can move on. Now what we're gonna move on to is what's called the heaven or the solution stage. This is where we get them fucking dreaming, right? This is where now we're talking about the possibility of success, what life looks like once this problem is actually solved. And so the key objectives here is future pacing him, is DQing other solutions, and then having him sell himself on our solution. Let's jump in.
Yeah.
Okay. And what does like success look like, man? Let's paint that picture, right? Let's say you're 6 months out, you're comfortable setting healthy boundaries, the charts aren't taking up so much time, right? You have a regular schedule. How do things look then compared to now? What does that actually change for you?
Have more time for hobbies, more time to spend with family, further into a relationship.
And like, is your lady? How long have y'all been together?
Since COVID.
Okay. Is she? I know how they could get. Is she giving you pressure of like, babe, we should probably start thinking about a family and marriage and kids, or not yet?
Yeah. So last time we went to a club, maybe like 2 months ago, her friend was there, and her friend like sort of cornered me, and she's like, "Hey, what are you doing, my friend? Stop wasting her time. You need to put a ring on." So
Powerful. That's powerful right there. He has no work-life balance. He's been with his lady for a long time, and her friends are pressuring him to put a ring on it or stop wasting her time. That's some super powerful shit when it comes to, again, this is urgency, right? When it comes to him actually moving forward, taking action to do something. It's because of shit like that, right? These are the real reasons someone's going to have to move forward. Not just because I just want to see what you guys do, like you said earlier. It's because of shit like this.
And she was like nearby, and I'm sure she heard it. And I was like, this is not your business. And
damn, how did that make you feel?
Well, we've never had like serious talks, if we're exclusive or not.
Yeah.
She left for her job. I like to travel. We enjoy each other's company. We spend a lot of time together, but I'm not sure. I'm just sort of still on the fence.
Yeah. If her friend is comfortable saying that to you, they are damn sure having conversations about it, even if your girl's not saying it to you, right? And so like, it sounds like you have some pretty important goals here. Being able to do with these hobbies, being able to actually get more serious in the relationship, have a family, right?
So it looks like I ran this call a little differently because I DQ'd other solutions earlier on, and I had him sell himself on our solution a little earlier on by asking him, what do you think a coach could do that maybe you're not getting for yourself right now? So I didn't handle it the way I typically would, because I remembered I had already asked those questions earlier. There's a lesson in that. First of all, I need to do a better job following the fucking process. But secondly, this is you being able to roll with the punches and being able to read the room. Like, as long as the boxes are checked, for the most part, as long as the boxes of a sales process are checked, there isn't like a super strict fucking rule that they have to be checked in this particular time, right? Conversations are dynamic, but I know I hit those points. And so now what we're moving on to is hell, or otherwise known as the consequence stage, and ultimately figuring out what happens if nothing changes, right? What happens if he continues to be in this place? Is he willing to allow that? Is he willing to settle for that?
I definitely think what we're doing here would work for you. Is it okay if I ask you an honest question though?
Sure.
Yeah. Two sides to every coin, right? Like, one side of that coin, we do push past limitations, right? The mental barriers we talked about. 6-7 months from now, we're having a totally different conversation. Like, things can change quick if you change. So 6-7 months from now, that's the conversation we're having. You are able to have more of this bandwidth personally, to take on more hobbies, travel more if you want, get more serious in the relationship. But it's because temporarily you got uncomfortable and actually got the guidance to do so and overcame the pride, right? But the other side is maybe that side that I was talking about that wants to keep you where you are, it wins. And we continue doing what we've been doing. We don't make the changes. We don't get the help. 6 months go by, nothing changes. Still frustrated about the same thing. What would bother you about that still being your situation?
So again, this is like a call from like a year ago, but the thing about how I asked the consequence question is I'm not just saying what happens if nothing changes, but I'm bringing context from what we spoke about earlier. So what happens if this problem continues, this problem, and this problem, and then the reason that you haven't done anything continues to show itself, which in his case is pride, right? The reason that you haven't taken action, you don't overcome that, and then you just continue to not take action. What are the consequences there?
Repeat the lessons.
Yeah, like, what would bother you if 6 months went by and that's still your situation? Nothing changing, ultimately because you didn't change.
Yeah, I mean, I would feel, I'm not evolving, and I'd be sad about that. I mean, these are inner conversations I've had in my head. This isn't probably good to keep doing this. I mean, I just sort of compartmentalize it as work hard, party hard.
Yeah.
When I do have time off, I travel, have a good time, and then hit the ground running when I come back. So
Traveling like as a band-aid kind of, right? And like, are you, again, this is coming from a good place, man. I hope you're taking it this way. Are you willing to continue settling for that?
Are you willing to settle for that? Why? Because he's rationalizing. He's trying to, again, convince himself the way of thinking that we kind of took away from earlier is showing itself again right here in consequence. He's trying to convince himself that it's not that bad because he makes good money, right? Again, the dude makes like probably 400 or 500 grand a year, but he has a shit life. So we're gonna hold him to the standard of who he wants to be.
Yeah, I mean, the money's pretty good. Yeah, I just figured it was like, I'm young, I'm in my prime, I need to work hard.
See, he's delusional, and it's like no disrespect to him, but he's delusional. It's because he's trying to convince himself to stay the same, trying to convince himself that his situation is not that bad. And he's telling himself he's young. Dog, you're fucking 41 years old, right? You have to help these people get real with their situation, not just for the sale, but so they can actually change.
Most doctors in my situation are probably doing the same.
Mm-hmm. So. Can I give you my 2 cents? Is that okay?
Yeah, please.
You're 41, brother.
Right.
You're not still young.
Ooh! You're 41. You are not still young. How many people in his life are saying shit like that to him? Not many. How many people are being that honest and direct with him? Like, I asked him a consequence question and he pretty much said that if nothing changes, it's not the end of the world because he's still young. This is the same dude, if you remember earlier, said, I'm getting older, I'm 41. Now he's still young. Same dude who was saying, you know, my dad had me at 33, I should probably be starting a family now. Again, I'm 41. Now he's young. This is how people talk themselves out of buying. You can't let this shit go over your head. It happens throughout the entire call. And if you consistently let them get away with stuff like this, they stay stuck, you stay fucking chasing them in follow-up land. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
You're not still young. You're 41.
Mm-hmm.
And the goals you have of moving into starting a family are getting closer and closer.
Right.
And so are you willing to continue settling for optimizing for work, knowing that you want a family, knowing that you want more out of life? Are you willing to continue settling for putting yourself last for a paycheck?
Yeah, that's
Come on. You gotta have these types of conversations.
a good question. I mean, I should not be living to work. I should be working to live. So
But that doesn't answer my question of if you're willing to keep settling for it.
He just gave me a Tony Robbins motivational speech. This is to deflect the tension. Didn't answer my fucking question though.
I'm ready to make the change. I'm willing to take it.
And you know, someone in the comments said that I curse too much. Someone said I curse too much and the content's great. If only I could stop cursing. Hopefully you're watching this, brother. I will never stop cursing. I will never clean up the language for the content. And if that offends any of you, then working with me you would probably hate working with me if cursing offends you. Because I curse like a fucking sailor. Just wanted to say that because I realized I've been cursing a lot today.
You don't have to take a pay cut. You just have to be more efficient.
Right. Yeah.
Get the guidance to do so, but you have to be ready to change though.
Yeah. That's why.
So are you willing to change, or are you willing to continue settling for the same thing?
Yeah. I mean, that's why I didn't shut you guys out. I would have been like, no, I can do this on my own. So I'm gonna give you guys a chance.
Yeah.
He's still deflecting. He's still fucking deflecting.
And like we're right now, it's almost like going to the kitchen, right? And you say you're fucking hungry, and then you go to the kitchen. You could go to the kitchen, open up the fridge doors, look around, and then not make yourself food and get out. So being on the call is a good first step, but at the end of the day, we're just in the kitchen right now. And so like what actually changed or what shifted internally to where you're not willing to continue settling for that and you are ready to make a different move? Is it just new year, new me, some hyped up motivation that's here today and gone tomorrow? What actually shifted internally that you're not willing to continue settling for that?
Just constant stress, pressure, and reading the testimonials on the Gallery site. I was like, all right, let's give it a shot.
Oh yeah, and I'm proud of you for taking that step. And so if things actually feel good, if it feels like there's alignment, you're ready to actually step out of the comfortability and take that step if things feel good?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, totally feels like what we're doing here would work for you.
And then boom, we get into the pitch, right? This is the type of dude who you have to hold to a very high standard, and you have to do it the entire call. As you can see here, can't let him get off the hook, because you give him an inch, it's gonna take a mile. And again, it's ultimately not serving the guy. He had some slight objections, and that will be like a whole other video. So if you guys want to see me handle the objections that he gave, this video is already long as fuck. But if you want to see me handle his objection, just comment the word objection down below on this video, and I got you.
I've been closing high ticket deals for the last 3 years, and now I'm in the top 1% of earners in the entire industry. And this year alone, I've brought in over $1 million cash in just about 7 months. And as a result of that, I've learned how to close some of the toughest prospects you can imagine. And so in this call right here, you're about to watch me close a high-level doctor who makes over 600 grand a year, not some young 19-year-old kid trying to start a dropshipping store or start some Amazon FBA store. This is a smart prospect. And this is to prove that the things that I teach on this channel can work with that avatar, but can also work with highly sophisticated people. So you're gonna see how I handle the tough analytical buyers, how I still keep frame, how I control the entire conversation, and ultimately get to a deal. This isn't just some organic traffic laydown. And the only way you're truly gonna understand this framework is through watching the entire call. You're gonna watch me pre-handle objections, break down walls, and turn him into a paying client on the spot. So without further ado, let's jump in. So there's really 4 core parts to a sales call. There's the frame, there's the problem, there's the heaven, and then there's hell. Each part of the call has a certain criteria that has to be checked off before I move into the next one. First, let's start with frame. The thing to understand about frame is when you jump into a call, you need to let the person know how the conversation is going to go and what to expect. You need to drop their guard, put them in a decision-making state, and maintain high status. And so what you don't want to do is build fake rapport. Oh, what city are you in? Oh, did you watch the game last night? Just all the fake bullshit that they know you don't care about. You don't want to do that, because when you do that, it reminds them that you are a sales guy and you look just like everybody else. And so what we're going to look for here is the fact that I have high status, I frame the call, he's in a decision-making state, and his guard is dropped.
Hello, Adrian. You see and hear me good?
Oh yeah, perfect actually.
Cool. Looks like you're looking at potentially getting some outside support. Does that sound about right?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I have a little bit of context here from the conversation you had with Hunter. Sounds like we're dealing with some charting problems. I'll make sure we cover it all. My name's Nick. I'm the director of physician wellness. Work with almost 1,000 physicians in a pretty similar spot. What I've seen to work best on these calls is we just open up, right? We see what's going on, see if what we're doing here makes sense for you, and if so, we'll talk about potential next steps. I will say though, we are definitely not for everyone. So if I don't think we could help, I'll make sure I still point you in the best direction. Would that be helpful?
Okay, sure.
Boom. So off the rip, frame the call. I let him know how it's gonna go. I did not ask him some bullshit question about what city he's based in or if he watched the game last night. He's in a decision-making state. His guard is down. Let's keep going.
So let's rewind. In your words, like what would you say is the ultimate challenge, obstacle you're hoping for some help?
So the next part is now the problems, understanding the problems that he's dealing with. And so there's a couple key parts here. We need to understand what the problems are exactly, what's going on, what's causing them, how those problems are affecting him and the people around him, his family, his work, whatever, and then the duration of how long those problems have been going on for.
Yeah, the ultimate challenge is really the getting the workflow and charting part. Seems like that's the one thing that derails everything. Is that still haven't figured out, because I work with a hospital system. So essentially what we do is do 7 days on, 7 days off.
Okay.
It's a 12-hour system, a 12-hour day.
Okay.
And with that, there's meetings during the day. And
like, what are you seeing? Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no. What I'm finding is that I'll save a number of patients, then I get inundated throughout throughout that whole process with we use Epic, so I get inundated with numerous messages that I have to reply back to, and what happens is that it just throws off my entire workflow. I end up not spending time with the patients, kind of procrastinating, delaying all my charting until the end of the day, and then I'm there for.
And take me back a second.
Sure.
When it comes to the charting, like, what's your current approach right now? Like, what are you able to do it with the patient in the room, or what does that look like?
And so boom, I'm interrupting him here because I'm the one who's controlling and leading the conversation. And so if he gets too comfortable yapping and rambling, who's in control? Of course, we're not going to allow that. I'm directing and I'm leading.
It depends. There's some rooms that do not have a computer there, and other rooms that do have a computer there. And when I try to look at the note ahead of time, but I don't do it in real time. That's the thing. Because most of the times there is a computer there that I could log into. And,
what do you think prevents you from being able to do it in real time?
It's part of it's like the like, for instance, in the patient room, it's there's no dictaphone. I have to type into it, and then when I'm not in the room, I'm using a dragon dictation, and it seems like whenever I use a dragon dictation, it just slows down the whole process. So I'm trying to abbreviate, but well, let me backtrack. Kind of try to isolate it a little bit more. So essentially, I won't go in there. I'll review the chart. I'll review the chart, everything going in before seeing the patient, and then I see the patient, and I'll get distracted here and there, and so I don't do the real-time charting. I'll just scribble it on a piece of paper, and then I'll go on to the next patient.
You said you get distracted? Is that what I heard?
I get distracted, yeah.
What do you get distracted by?
Just with the nurse.
Boom, same thing, right? I'm letting him talk a little bit, but at the same time, this isn't a therapy session. He's not about to just ramble on. He said he gets distracted. What's he getting distracted by? Let's unpack.
Just they'll have one message from the haiku. Goes right into my inbox. It alerts my phone.
So there's a couple elements here. So you said there's not doing it in real time, and then afterwards getting distracted by the nurses. So we'll break both of them down. When it comes to afterwards, actually before we get there, when it comes to doing it in real time, outside of the dictating, internally, what do you think is preventing you from being able to knock it out with the patient in the room? What do you think is blocking you internally from being able to do that?
And for context here, the program that I'm selling is helping doctors be able to chart faster and more efficiently and effectively.
Probably, I would say that I haven't inputting it. Mostly try to structure it in real time. For instance, I just end up trying to make maybe too much perfectionism. So if I can't get a good paragraph in there, I'll defer it. I'll kick the can, till later in the day, and then I'll try to put in some, a really well-structured paragraph.
What's behind that?
And I think that's what's delaying the process.
What's behind that? What would you say is behind the perfectionism? And if I can't get a perfect paragraph, then I'll defer it to the rest of the day.
Yeah, that's been ongoing issue. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. It's just like some sort of like a bad trait in a way, because I mean it's good for certain respects, but when it comes down to getting things done, and it definitely is not it's a bad trait to have.
Yeah. And if we look at and we'll unpack it together, right? If we look at the relationship in your mind of a perfect paragraph, is that ultimately like if it's not a perfect paragraph, then you're not being a good doctor? What's the relationship in your mind there?
Yeah, I think that's part of, like, for instance, when I at the end of the day when I do sit down with the notes, then I try to cover all the bases. I think that's part of it. Definitely, I think that's part of it.
That could be trouble.
So yeah, because the things like other people's, and then I get like reinforcement from other doctors. They say, oh yeah, you wrote a really good note, and
yeah.
So what happens is that is reinforcing it.
And like when you talk about delaying it till the end of the day, what does that get in the way of for you?
Yeah, so the thing is that, like, with the delay, a lot of it is we have rounds with all the case managers, with that we go over all the patient nurses and case managers in the morning. So let's say like at 10:30 there are rounds, and so the way, like, it's like the whole workflow is messed up, because in the morning I'll like go see a few patients, and then I'm like, okay, there's rounds are coming up in half an hour, I got to catch up on everybody else. So then I start reviewing all these other.
Yeah, and let me rephrase. Apologies. I think my question was a little blurry there. When I say like, what does it get in the way of? Because you said like delaying it till the end of the day and then not doing it in real time. Like when we look at that, like I guess like personally, you having this pile at the end of the day, like what does that get in the way of for you?
Like at the end of the day, or
like is work staying at work, or I'm sure it doesn't follow you home.
Yeah, no, I live at work, but I end up spending like maybe literally like over 3 hours.
Wow.
Like, in addition to the shift, so now I'm spending a 15-hour day.
You have a family, or is it just you supporting?
Yeah, I have a wife, a 20-year-old daughter.
Yeah.
So far, what we have is the problem. The problem is that he has perfectionism when it comes to doing those charts, right? So we've already knocked out number one. Now the second part is how the problems are affecting him. I asked him the question of what it's getting in the way of. Either he didn't fully understand it or he deflected it. Regardless, he did not answer it. So I redirected the conversation, because now it's time for part number two of the effects of these problems.
So it's exhausting because it cuts into sleep, and then it just psychologically you think, okay, you're gonna have 7 days off after the shift, after the 7-day stretch, but then part of that time is spent in complete recovery mode, like for the next couple days. It's kind of being exhausted from it.
And like if we backtrack a little bit, so
sure.
there's the perception of like it has to be perfect, right? That's one piece, and then the other thing that you said is getting distracted by the nurses. What do you think prevents you from being able to like draw the?
And so we have a little bit there around how it affects him personally, not too much, and I'll make sure we get back to that. He told me it affects his sleep and whatnot, but I want to understand that problem a little more.
The right expectations and boundaries with them, so that you don't allow it to distract you. Where do you think that comes from?
Yeah, probably I would say like I don't set boundaries. That's the main problem. Like it's not setting boundaries, not being it's very hard for me to say no. I need this time to finish this or that. If somebody comes to me, says, oh, can you I need help with this, or can you do this, I'll just like drop what I'm doing and
do you perceive it as rude if you draw boundaries, like at least the way you're looking at it right now? Yeah. And so like, can I say something without potentially offending you?
Sure.
Yeah. So okay, before I even say that, this perception of being rude and drawing boundaries and saying I need the time, right? This perception of things have to be perfect for me to be a good doctor. You not wanting to disrespect them, who's that ultimately disrespecting? Who else?
And the time, actually, it's really disrespecting the patients because they need time.
Who else?
Let's see, myself, patients. I guess, if it relates my time, then family too.
Exactly.
Boom! Now we got a deeper effect of what else it's affecting. He just told me his family. And so I have two problems. It's perfectionism and drawing the right boundaries. And those problems are leading to him not being able to get the sleep, not being able to be present with his family. Now we're about to unpack that.
Exactly. And so the thing I want to say without potentially offending you is like, how much longer do we want to continue not drawing those boundaries because of the perception of being rude, right? Continue having a perfect paragraph because you feel like that's what makes you a good doctor. Like, how much longer do you want to continue disrespecting yourself and your family because of that perception? How much longer do we want that to go on?
That's a fucking gut-punching question right there. A lot of people would not ask a doctor who makes $600-700 grand a year that question, but not over here.
Yeah, because that's the most important part. I could walk you through tactics and efficiency hacks and all that, but like that's ultimately the thing that's going to keep you stuck. Because if we really look at it that way of thinking, what has that costed you so far? Right. I think you're a little like, I don't know if it's your headphone or it sounds a little far. I don't think.
Yeah, I'm gonna adjust the.
Okay, you sound better now. Whatever you did.
Okay, so. All right. Okay. All Wait, how's that? Is that better?
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. So I missed your answer though. When I said what has that costed you, like what has that actually costed you?
Oh, yeah, cost of time and just yeah, mostly time and just frustration.
Yeah. And so maybe the better question, Adrian, is that perception. I'm not asking for a roadmap of how to get there and how to let go of it, but that way of thinking, do you think it's serving you the best, or should we maybe start to let go of that?
Yes, that's get out of the house.
Yeah. It's like, are you willing or ready to let go of that way of thinking so that you can be more present with your family and not disrespect yourself and your patients and family? Like, are you ready to let go of that way of thinking?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Why now?
It's just affecting my health. Like where it's lack of sleep and that kind of snowballs, and it's just kind of just having enough of it. Seeing other people able to enjoy.
So I'm challenging the hell out of this guy. I understand how it's affecting him at a little bit of a deeper level now, and I'm asking him why he wants to change it and why now to change that.
They'll finish maybe. I mean, granted, like just going by like one other hospitalist, he says he stays they're late for him late is 1 hour. So that's he tries to cover all the bases, but he's not a perfectionist or anything. And but he walks away without it being stressful. And for me, it's definitely stressful. And then, for instance, I'll come home the next day. Like we do a 7-day stretch. We're supposed to sign out, so we do coordination of care summaries, and then I get a little bit too detailed on that. What it turns out is then the discharge summaries I will leave on for the next day when I'm not working, when I should be doing it on the day of discharge, and that is like a huge thing. Is that I kick off my discharge summaries to like the day after. When I'm not working, and I've lost an additional day. So
we're losing 3 hours a day, and then you're working 7 on, 7 off, and part of the 7 off you said is recovery, but then you're also doing your work on that day off as a result of boundaries and perfectionism. Am I missing anything?
No, that's correct. Yeah.
And I respect the hell out of you because you're being transparent and honest, right? Like you're looking within and seeing what can I change. Like that says a lot about you.
Identity frame. What I'm doing here is I'm rewarding him for being open and honest, because what's he going to do more of? He's going to continue being open and honest because I rewarded him.
So we have a demanding career. We have a 20-year-old daughter. And then you also said you have a lady. You said you have a wife, right? This relationship with work, how does it affect your ability to show up and be the husband that you want to be there when you have the husband hat on?
It doesn't. Basically, like absent, like mentally, physically absent, not physically, but mentally absent for the whole week. So it's like nothing gets done for the week, and then I'm stressed out for the next couple of days, so I don't spend time, with them. Especially, there's issues or something going on at home, and during that week, I'm like I'm not present really.
Yeah. And how does your lady feel about that?
She's not happy about it. So yeah, she's a little frustrated about that. Yeah.
And is it?
Boom, now we're in wife, now we're in partner, we're in spouse, we're understanding how it's affecting her. Now I'm gonna show you how to pre-handle spouse objection.
Women are funny, man. They're not always super expressive, but sometimes you can read it. Is she expressive of the fact she's not happy, or is it you reading her?
Reading her, yeah.
What do you read in her?
Like I guess less closeness. Kind of just that she's not happy about that.
Yeah. Again, that's the most important thing to them.
Yeah. So kind of I guess I miss out a lot on the communications. So just kind of like like in a not there present. I'm there physically, but not present.
Like you're there, but you're not there, right?
Right.
When you look at it that way, how does that make you feel as a husband?
Not good. Not just not adequate. I'm not doing. Not being there when I should be there.
Yeah. And how long has this been going on for?
It's been going on for years, I would say.
How many?
Well, it's been, let's see. This is. I mean, varies to varying degrees, but it's been going on since 2002. So
23 years.
Yeah, 23 years.
And
yeah.
Can I make another observation without potentially?
Sure.
Yeah.
So we haven't fully cooked the partner objection. We'll get back to that. But what we do know now is how long that problem's been going on for, the duration, which is the third part of the problem section. I'm about to challenge the fuck out of him right here, though. So keep watching. Pay close attention.
Talking about pretty heavy things here. Yeah, we're talking about being mentally absent, losing closeness, losing communication, not feeling adequate as a husband. We're talking about pretty heavy things. But I notice when you talk about it, there's a laugh at the end of it. What's behind that? Like when we talk about these very heavy things, there's a laugh. There's a laugh at the end of it. Like what's behind that?
I'm just actually I'm just embarrassed about it.
What he's doing here is he's rationalizing and he's making himself feel good about it, right? A lot of times when people tell you they need to think about it, they're not just going to go sit in a corner and do nothing but contemplate and think about that decision. It's because there's no urgency. These are the kinds of things that lead to someone not having urgency. It's the fact that he is separating himself from the problem. Got to be able to watch for that shit. If someone's talking about heavy things, you need to call them out on it because it's not fucking funny.
Yeah, I should have it all together by now.
I respect that. Is it like a...
And he just said it. He said the reason he keeps laughing about it is because he's embarrassed. He's embarrassed about it. And he's hiding the fact that he's hiding feeling what he needs to feel.
defense mechanism to not feel what you need to feel?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
That's a dangerous place to be. Right? Because if we're talking about these heavy things, but then you laugh at the end of it to protect yourself from not feeling what you need to feel, then there's no urgency to actually change it.
Yeah, you're right.
And so just man to man here, like, are you willing to actually feel what you need to feel so that you can take it more serious, so that you can have that urgency to change it? Yeah.
Just don't know how. It's like
Okay.
I don't know. I feel like I try to come up with some plan. Do this, do that, and just for some reason it's just not working. That's
Okay,
the
man.
frustrating part about it. Yeah.
We could talk about the how. We could talk about the plan to get you there.
Yeah.
But if in the back of your mind you talk about it and then you cover it up with a laugh to protect yourself from not being embarrassed, well then nothing's going to change. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And so are you in a place where you're willing to take it more serious and to look it in the mirror and say, like, this is what's going on, this is what I need to change, so that you can actually have that urgency? Yeah. Good. Because that's key. That's what'll get you out of this. Right? And like, what's different, especially after 23 years, what's different now that you're willing to actually grab it by the horn and take it more serious so that you can change it? What's different now?
Why now again? I'm still challenging him. So I asked him if he's ready to take it serious. He said yes. Well, first of all, I called out the fact he's not taking it serious. Are you ready to take it serious? Why not take it serious when you haven't for 23 motherfucking years?
I don't know. I try to grin and bear through it. It's putting pressure at work, and not seeing, not getting things done in a timely fashion is affecting me professionally. So essentially, well, I haven't heard anything recently, but maybe it was about 6 months ago. One of the administrators talked to me about, you have to get your charts done, or else you might lose your job. So,
Shit.
I've been kind of so it's been kind of struggling with that. So far, it's all right. I mean, it's not all right. It's not okay.
Good, you caught it. You caught it. Because I was gonna say it's not.
It's not okay.
Boom. Now I know that his job is potentially on the line if he does not get his shit together and solve this problem. And he's being very conscious of the language that he uses, because he said it's okay, and then he caught himself rationalizing, which is what I just called him out on, and said, no, it's not okay. And so now I'm making him more conscious of the words that he's using.
They haven't said anything, but the concern is real, and I feel like I just have this intuition that I have to change now.
Yeah. So professionally, your job is potentially at risk. Personally, that closeness and communication with your lady is at risk. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct.
Yeah. And in that 23, well, firstly, does your wife know that you're looking at potentially taking steps so that you don't have to continue being mentally absent, or is it like a pleasant surprise for her?
I didn't forget about that partner objection. That partner objection is still hanging around. Now we're about to get right back to it.
No, no, she's not aware. I haven't talked to her about it.
How do you think she'd feel?
I think she'll be very supportive.
Good. So it sounds like for her, she's in a place where she just wants you more present. She wants the communication back, wants you to feel better. Whatever that looks like, she kind of trusts your judgment and leadership on that. Hell yeah. Sounds like you have a good one. What's her name? We keep saying wife. Lisa. That's my girl's name too. Nice. And like, so you said this has been happening for 23 years. In that 23 years, what steps would you say you've taken to...
So boom, spouse is pre-handled, right? Because she doesn't necessarily know he's on the call, but she'd be supportive in him solving the problem. In fact, she'd be happy about him solving the problem. That's all I need to know. If he tries to bring spouse back at the end of it, be like, dude, your wife literally wants you to solve this. She's the one who's upset. She's the one who's saying that you guys are not as close as you would have been. Pre-handled. Now we're about to get into the solution. We're about to find out what steps he's taken towards actually solving this problem. But before we do that, if you are a sales rep or a business owner who's struggling to build urgency, who's struggling to challenge prospects as hard as I'm challenging this guy right now and maintaining that frame and that leadership, and you want to speed that up, I've helped tons of closers, almost 100 at this point, sales reps and business owners, close more and bigger deals by working with me one-on-one and me helping them apply these techniques that you're seeing right here. If you're serious about leveling up fast, click the link in the description and see if you qualify. Let's get back into it. The call is about to take a very important turning point in a second. You'll see exactly what I mean here. And so to summarize so far, what we've done is we've framed the call. We've had high status. His guard is down. I set the expectation of what to expect. I have frame in the call. I've been able to get his problems of what's going on, how those problems are affecting him, his family, why he wants to change it, why it's actually urgent, an important problem for him, and then how long it's been going on for, which is 23 years. And so now let's see what he's tried to solve. Before we keep going here, so just so you understand what we're getting out of this stage of the call that we're moving into is figuring out what he's done to try to solve the problem, DQ any other solutions that he might possibly have or be considering, have him sell himself on the solution he came across with the company I'm with, so sell himself on us, and then future pace what does success look like once this thing is already solved.
And like, So you said this has been happening for 23 years. In that 23 years, what steps would you say you've taken toward being able to overcome the boundaries, the perfectionism?
Work. I think that's the thing. I come up with the mentality that I'm going to overcome it, and then when I try to, it just like it feels like I'm facing a headwind, mental headwind that it prevents me. Which I don't know. Maybe it's part of it is like the actual OCD. So it's like the real OCD. Not like the one like, oh, I'm OCD-ish. I can't do this. I can't do that. Like I have to do this perfectly. It's like it's there. It's there. And I have a therapist for that and everything. Tries medications for that. But so that part I don't feel like that, like the true obsessions, compulsions, but the perfectionism, and I know what's driving it is like essentially I feel like if I don't do this right, it's just going to result in bad patient outcome, when in reality it's actually the opposite, because if I kind of just get it done just right, so it's not missing out. Like for instance, with the just a quick side thing, with this new computer system, the Epic, I've actually they never told me to do this, so I don't know why in my head I have this, but there are a lot of other people that they'll put down like maybe 10, 20, not 20, but like 10 problems. Like if somebody's there for I don't know, a foot infection, a toe infection or something, or foot infection, they talk about I don't know, cholesterol, and they're not in the hospital for that. I mean, that's like something outpatient.
You find yourself do that?
So I find myself like listing all these points, and and then it's if I focus on just the most important ones, why they're there, then I feel like that'll be much better patient care, because I'll be able to actually focus.
I respect you for being very honest with yourself. Go ahead.
Yeah, the thing is actually it's
I rewarded him again there for being honest with himself. Like, I respect that you're being honest with yourself.
Acting from good medical care, because it's like
And something key as well here is he just said that what he's tried hasn't worked, which means we have a good amount of doubt, which is what we're looking for as well.
Taking good care of the chart. The chart's in good health. Maybe they'll maximize billing. Maybe we'll get a few extra bucks from the.
You said therapy. Yeah. When it comes to getting like more like executive coaching or support around the career specific things, what steps did you say you've taken there?
Yeah, I haven't really had any. Yeah, that's the thing. I haven't had any like coaching training. Yeah, and that's the. I didn't think there was anything out there, so I didn't realize it until I came across your ads. And then I kind of like clicked, like, oh yeah, there's actually something to help out.
We're gonna have some light bulb moments, okay? We're gonna have some light bulb moments.
Right.
So like, did you try to seek, even if you didn't know we existed before the video you saw of us, did you try to maybe seek like what kind of support can doctors get with being more efficient, drawing better boundaries, or have you just been trying to figure it out alone? Okay.
Like for instance, this was actually before doing the hospital, I was doing primary care for a number of years. I had a really big clientele. Everybody loved coming to me. Patients and practice. I spent maybe too much time with them. I hate to say that, but now this day and world, you spend too much time, and then they love it. So I had a big following, and then what happened was I think it subconsciously, it just kind of like I just had a burnout moment, but it wasn't like a burnout like I can't work anymore. It was, I got a job offer came up, and I said, okay, I'm gonna move, and maybe it'll get better. They have a computer system. We were doing paper charts at the time, so I escaped, and I went to that, a different practice. All my patients were really upset about me. Some came with me.
The challenge of that though, so you can't.
So he's doing a lot of rambling here, so I'm about to have to bring him back on track.
Escape yourself. Right? You can't escape yourself. And so when it comes to you not getting, or at least seeking expert support, again, this is a place of respect here, coming from a good place.
Sure.
Is it fair to say that you haven't been as proactive as you can towards actually like solving this particular thing? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And when we look at what we were talking about earlier of like,
so he just owned the fact that he has not been as proactive as he can, because part of this is figuring out what they've done and challenging them when either not doing enough or not doing anything. And so he's owning the fact he hasn't done enough, which is exactly what we want.
Like covering it up with a laugh and not having that urgency. Like, is it fair to say that you not having the urgency because of not feeling what you need to feel is what's led you to not being proactive to actually solving this?
Yeah, that was not knowing exactly what to do, or how to do it.
Yeah, and not knowing, again, we'll have some light bulbs, right? So I'll give you an example of fitness. Like I used to work with super overweight people, and I'd challenge them the same exact way, right? And a lot of times they would think that the reason that they're overweight is because, well, I don't know what workouts to do. I don't know what diet to follow, what cardio. That wasn't what was keeping them stuck, because all that stuff exists. What was actually keeping them stuck is that they weren't being proactive enough to actually doing something about it and sticking to something. You see what I'm saying? And so when we relate this to your situation, like not knowing, do you see how that relates to not being proactive in finding it and having the urgency to do it?
Yeah, 100%, because when this, for example, I don't know how.
So he's owning the fact he hasn't done enough. I tied back the fact that he was not taking it serious earlier and he's been laughing to the fact that he hasn't done enough about it.
To this day, I'm doing this. It's like some sort of subconscious mental switch. It's like a unbelievable. I was definitely way overweight. It was like 30, 40, 30, 35 pounds overweight. Carbs all day. You know, like you name it. Especially to fall asleep. I had a hard time falling asleep, so carbs help you fall asleep.
Yeah.
And COVID came, and it was a pretty scary time. And I read an article somewhere that if you're in ketosis, it blunts the inflammatory response from COVID, and that might be like something that would enhance survival if you come down with COVID. You don't get that inflammatory response, and because of the urgency or the emergency of COVID, plus reading that article, something to this day have not come out. Like I don't know what happened, but some kind of switch went in me. I went on a keto diet, and I gave up carbs, and to this day, like I haven't had a donut in like 2 years. Actually, more than I haven't had a donut in like 4 years.
Good for you, man.
But I don't know what it is. If I could harness that and apply
Well,
it to
we're
this,
harnessing it together. We're
yeah,
harnessing it together here, right? Because
yeah.
if we look at the root of what's going on here,
Yeah,
like,
I just don't know like what happened, but it's like somehow like I know
I probably should have kept talking. I'd let this fucker keep going, but oh well.
it's in there. That's some things there that can actually change that, but I just don't know how to,
It's all good. So you know what it is though, is that you making decisions of a fit person. That's ultimately you going on the keto diet was making the decisions of a fit person. You see what I'm saying? And so when it comes to this, like, are you willing to make the decisions of the man who does have urgency, who is proactive into solving this problem, so he's the present father and ultimately leader of the household he wants to be? Like, are you committed to making the decisions through that lens? And so what I'm doing here now is I'm identity framing him. Again, this all comes under the umbrella of creating urgency. He's seen success in one area of life when he actually takes it serious. And so it's because he made decisions through the lens of someone who's already there. So now when it comes to this problem, is he committed to making decisions through the lens of someone who's already there?
Yeah, I am. It's the thing that's always like holding me back is I guess it's like just what Dr. Sells is talking about. It kind of it resonated with me. Is the kind of like it's just professional life. That's it. There's no life in terms of the training from many years ago. That training, that residency training, is just they just like tune out personal and personal or needs of anybody else and just focus on the patients. But it's ironic because I'm not focusing on the patient. I'm focusing on the charts.
Exactly, which is checking in the actions. And so like we're having light bulbs here, right? We're identifying it's you stuck. And so like you said, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you are ready to make decisions through the lens of the person. The same way you made decisions through the lens of someone who is not overweight. Like you're ready to make the decisions of the lens of the person who isn't a perfectionism, who is more adequate and who does have more urgency and proactive in taking this serious. Good. And would we as your coach, like if that way of thinking of the lack of urgency would show itself, the lack of proactivity, would we as your coaches have your permission to keeping you accountable and empowering you to overcome that? And so he just owned the fact he hasn't done enough, like I said. And now this is again how we build urgency, because I'm asking him for permission to keep him accountable if that lack of urgency were to show itself, i.e. objections. If basically what I'm asking him here is, if you had an objection, can I objection handle you? And he's about to say yes. Are you sure? I'm not always this nice. Are you sure?
No, I think that's what I need.
Good.
That's definitely what I need.
Good. Because we'll fight, kick, and scream to stay comfortable, even if you're not showing up as the husband or the father you want to be or the dad. Right. So as long as the fighting, kicking, and screaming were to show itself, we can keep you accountable to getting out of it. That's what gets you past it. So we have your permission there? Perfect. And boom, again, I just double tied that down. I got double commitment that we have his permission to keep him accountable. So he just gave me permission to objection handle his ass twice if he gives me one. What was it that you saw about Dr. Gazal in the first place that made you feel like, okay, like maybe I don't have to live this way, maybe there is better? What about her resonated you? And so now we're in the third part of this. So we figured out what he's tried to do, and as he just said, he hasn't been proactive, and the things that he's tried to do have not worked. So we created out there and we DQ'd other solutions. Now I'm about to have him sell himself on our solution here. What did you see about us that made you feel like this could possibly help you overcome this? With you?
Yeah, it's a lot of it's exactly the words she used were absolutely resonant with me, that you don't have time to, especially, she put all these specifics, but I guess the bottom line is like time for your self, allow time for like a life outside of profession, or just outside of work, and that impacts work. I shouldn't say that, but I kind of got that message.
How you interpreted it, right?
Yeah.
Which is spot on.
Everything she said about about charting, about spending too much time or like trying to answer back messages. All of that just like those exactly what's going on with me.
Spoke right to you, right? Yeah. And we're talking a lot about what we're getting away from, and so now we're about a future pace. Now we're about to paint the vision of what does success look like. Not much about where we're going. So like, what does success look like? Let's say we're 6 months out, it's January. What will be the signs you've been able to overcome this? How will life have to look?
Be able to
say it one more time.
work-life balance.
Okay, okay.
Just to have that, just to not be stressed out all the time. Working on preventing that's a huge thing, the physician burnout. And I just don't have any enjoyment taking care of patients. Like I take it back. I mean, a little bit of enjoyment. There are moments in the day, but most of the time it's just under stress mode. So I want to get away from that.
How do you think that'll reflect in the way you show up at home?
Be more relaxed, more open, able to do things. Maybe go on some trips.
Hell yeah.
And just kind of be able to relax and enjoy things.
Hell yeah. How do you think your lady would take that?
Yeah, she'll be very happy.
Yeah, and you know what they say about a happy wife, right?
Yeah. She uses that phrase a lot.
Yeah. And like I keep saying.
And I'm pre-handling that spouse even more. How would your wife feel about that, seeing that this has been solved, seeing that you've done what you need to do to overcome this?
Saying the tactics and the efficiencies are less important than who you need to be. So when we look 6 months from now, we could call this man Adrian 2.0. What characteristics or traits do you think he has when you're stepping into it?
Now we're about to identity frame who he needs to be.
Efficient, not second guessing myself all the time, just kind of being more efficient. Actually taking the time to think before saying something, so basically being able to say something and kind of stick with it. Being, I guess the thing is, envision is being calmer.
Totally.
You'll be able to have a conversation without me just freaking out or going over. Let's just kind of look at things and kind of take a step back and kind of say, okay, we can do this. These are the solutions, and have that time would be so much more efficient. They can actually do things.
100%.
Actually, with the hospice thing, I know there's another hospitalist who's starting out doing a part-time functional medicine, and she's still working as a hospitalist, and that's something I've always wanted to do and never got a chance to financially. It's much more.
So growing in your career, right?
Career-wise, maybe it'll give me some time to actually go in that direction. But right now, I'm just struggling with my current situation. And
what ways of thinking, what perspectives do you think you would need to let go of then, if you really want to see that man? What do you think isn't serving you now? You have to let go of.
So he's telling me who he needs to be. Now we need to see who does he need to not be. What does he need to let go of?
Just time management, big time. If I can just get things done and be done with my work when I'm supposed to be done, then I'll have that extra time to explore another field, or kind of look into, or just doing supplemental, like a side gig or something like that. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah.
So letting go, lack of time management. When we think of letting go, does anything else come to mind?
Yeah, letting go. Just I have to get this thing perfect.
Yes.
Parts or whatnot. Yeah, that part definitely has to go.
That's the one I was looking for, right? And what about
there's more missing here that he needs to own, that he's going to let go of, so it doesn't show itself at the end.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
What about that lack of urgency, right? What about that lack of proactivity and the way of thinking through that lens? You think we'd have to let go of that?
It's definitely kicking the can. That's the big procrastinating. Not because I'm lazy, but just it seems too challenging, so I just push it off. Definitely. Yeah. And that takes away the lack of urgency. So I have that urgency there because
this is, think about it, waiting to happen if we did not have this part of the conversation right here.
It's I'll leave it for later, and then when it comes down to the wire, it's oh God, I got to do this.
Right.
How come I didn't start a month ago, so yeah, definitely that part.
Agreed. And so maybe the better question from there is are you ready to make decisions the same way you did, when you got in shape? Are you ready to make decisions through that 2.0 lens?
Yeah.
Good. That's a strong yes. You sound like you meant that.
Yeah.
Identity frame, right? It sounds like you meant that. And are you ready to make decisions through that lens? I don't want to beat a dead horse, but this is how you pre-handle shit. Think about it. Because him making the decision through the lens as someone who has solved it isn't going to continue kicking the can like he just described, and he owned it.
Yeah, definitely.
Because what's the alternative? We have to look at the other side. What happens if another year?
So we've gotten the solution. We clearly understand what he's tried and why it hasn't worked. We've DQ'd other solutions. We've gotten him to sell himself on our solution. We've future-paced what success looks like and who he needs to become. Now we're gonna rip that shit away and see what happens if nothing changes.
Another 2 years go by and we continue kicking the can, continue telling yourself this story, right? That's costing you your closeness with your wife. What happens then if nothing changes because you don't change? What are the consequences there?
Relationship, work, health. I'm just gonna, so far I'm okay, but it's gonna catch up with me. I know it.
Are you willing to settle for that and wait for it to catch up?
No.
Yeah. And from a place of respect and empathy here, right? Why not? And what I mean by that is the reality is that you have. You have been kicking the can. You have allowed it to get this way.
Yeah.
What's different this time that you're ready to make a proactive decision and not allow it to continue?
Come on. This is how we fucking create urgency, guys. Challenge the prospect. A lot of you are scared to challenge your prospects. Challenge them, push them. That is why they're here. And so I'm consequencing him and I'm asking him what happens if nothing changes. Is he willing to settle for that? Why isn't he willing to settle for that? He has settled for that. Needs to own it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a one single thing. It's just
Okay.
a whole bunch of smaller things. I'm just also like just taking care of patients. I see what they come in with. You get heart attacks, get strokes, and all this. They're bad habits. Like for me, my bad habit is I only have like one bad habit is massive caffeine. And we're talking about power drinks all day.
Oh, yeah.
Power drinks, Celsius. I should have bought stock in Celsius. So I'm saying this, and I'm starting to starts to register that hey, that could easily be one of them on the other side, coming in with a stroke or a heart attack. Kind of change.
Yeah. Yeah. And then also like your relationships, like you said, could suffer too.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, let's not let it get there. I know for a fact through this, like it probably feels like you're in your own bubble, your own.
And then that's it. And then after that, we go into the presentation. He gave me a little bit of objections, which maybe we can do another video for objection handling, but presented and then he paid, right? And just like that, we seal the deal. Now, looking back on what I could have done differently, I think I did allow him to ramble a little too much. So what I would have done is probably interrupted him a bit more and kept him on track a bit more. That's the only thing I would have changed. But like I said, just like that, I closed a high-level doctor on a premium executive coaching offer in real time, not the next day, not the day after. He didn't need to talk to his wife or think about it or none of that shit. I've given you full transparency on how these calls actually go, the challenges that I experience in real time when I'm on these calls, and you see what it really takes to operate at this kind of level. So again, if you're a closer, a sales rep, if you're a business owner and you want to either take your skills or your team skills to this level and sharpen up fast, make sure you click the link in the description, see if you apply for my one-on-one coaching, and if so, I'll see you inside.
A lot of you are scared of asking consequence questions like what happens if nothing changes, or you just sound super fucking corny saying it, which is fucking your calls. Because if they don't really sit there and think about what happens if nothing changes and they stay in their same situation, it's gonna be really hard for them to move forward unless you wanna be stuck in follow-up land, if that. But if you ask the question in a very timid way, then they'll see right through it and then you just fucking sound retarded and the call is cooked either way. So that's exactly what we're gonna be talking about today. How to really consequence a motherfucker without sounding retarded and having the confidence to not skip over the question. And I've got not one, but 2 calls to show you guys today of me asking the consequence question with some slippery motherfuckers and how I was still able to get an answer and ultimately get them to move forward on the first call and change their fucking lives while keeping my frame. So let's dive in. If you're new to the channel and you're wondering who is this handsome young man with dreads and tattoos and what does he even know about sales, my name is Nick. I've been in the high ticket space for close to 3 years. I've collected $3 million in cash, largely because of my deep fundamental understanding of human psychology. I'm not a psychologist, but I know how to be able to take the levers that lead to someone making a decision and shank a motherfucker. And I've been able to help countless others do the same, like Anthony here, who hit his first 10K month at 21 years old while barely cracking 5K months just 3 months before us working together. Or we have Alex here, who became one of the top setter at one of the biggest offers in info. He made more than most of the closers on his team. Or Chris, who was brand new to high ticket sales, 3 to 4 months in, he became the top closer on a new offer and dethroned the guy who was top closer for 14 months. If you want results similar to this, hit the link in the bio. Let's talk and see if it makes sense. I only work with 5 additional new students a month because I'm working very closely with you so that you could be able to achieve results like this. So I can't work with all you motherfuckers. So if you want to make more money and you don't want to do it the long way, but rather than the smart way, hit the link, see if it makes sense. Let's dive in. So first of all, the question is like, what even is a consequence stage? Or a hell stage, or cost of an action, or whatever you want to call it, it's all the same thing. The point of this stage of the call is the exact opposite of future pace. So for this to land, then the future pace has to land as well. We'll talk about that in another video. But the point is to flip the future pace and talk about what happens if nothing changes, if they stay in the exact same place and they continue letting the reason that they haven't solved the problem be the reason that they don't solve it moving forward. And so if you're not new here, you know that I always talk about a sales call is an emotional roller coaster. We're bringing them down, taking them up, bringing them down, taking them up. And so this is on the back end of that future pace where they're on that high. And so now we're bringing them back to a low, and it's right before we pitch and bring them back to a high. One of the keys here is we want to ease into it, right? We don't want to abruptly ask basket, we want to slowly bring them down to that point. Because if you did the future pace correctly, if you just abruptly do it, then they're going to fight you. And they're probably going to fight you anyway, but you want to be able to put yourself in the best possible position for them, if they do fight you, to be able to battle it. So there's 3 things that we want to do in this stage of the call. We want to explore what happens if nothing changes. We want to get true commitment to change. Again, leveraging the ammo that you got in the solution phase. Then you want to challenge and question their way of thinking again, right? Ideally, you did it earlier in the call. You want to challenge that again and truly ask them, why are they not willing to settle for that? And something to understand, guys, is if someone tells you, oh, that's not going to happen because I'm going to do it regardless, you know, I'm going to solve this problem. If they truly believe that they are going to solve this problem regardless, then there's going to be no reason to solve it today, because if I'm going to solve it regardless, I'll solve it. I can, you know, hypothetically solve it next week or next month or fucking next year. And so it's imperative that A, you ask the question, and B, you get a real answer. So without further ado, we're going to dive into the first call review here. This one is going to be with a slippery motherfucker who did not want to answer this question at all. And I want you to pay close attention to how I really stayed in that pocket, how I respectfully challenged him and did not move on. Let's dive in. So one thing I'm gonna tell y'all before we dive in here is I'm gonna play this shit at 1.5 so this video is not a million years long, and if that's too fast, just slow it down yourself, right? Like if I don't play it at 1.5, we're gonna be here for a very long time. So let's dive in.
Like, what's the alternative if another year goes by, another 2 years go by, this fear, this overthinking continues to rule, and you don't take action and nothing changes? What would piss you off the most about that?
Now, something key here is that I used the context that I got from our conversation earlier, right? If this fear and this overthinking continues to rule. So part of the reason that this is going to hit is because I'm talking about his specific shit. I'm not asking a blanket question. Let's keep going.
I mean, so yeah, I mean, I have my timeline, man. So I would say it's not my intention for things to be this way.
He's already being slippery. I have my timeline. It's not intentional for things to be this way. Well, guess what, Mr. Prospect? It's been that fucking way. Let's keep going.
Moving forward. So I would definitely say, regardless of whether it's this or another medium, I don't plan on working 80 hours this time next year. So for me, it's just gonna be done, and that's it. Whether it's this medium or something else, I don't.
Yeah, and that's what.
Red flag. He's ducking the question. Do not move past that.
But I mean, and I'm glad you said that. That's what I mean by the business model doesn't really matter what you do. It's irrelevant, right? Because you're the same business owner throughout all of them, right? And the reality here is, for the last year, we've had this goal of starting something. We've thought about it. We haven't executed, which we identified will keep you stuck. So my question is, what happens if another year, another 2 years go by? We're still in think mode, we're still in research mode, and because of this fear, we haven't actually executed. But what bothers you the most about that?
See, I'm keeping frame, and I'm also, like I said, I'm not pulling shit out of the air. The things that I'm asking about are things that he said earlier. It's been almost 2 years that this guy's had this goal and hasn't done anything. For context, this was a biz op, so he's saying, well, if it's not this business, it's going to be a different business. It's a delusion. We're not going to let that slide.
I mean, that would be unfortunate. Well, I mean, I can't tell you because I'm not going to be there.
Okay.
That's only there.
He starts answering, starts to feel it, and he's like, I'm not going to be there. Come on.
I'll tell you something that's not going to happen. So, I mean, for me,
Well,
it's
respectfully, man, and again, I know I'm challenging you. It's a real possibility of happening because we're here a year later. So I'm not asking you this because I'm questioning your motivation. I'm asking you this because the past tells us a lot about the future. And until we come to terms with it, it'll continue to happen.
We're cooking up right here, right? This is shit that you can take to your calls. I'm not saying this because I'm questioning your motivation. I'm saying this because the past tells us a lot about the future. The reality is you've had this goal and haven't done shit about it for over a year. Like, we're cooking up right now. I hope I'm not losing you. Let's keep going.
So if we do look forward a year from now, we don't actually face the reality, which is the fear of failure, and we're still in the same place because things aren't just going to change unless you do. Like, what about that bothers you, unless it doesn't bother you?
I mean, yeah, man, I would say that I would be very, yeah, I don't necessarily think that's going to happen, only because of the things that.
Let me tell you what's happening right here, right? He starts to think about it.
he starts to think about what happens if I continue letting this shit be the reason that I'm stuck. And because of how much pain he is thinking about it, he doesn't answer it. This is the third time he started to think about it, and then he stopped and said that that's not going to happen. Now, most of you would have probably moved on, but now you're smarter than that. Now you're going to know to stay in that pocket. Let's keep going.
Trying to set motion. So I would say that like me being in the same place next year, whether it's fiscally or time wise, I don't think is unlikely. Only because of some of the fiscal decisions I made in the past year. So like that's the only thing where like this is, you know what I mean? So like for me,
you see these eyes right here? These are the eyes of a fucking laser focused killer. Because I'm like, oh, he's still being slippery. I'm on his ass now. Let's keep going.
Like, so let me ask you this, right? Because again, the past always talks about the future unless we come to terms with it. So 1 year ago, you had this goal of financial freedom. You had this goal of starting a business. I'm not saying this to attack you, by the way. I'm about to cook him, so you got to preface by saying stuff like that when you're about to cook a motherfucker, right? Respectfully, or I'm not saying this to attack you, and then you just go for the throat. You had this goal. In regards to that goal, you said you've executed on other things like having another job, making more money. But in terms of the goal of starting a business, we haven't done anything, and it's been a year. And so we can't just say that's not going to be the reality until we can look at the fact that it has been the reality. And so if we don't overcome the real thing is overthinking. The real thing is lack of execution. If we don't actually come to terms with it and overcome it, and we look up another year, what you looking in the mirror and looking at that man who is still missing his kids' games, who is still working 80 hours a week, who has not started a business, and it's because you never overcame this fear. Like, what comes up inside when you look at the mirror and that's the reflection you're looking at a year from now? So this is what, my third, fourth time, I think it's my fourth time asking him that, and I give him more and more context every time. Do you see why it's so important to have a good discovery, more importantly, a good problem stage? Because this would have just been shit I'm pulling out the air, but this is really about his situation. This is why you get deep as fuck during the problem phase. This is why you take really good notes, so when they try to get slippery, you remind them of what life actually is, not the fucking fairy tale life that they live. Let's keep going.
Yeah, like I said, for me, I don't see that. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah,
as far as my investment piece, like this time next year, there's going to be certain things set in motion that are going to be different. So I hear that, like, and this is part of that process. 4 times he has not answered the question. I have way too much endurance though. My energy's through the roof, even though you could tell it's obviously pretty late. I'm not letting that shit slide, and neither should y'all. That is number 4. Something important though is that aggression is a dial, right? You slowly start to turn it up. You don't just go from not aggressive to aggressive. You don't go from 0 to 100. You go from 0 to 20 to 30 to 50 to etc. until you get to 100. And so this is the 4th time I've asked him. I've been super patient with him. Now we're gonna have to do a little more slapping. Let's see where it goes. I guess let me be more direct. If I were to be in the same position, I'll be disappointed.
What would you be disappointed about?
Being in the same position.
Okay. And are you willing to settle for that though?
So we're making moves.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah.
No.
I love it. And I'm only asking you this, man, because I care, right? Because like I've seen you a million times. Fuck, I was you, right? These are conversations I had with myself. And so when you say you're not willing to settle for it,
when you can see someone's clearly avoiding a tough feeling or a hard feeling, you just gotta relate to them. Like, I've seen you a million times. I've been you. So it's normal. You gotta normalize it so he doesn't feel crazy, right?
I guess why not? And the reason I say why not is because we have settled for it. We have known we want better, but we have not executed on better. What's actually different this time around that you were not willing to let that be?
So remember, we're exploring the 3 steps. Explore what happens if the problem isn't solved, true commitment to change, and ask them if they're willing to settle for that and why not. So that's where we are right now, is are you willing to settle for that?
The reality. Because it starts with the decisions you make every day, not the decisions you make every year. So like, why not settle for that?
I mean, like there's things in place, man. So for me, it's just I've done a lot of work. I'm just gonna execute, and that's all, man. There's no other factors to it. It's just lay the groundwork and execute the plan and move forward and see where things go. But like lay the groundwork, execute the plan, and then assess the results as they arise and try to make the changes and adapt. So
this is like a Tony Robbins ass answer right here. Like, we were starting to get somewhere and then we lost the momentum. So let's see how we get it back.
Like I said, I've done a lot of the physical work. It's just like I said, this is a medium in peace, and I do think that attacking the mindset is key. So I don't think I'm gonna be here next year because I think I've done a lot of groundwork. I just need to execute the plan.
Yeah.
I've done groundwork, but I need to execute the plan. Like, if you think about it, the shit really doesn't make sense for real, right? And for context about this guy, he works 2 jobs, 80 hours a week, 60 to 80 hours a week, and for 2 years he's been telling himself that he's going to start something to at least be able to replace one of the jobs, and then eventually 2, and he's done absolutely nothing. And so this Tony Robbins bullshit he's giving me, it doesn't even make sense. It doesn't matter.
Let me put it this way. And again, I'm saying this because I care, man. Like, if an overweight person, let's say they're 300 pounds, and they're looking at it and saying, well, I could be 350, I could be 400, and they look at the fact that over the last year they haven't gained weight, right? But they haven't worked out and they haven't eaten healthy. Is it fair to say that that person has not done enough to get into their goal?
These are more analogies you could take to your calls, right? Like, you have to obviously be able to deliver it so it lands, and you need context so it lands. But this is a fire analogy right here, because he's ultimately rationalizing, which is like what fat people do. Well, I'm 300, but I could be 350, and the last year I haven't gained any weight. Good job, fatty. You're still fat. That's what we need to talk about. Let's keep going.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Yeah.
So when we look at this, right, and because I have to be honest with you, when we look at your situation now, seeing the goals that we had, is it fair to say that we have not done enough to getting to that goal for as far as like starting a business and having time back?
Yeah, sure, sir.
Okay, are you saying that?
Does it fit the conversation or does he mean it?
Like, it's still shakiness, right? It's still shakiness. So I need even more commitment to the answer.
I'm saying specifically with starting a business, that is fair.
Okay. And so those specific limitations, do you feel like you were ready to move past them?
Yes, I do.
Good. Because I know for a fact we can help you, right? And that's why I'm challenging you here so hard, because this is what we have to overcome first. I know for a fact we can.
So could I have stayed in the pocket with this guy for another 10 minutes? Maybe, right? In my mind, I was like, okay, there's potentially going to be some kind of an objection here. I mean, I always think that. But I got him as far as I could. I got as much commitment as I can to be able to loop it back to the objection. And by the way, he didn't even give a fucking objection. It was just, he just needed a payment plan, right? This, again, is why you have to stay in the pocket. You have to help these people. These people need you. And so you can see it's not always a straight line. He's fucking didn't answer my question 4 times. You see what I'm saying? You got to use analogies. You got to use fucking ask the question in different ways. You got to use context. Context is the most important part. Let's dive into another call. Okay, I got the call. So, same exact thing here, right? What happens if nothing changes? Commitment to change, and then asking if they're willing to settle for the same. That's exactly what we're going to do here. Now you're going to watch in a second call with a totally different offer, totally different avatar. This is coaching for doctors. Let's dive in.
2 sides to every coin, right? Like, one side of that coin, we do push past the limitations, right? The mental barriers we talked about. 6-7 months from now, we're having a totally different conversation. Like, things can change quick if you change. So 6-7 months from now, that's the conversation we're having. You are able to have more of this bandwidth personally, to take on more hobbies, travel more if you want, get more serious in the relationship. But it's because temporarily you got uncomfortable and actually got the guidance to do so and overcame the pride, right? But the other side is maybe that side that I was talking about that wants to keep you where you are, it wins. And we continue doing what we've been doing. We don't make the changes. We don't get the help. 6 months go by, nothing changes. Still frustrated about the same thing. What would bother you about that still being your situation?
In hindsight, I think I yapped a little too long there. I probably could have gotten to the point quicker, right? But you can see I'm easing him down. I'm telling him this is what happens if you change. This is what happens if you don't. What bothers you if nothing changes?
Repeat the lessons.
Yeah, like what would bother you if 6 months went by and that's still your situation? Nothing changing, ultimately because you didn't change.
And yeah, I cook my own calls, right? This is clear that question was too long because he said repeat the question, so you didn't even fully understand it. So if you're watching this right now, don't yap in the way that I did there. Just straight up ask him, have you thought about what happens if nothing changes and we continue being in the same place? Just ask the fucking question, right?
Yeah, like what would bother you if 6 months went by and that's still your situation? Nothing changing, ultimately because you didn't change.
Yeah, I mean, I would feel, I'm not evolving, and I'd be sad about that. I mean, these are inner conversations I've had in my head. This isn't probably good to keep doing this. I mean, I think I just sort of compartmentalize it as work hard, party hard. When I do have time off, I travel a few times, and then hit the ground running when I come back. So
traveling like as a band-aid kind of, right? And like, are you, again, it's coming from a good place, man. I hope you're taking it this way. Are you willing to continue settling for that?
You have, dog. You have settled for that. And when I challenge people, like I said in the last one, I like to give it a little bit of a buffer before I do, right? Just so they can put their guard down a little bit, because I'm about to cook them.
Continue settling for that.
Yeah, I mean, the money's pretty good.
This is crazy. He's genuinely sitting there and thinking, am I willing to settle for that? And he's like, well, the money's pretty good. Mr. Prospect, what are we talking about? Let's keep going. And also, context here, this call's from January. I got an update from the offer owner a couple months ago that the dude is actually crushing it in the program now. This is why it's so important to have these conversations with these people. This dude was cooked, and he even tried to get a refund after, and now he is closer to the life that he wanted to live because I didn't let him give up, and the coaches didn't let him give up. Let's keep going.
Yeah. Yeah, I just figured it was like, you know, I'm young, I'm in my prime, I need to work hard. Most doctors in my situation are probably doing the same.
Can I give you my 2 cents? Is that okay?
If I say something like that, just know I'm about to cook you.
Yeah, please.
You're 41, brother.
Right.
You're not still young.
Oh, I feel like I'm young.
He just said some delusional shit here, and he said, oh, well, I'm still young. Big bro is 41 years old, thinking that he can continue wasting time, he can continue bullshitting the way he has because he's young. Like, Unc, you're not young, right?
You're not still young. You're 41.
Look at my body language here. I'm not laughing with him. When you say hard shit like that, they will laugh to alleviate the tension. There is not shit funny, so I'm not fucking laughing with him. Let's keep going.
And the goals you have of moving into starting a family are getting closer and closer. So are you willing to continue settling for optimize?
See, you can't see his body language because I'm blocking him, but now he's still, for one, and two, you can hear in his tone that he's taking it more serious. When people laugh during tough conversations, don't fucking laugh with them. Let's keep going.
Optimizing for work, knowing that you want a family, knowing that you want more out of life, are you willing to continue settling for putting yourself last for a paycheck?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean,
damn right, that's a good question.
I should not be living to work, I should be working to live. So,
mind you, this is the same dude who just a few minutes ago said, am I willing to settle for it? Now he's starting to fall into the frame and know that he deserves better. And like I just said, he's getting better too. Let's keep going.
But that doesn't answer my question of if you're willing to keep settling for it though.
You didn't answer my question though, dog. Come on.
I'm ready to make the change. I'm willing to take a pay cut.
You don't have to take a pay cut. You just have to be more efficient.
Right. Yeah. That's
get the guidance to do so, but you have to be ready to change though.
Yeah. That's why.
So are you willing to change, or are you willing to continue settling for the same thing?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's why I didn't shut you guys out. I would have been like, no, I can do this on my own. So I'm gonna give you guys a chance.
Yeah. And like we're right now, it's almost like going to the kitchen, right? And you let's say you're fucking hungry, and then you go to the kitchen. You could go to the kitchen, open up the fridge doors, look around.
He said something along the lines of, "That's why I'm here. That's cope." Right, and so I'm gonna give this kitchen analogy. Another analogy you can fucking take to your calls, guys. Don't just watch this video and feel good. Take the shit to your calls.
Look around and not make yourself food and get out. So being on the call is a good first step, but at the end of the day, we're just in the kitchen right now. So like what actually changed or what shifted internally to where you're not willing to continue settling for that and you are ready to make a different move? Is it just new year, new me, some hyped up motivation that's here today and gone tomorrow? What actually shifted internally that you're not willing to continue settling for that?
Just constant stress, pressure, reading the testimonials on the Yelp. I was like, all right, let's give it a shot.
Oh yeah, and I'm proud of you for taking that step. And so if things actually feel good, if it feels like there's
so we found out what happens if nothing changes. I asked him if he's willing to settle for it, and he said no, and I said, why not? Because you have settled for it. Now we're about to get commitment to actually take that step.
Like there's alignment, you're ready to actually step out of the comfortability and take that step if things feel good?
Yes.
Oh yeah, well, totally feels like what we're doing here would work for you.
Boom. Now we're bringing them back to the top of that of the roller coaster, right? Guys, I cannot stress this enough. This shit is important, right? Because I'll be real, he did get me an objection, and maybe I'll make another video about that. But guess what I was able to leverage in the objection handling? This shit right here. And he wasn't able to slip away the way he was trying to slip away. And it was like a 8K piff. Like, stop letting people wiggle by. The main thing that we're talking about here is stop letting them wiggle by. Have to get the consequence. They have to know what happens if nothing changes, because they've been settling for the exact same. If you got any kind of value from this, make sure you like, comment, subscribe if you're new here. If not, I'll see you in the next one. I'll say it one more time. If you want to get the results like the gentleman I talked about earlier, like Anthony hitting 10K a month at 21, or Alex being the top setter and one of the biggest offers in info, I can keep going. If you want to get results like that, hit the link below. You're going to talk directly with me. We're going to see if the shit makes sense. I only work with 5 people, 5 new people every month, so I don't want any weasels. So if you're a weasel, I'm probably not going to work with you. But if so, looking forward to it. Again, if you're new here, like, comment, subscribe. If not, I'll see you in the next one. Love you guys. Peace.
You know, the rule of thumb is like of YouTube is these first few seconds I'm supposed to be like shouting at the camera and saying really catchy shit so that I could keep your attention and you can stay and watch this whole video. I don't have anything fancy for you guys today though, but if you give me a chance, I have some real sauce for you that I think is going to help a lot of you stop getting the think about it objection, or at least be able to get ahead of it, right? Be able to know how this person makes decisions and have them see themselves in a different light. I'll explain what that means a little later on, but let me tell you something about when someone says they need to think about it. That is all we're going to focus on, is think about it. We're going to talk about identity frames. We're going to talk about a whole bunch of shit. A fundamental understanding, guys, is when someone tells you they need to think about it, they are trying to make the decision through the same lens that's gotten them on the call. So just fundamentally, them thinking about it is them shooting themselves in the foot and getting more and more of the same, which is like, it sounds like fucking common sense, right? Now, the thing that I like to always say with that in mind, some of my clients call them nickisms, so fucking maybe we're gonna run with that, is the person who joined the call is not gonna be the person who buys. I'll say it again. The person who joins the call is not gonna be the same person who buys. Now, that can mean many different things, many different ways, but it's ultimately the person who is on the call and the decisions they make, they're not going to be the ones who move forward at the end. It's going to have to be a different version of themselves ultimately, right? And the thing is, you're not going to undo 20, 30, 40 years of ingrained pessimism, of self-doubt, of fear, all this shit. You're not going to undo it in 45 minutes. And the problem with a lot of objection handling and pre-handling stuff is we're almost trying to give this person therapy and like undo the decision making. That's not at all what we're doing here. What we're going to go through today is helping these people be able to see themselves in a different light, to help them make decisions despite the fears that are still going to be there, right? We don't need to overcome all the fucking fear. It's still going to be there. It's still going to be there even when they join the program. But I'm going to show you how to help them make a decision despite it with a super powerful psychological tool called identity framing. We're going to talk about what identity framing is, how to use it in your calls, and then as always, a live call of me applying this both in pre-handling and handling. So this is probably going to be a long ass one. This is one of the ones you're probably going to need to throw a headphone and you're probably going to need to watch it 2-3 times to really be able to get it and really be able to implement it. We have to talk about what an identity is, because if not, if you don't understand the mechanism, then you're just going to go spewing out a bunch of corny word tracks. You've heard all your favorite gurus work that you've already used that did not get you far because you don't understand why you're saying what you're saying and what we're looking to get out of it and the principles rooted in it, right? Now, an identity is who people see themselves to be as, right? And according to a study done by PubMed Central, people interpret situations and difficulties in ways that are congruent currently with their active identities and prefer identity congruent to identity incongruent actions. And so when an action feels identity incongruent, experienced difficulty highlights that the behavior is important and meaningful. This is neuroscience coming from people way smarter than you and I, right? This isn't just shit that I'm pulling out of the air, but it's ultimately simplifying it down, saying that people make decisions in the light of which they see themselves as. So if they believe that smart people take time to make decisions, then they're going to delay action by taking time. If they believe that time is what helps decision making, right? And that's what smart people do, right? Another example of this when it comes to like a partner objection, if they believe that good spouses consult with each other before making decisions or before making financial decisions or any decision for themselves, well then before moving forward, they are going to want to talk to their spouse, right? You see where I'm going. Now, the thing is, this is the flaw in their thinking. And so the thing that I said at the beginning of the video, the person who came on the call is not going to be the person who buys. And so the person who believes that it's okay to take time to make decisions, that's not going to be the person who buys. Right? It's going to be a version of themselves that believes in themselves to make a decision that they feel is right and not having to delay with time. You understand? And the great part about all this, guys, is they don't need to overcome their fear. They only need to make decisions as the version of themselves that exists, by the way, that has overcome their fears. So like an example is like every fat person right now, it's because they make decisions and they think like a fat fuck. That's why they look the way they do. But once they start making decisions like a fit person, then they become fit. Our life is a direct reflection of the decisions that we've made so far. If they want a different life, they need to make decisions in relation to the person that they want to be, that reflect those kinds of outcomes. So the problem with a fat person wanting to go away and think about it when it comes to a decision regarding fitness is they fundamentally have a flawed decision-making process around fitness, so it makes no sense, right? They've made fat decisions to get the fat outcome. They need to make fit decisions to get the fit outcome. So there's no way they're gonna go away with their fat brain and then make a fit decision, right? Like, makes no sense. So the question then becomes, how do you use this in a live sales call? How do you weave this understanding, this fundamental with your prospects? The key is to get them to define the identity that they're stepping into, right? I like to call this the 2.0. You're gonna define the 2.0 version of themselves after you've done the future pacing, after you've gotten them on fucking La La Land on Heaven. I have a whole video breaking down how to do that. You can check that out on the channel. But once you've really gotten them understanding that this is what success looks like, this is where I'm going, right? This is the ideal outcome. They need to understand that in order to get to those ideal outcomes, it's not going to be the version of themselves right now. Like you guys watching right now, if you're making $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a month, there's a different version of yourself required to get to 20 grand a month, right? And so in order for you to get there, you need to make decisions like them. And so that person, prime example, isn't saying, oh, I'm gonna wait until I hit X milestone to invest into training, right? A setter isn't saying, oh, I'm gonna wait until I'm a closer to go invest into training. The version of yourself who's closing deals, who's making 10, 20, 30 grand a month, knows that he needs to, or she needs to invest into their skill set to be able to get there. And so your income right now is a direct correlation of your identity and the decisions you make. So you need to be able to observe it within yourself first, right? So anyway, the point is to get them to descriptively describe what success looks like. And then we get them to define the 2.0 version of themselves and act in alignment with that person. And so there's really 4 main steps, right? I like to preface it and say like, okay, in order to get there, you know, we could call them 2.0 prospect. What traits would you say that person has? That's the first step. What traits, what characteristics do you feel like that version of yourself has? The person who's overcome XYZ limitation that we found earlier in the call, has solved those problems and has gotten to the outcomes that you just told me. And then they also need to describe what characteristics or traits currently do they need to let go of to be that person. And then are they willing to make the decision, or are they ready to step into that version of themselves? And are you sure? Because it's not going to be easy. So to summarize it, the traits the person has, the traits the person doesn't have, are they ready to step into that version? Are they sure? Because it's not going to be easy. What we've done here is we've separated them from their current identity, right? And we're connecting their current identity to the potential objections that they may have, and their future identity to the person who's overcome those objections. This is powerful shit, right? I hope I'm not losing you. We're cooking up right now, right? We're separating the person from the unideal identity. So now that you understand the 4 steps, we're gonna dive into a quick clip here. It's like 5 minutes long. How I was able to help this woman separate her current self from the identity that she wants to have, and asking her if she's ready to step into it. So really all 4 of these steps. Let's dive in. And before we dive into this, guys, the key with this landing correctly is you having clear context. Like you're gonna sound like a cornball if you don't have clear context around what is the problem, around what is the ideal solution, what has kept them from getting to that ideal solution. Like you have to understand this. Otherwise, gonna look at you like, what the fuck, 2.0, what the fuck are we in therapy, right? Like you have to be able to be tactical with it by using the language that they've previously given you. So pay close attention to this call right here.
I should drive, but it didn't register, you feel like, right?
Didn't register at all.
Yeah. And this woman, right, the woman we're stepping into, Kara 2.0, like what traits, what characteristics do you think she has, or qualities do you think she has?
So boom, that's the first part, right? First part is, what traits does that person have? Now she's going to define that.
Well, I would say trying to give the same amount of time that you give to your patients.
To herself?
Try to treat them as well as you do, your work.
Right. When you're saying them, are you saying like your family, or like when you say treat them? When you say them, you're talking about your family, right? When you say
Right.
treat them, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, exactly. Give them the same amount of time and energy that you give that work in.
This is powerful, right? And so she's saying that that version of herself is giving her family the same amount of time and energy that she's giving her patients. Now, the reason this is so powerful is because when we think about the objection at the end, when we think about her wanting to delay action, when her wanting to delay it and put it off, that is not the type of person who is in alignment with the identity that she's telling me right now, who is putting her family and herself first before the patients, right? Let's keep going.
Instead of coming home exhausted.
Yeah. And when one thing grows, another thing has to die, right? Like what types of traits or characteristics right now do you feel like maybe aren't serving you the best that we would have to like let go of?
You know, in hindsight, I think I would have gotten a little more descriptive about who that person is, like who the 2.0 is, but we got enough. Now we're going to talk about step 2 of what she needs to let go of to be that person.
Let go of.
I think probably the boundaries would be, you know, if you can set the boundaries and not feel like you're giving so much to other people that, you know, you don't treat the important people. You should be treating the more important people better.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed. They're the ones keeping you there, right? Holding you up. Okay, so boundaries. Anything else come to mind when we think of letting go?
Well, and I think
Another thing here that it would be incongruent. That's why I listen really fucking intently, right? Another thing that'd be incongruent is her trying to use her family as the reason that she can't move forward. Oh, I already don't have much time with my family right now. Like, I don't know if I'll be able to have the time to invest into the program, right? Like that type of thing doesn't make sense because it's completely violating what she just said here of being able to put the people in who mean the most first, right? Let's keep going.
You know, if I can be better, then I think that will also help my coworkers as well.
And is this because we're not transmuting the negative energy or how so?
exactly.
Yeah.
And for my medical that, you know, I was doing this and she's like, oh man, I need to do it. Well,
Oh yeah.
teach you what I learned.
Hell yeah. It's
interesting how it works.
That's good buying language right there because she just said that she told her coworker that she's doing this and I'll teach you what I learned. So that's already good buying language.
because it's like a ripple effect, right? It's a ripple effect of a happier, more present version of you. You know, things may piss you off, but you don't give it to her, and she's like, "Shit, I feel happier," right? Like, where is this coming from? Right? It's the version of yourself that's showing up. And like when we think of letting go, what about that mindset of like putting it off, right? That mindset of like, let me just forget about it. Do you think maybe we would need to let that go too?
So I'm spoon feeding her a little bit here because that's something she said earlier is the reason that she's been in this place and she hasn't gotten help is because she's consistently put it off, right? She's consistently said, I'll get help later. I'll deal with this problem later. And so this is really important to bring back in and have her detach from the identity of someone who does that.
Oh, that would be nice. Or procrastination of, I don't want to do this, so I'll do it later.
Yeah. Yeah.
Boom, just said, I need to let go of the procrastination of I'll do this later. Really, really hard for her to give me an objection.
And like it shows itself in different ways, right? Like I know we talked about this earlier, right? The real question is, are you ready to? I'm not asking for a roadmap, and I'm not saying it's going to be tomorrow or the next day, right? But are you ready to actually start like making the decisions of that Kara 2.0 as we really start to define and build her?
So this is really important right here is that I'm not asking for a roadmap on how to get there. I'm asking if you're ready to start making decisions like that and start moving in that direction. Because the thing that you don't want to get is her saying, oh, well, I don't even know what that looks like. Well, it depends. I don't know what you guys offer. I want to put all the attention on her detaching from the identity and not onto the program. And I want to be able to strip away any type of wiggle room that she may have to not be in the frame, to get out of the frame. Think of a frame, it's like a fucking tunnel, right? And I don't want her to come out of the tunnel because we start to lose momentum.
Yeah. And like our brains, like I said, are.
So she just agreed to it, right? So I asked her, so the step 3 we just did, right, is are you ready to step into that version? Now I'm challenging her a bit, like, are you sure? Because it's not going to be that easy.
Are funny places, right? Because part of you knows that this isn't good for her. She knows she's better than this. She wants to move past this. But there's also the side of you, right? The side of you that minimizes it. The side of you that wants to stay where she's at, right? That wants to stay comfortable, right? You may be ready to move on and make those decisions, but that doesn't necessarily mean that this Kara 1.0 is ready to die, right? And so like if she were to try to take over and like take the driver's seat and make the decisions for you, would we as your coaches have your permission to keeping you accountable and actually like overcoming and pushing past that if it were to show itself?
So there's a lot of subtleties here. Don't let it go over your head. So a couple things is my body language, right? You can see that I'm visually showing her the this is some sauce, right? I'm visually showing her the identities with my hands. So I'm saying part of you knows this isn't serving her, this isn't good for her. But part of you has been doing this for so long and wants to keep her stuck. Right? Like I'm taking the fucking this hand and I'm dragging the bad hand down. I'm using it to drag it down. Right? We're separating the identities both in a like sense of how I'm speaking and the words that I'm using, but also visually. If that way of thinking were to try to slow you down, right? This is giving me more and more leverage to be able to objection handle her at the end. If that way of thinking, if the identity that she's trying to get away from were to show itself. I'm gonna play that part one more time.
For her, she knows she's better than this. She wants to move past this, but there's also the side of you, right? The side of you that minimizes it, right? The side of you that wants to stay where she's at.
Right. And so we're going to keep going, but that's really important. Even the small things like the body language and the visual cues to be able to get the identity frame through to her even stronger. Let's keep going.
If we were to try to take over and like take the driver's seat and make the decisions for you, would we as your coaches have your permission to keeping you accountable and actually like overcoming and pushing past that if it were to show itself?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I need to have. It was like when I used to go to the gym. If I had someone go with me, I would.
Yeah.
Because I was not going to be the one to cancel it.
Right. Accountability is big. Are you sure though? Because I'm not always this nice. I'm not always very nice. Are you sure?
But if my partner decided that she didn't want to go, I'm like, sure, good, fine, I'm good. And then I wouldn't go because like I had permission to not go then.
Right. Right.
But
So
I'm
accountability is big.
Yeah.
Ultimately, what I did there, I think it got a little diluted there, but I'm saying, are you sure? Because I'm not always this nice. In other words, you are going to most likely give me an objection at the end, and I'm not just going to let you off the hook because your lower self, your 1.0 self, is going to try to take over. That's been taking over and lead this decision, and I'm asking for your accountability to be able to move you past that if it were to show itself. Now, lo and behold, guys, it fucking did show itself, and she did tell me that she wants to think about it at the end. And so now, this context and this frame that we just built up, now you're going to see how it helped me be able to get her over the line and to be able to move forward and make a decision for herself and her future by leveraging this part. So let's jump into that.
Have the guidance so that you can be more present, you can sleep better, and overall you can have those boundaries. 12K. Now, most doctors just like knock it out in one shot, get it out the way. But you know, we can break it down if we need to.
Yeah, I probably need to break it down at this point.
Right? She's already talking about breaking it down because I just dropped a 12K price point on her fucking head, right? And so average closers are going to hear this and instantly start throwing out the fucking payment plans. Oh yeah, we could do this, we could do that. Not over here, guys. Not over here. Let's keep going.
Okay. No worries. No worries. Money aside, we could figure money out. Is there anything
you can see the smile, right? Because I know I'm about to attack, right? The first step is you got to isolate that motherfucker. Money aside, you got to put money to the side every time. You need her guard. Like this is very clearly a knee-jerk reaction. So the first thing we need to do is we need to bring her guard down. Let's keep going.
that would keep you from feeling less than 100%?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the financial at this point is well, pricey at this point.
She's blurred, so y'all can't fully see this, but her body language now, right? Because now she's like swiveling and she was fairly still the whole call. Now she's doing a lot of swiveling. She's having sticker shock, but it's okay because she has a confident leader who's going to help her on the other side of making this decision. I'm not, my fucking anxiety isn't through the roof right now. I'm chilling. I'm going to fuck if she buys or not. Let's keep going.
Only because, you know, I'm working 3 days a week and we've spent a lot on medical. You know, I'm having surgery in 2 weeks, so, you know.
No worries.
So, but,
No worries.
you know, so it would probably need to be, you know, is it something you can put on an HSA?
Yeah, you can. Well, actually, let me think. I don't think we've been able to do that. We could potentially. A lot of times, if we take that route, like you would pay for it yourself and then get reimbursed later.
Get reimbursed, yeah.
Yeah. But cool. We can figure out the money. Besides money, though, it sounds like there's some, you know, financial things you actually feel good about this and like you want to do this besides money.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, cool. So if we were able to break it down.
So I got the first commitment, right? Now, remember, she didn't really give me an objection, by the way. All she said is, can we break it down? But I'm still going to follow the framework and see if there's an objection hidden in that before I fucking throw out payment plans. Because the last thing I want is her saying, oh yeah, we need to break it down. I give her the breakdowns and she says, thank you for the payment plan. I'm going to take this and think about it. Because I'm like, what the fuck? What are we doing here? Right? Let's keep going.
Break it down, find something that fits more comfortably for you. Would you be ready to actually take the steps?
Probably would, yeah.
Okay. Well, again, we don't have set payment plans. It kind of just depends on the person's situation. It's all situational, and we see what's best for you. Most doctors, what's like the most comfortable?
I still haven't gotten an objection, but she just gave me a very uncertain probably yes. So I'm still expecting it. I'm not in my mind like, oh yeah, we got this shit in the bag.
If the 12K at once is a lot, is we'll just like split it down the middle and we'll do 6. And then that other 6, we can maybe do it in one payment, or we could break that other 6 down over some months.
Okay, that may be something that would work.
Cool. Easy stuff. Are you excited?
Well, I'm nervous too.
It's okay. Nerves are good. It's okay. If you told me you're just excited and not nervous, I'd be afraid you're delusional. So that's okay. Cool. So for that first 6, did you want to knock it out with debit, credit? What were you thinking?
So there's some shakiness. I think in hindsight, I probably would have just called it out so we could get to the point sooner, because I still feel shakiness in her voice. But the other part of me is like, okay, well, I know we talked about separating her and her fears from earlier on. So maybe she knows that it's scary, but she's still ready to do it. But I still haven't technically gotten an objection yet, right?
I just need to see. So I do want to, give me a little time to think about it.
Ah, there it is. There it is. Okay. Now we got it.
All good.
This is when shit gets fun, right? Like I was waiting for it. Like you could see my energy and my tone and just my face. Like, oh yeah, now we're gonna have some fucking fun.
Then what is the time commitment?
Like an hour or 2 a week.
Okay, that's not so bad.
Yeah. When you said you want to think about it, is the key thing like if you're gonna do it or how you're gonna do it financially?
Both. When I talk it over with my husband.
Gotcha.
Now she's giving me a partner objection. Let's keep going.
And like besides your husband, how do you feel about everything?
I think it could work.
Okay.
If I remember this correctly, I'm pretty sure I just fucking ignored the partner thing, because now she's just saying anything, right? The partner objection's fake. Let's keep going though.
Good. What makes you feel like it would work?
I think it's just more of a not skeptical, but just a matter of is it really going to work?
Okay. What is it that's
And some of that nervousness and
Now I'm confused, because a little earlier you just said that you need someone to be accountable to, and she even referred it back to the gym thing. Now, this is where weaving in the 2.0 shit and the identity stuff helps us here, but we want to be careful with that. We don't want to just throw it at her and say, well, you said this, you said this, you said this, because then she's going to shut down, right?
Okay. That's all good.
You don't want to disappoint people.
No worries. No worries. In your mind, right? Because this is, and it's all good. This is normal, right? This is what we.
It's all good. This is normal. The last thing that I want her to feel is alienated, right? I feel like she's crazy for feeling the way she does. It's all good. This is normal. I help ladies like you make these kinds of decisions all the time. Don't you worry, Miss Prospect.
Talked about earlier of the 2.0 decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? When we look at that woman, Care 2.0, the one who actually gives to herself as much as she gives to her patients and gives to her family as much as she gives to work, right?
So you see how I'm using the exact language that she said, right? The version of yourself who gives to her family as much as she gives to her patients, right? The one who lets go of the procrastination. These are words that she fucking used, not me.
Lets go of the procrastination. Like, what kind of decision do you think she would make?
She's the right check.
She would say, write a check. Okay, now we're starting to go down the right path.
Why do you think she would do that? Why do you think she wouldn't go away and think about it? Why do you think she would do that?
Remember what we did earlier, right? This is where it comes into play now. She says that the version of herself who's gotten to these things would write a check right here and now. Why would she do that? Why wouldn't she go away and think about it the way this current fucking 1.0 version of herself is trying to do?
Because that's a better version.
Right. And the difficult part, right, and it is difficult, is like making decisions like we're there. Right? Like the fitness clients I told you about, they had to make decisions like they were the fit version of themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so I know we're walking territories we haven't been, right? We're doing things we haven't been. Have you ever been skydiving?
No, and I never will.
Yeah. It's a lot of
Fun. You should do it.
Nope.
When you're in that plane, you definitely should. When you're in that plane, right?
This is a really good analogy that I use for handling think about it when it's like based in fear, is like them looking down out of a plane to jump. So it'll make sense in a second.
Unless you're just a soldier, you usually jump with somebody. So there, you guys are like harnessed together.
Yeah.
And they're the ones who are in full control because obviously you've never jumped out of a fucking plane before. Right? So they're the ones who are in control. And they tell you, we're going to count 1, 2, 3, and then we're going to jump. When do you think they actually do it though?
At 2.
At 2, sometimes even 1. Right? Why do you think they do that?
So that you don't back out.
That's right. That's right. And so think about it. We're 20,000 feet in the air, right? You're looking down. Before they started actually jumping at 2, and they would jump at 3, what do you think those people would do? When they would jump at 3? Yeah. Grab the side of the plane. Oh my God, I'm 20,000 feet in the air. What if a bird hits me? What if I don't know.
What if the chute doesn't open?
Right. What if the chute doesn't open? Right. And then
she's playing into it, right? She's buying more and more into the frame, right? This type of stuff in objection handling does not work if you don't have a good discovery, if they don't already own that they need to make decisions in a different way. Otherwise, they're just going to keep saying, yeah, you're right, but I still need to think about it. Yeah, that person will probably jump, but I still need to think about it. The reason I'm getting so much buy-in from her is, one, I'm making her define it as I'm going, so I'm not just talking at her, but 2, we got confirmation and she separated herself from the identity that's not serving her earlier on in the call.
they back up, they take their parachute off, and then they don't jump. Right. And it continues. And so for you, like we're in the plane right now and we're looking down. Right. And luckily your parachute, because I know you said the big thing is like the fear of failure, right? Your parachute is us. Right. You're a lot more comfortable disappointing yourself, like you said, versus that gym partner. And so we're in your corner, and I know we're going to be your fail safe, and I'm equally as invested in making sure you do. Right? This is where we actually take that jump and we stop looking out though.
Yeah. Well, I still have to have some time to ruminate over it.
That's exactly what I just said too, right? Now, she does give me that. She does say, yeah, you're right, but I still need to think about it. It's not over there though.
And even that word ruminate, right? Like ruminating is why we're here. We're in your corner. I know you're going to crush it with us. But when we look at ruminating, like that's a 1.0, right? That's this version who doesn't want to die, right? She's fighting like hell, like we said, to stay where you're at. And so like money is the easy stuff.
The body language, I just did the fist thing that I was doing earlier, and I'm bringing it back up because earlier when I did it, when I was identity framing, I gave her an association of fucking this version of herself who knows that she needs to do better, but this version holding herself down. And so I'm bringing back that same body language to give her the visual cue again, right? It's all intentional.
Easy stuff. That's why money is the last thing we talked about.
Mm-hmm.
The tough part is actually making the decision of, I'm going to put myself in the fire, as nervous as I am, as uncomfortable as I am. And then the rest is following the lead.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you should jump in. You're going to have a bunch of fun.
This is now, after ending the fucking analogy, now it's re-asking for the sale, right?
You're literally going to be in a community of other ladies who are also physicians on the exact same path as you. And you're actually going to be taking the steps towards turning something around that's been holding you down for so long. And like, this is day 1 of making that change.
So what's the typical
6 months.
Is that the app? So it's the average. What happens if you're not there in 6 months?
Already ruminating, right? She's already asking what happens if I fail.
What makes you ask?
Just wondering.
Yeah.
I mean, do you continue?
So the goal is to teach you how to think, right? And like, that's why it's not a 2-month program, because change isn't overnight, right? And so our promise to you, and this is external, right? You need to do this for the internal, but.
So a big part of what I teach is internal pressure over external pressure. The reality is both of them are very powerful to be able to move someone to a decision. And so we're weaving both of them in right now.
Our promise to you is after that 6 months, if you're not where you want to be, assuming you followed through, you did your cardio, you ate properly, right? You worked out, assuming you did that and you're not where you want to be, we're going to keep working with you until you actually are.
Okay.
Do you see how long we just sat in silence? That was a good like 10 seconds that we sat in silence. I'm not going to sit here and be the one to break it. And neither should you. You should be comfortable with that, comfortable with the awkwardness. I fucking love that shit.
And so, if you do this when, can we set a time? Like, I don't want to get started knowing I'm having surgery in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's going to be a week or so that nothing's going to happen.
That's fine.
Yeah, so I probably wouldn't want to really start until after that.
Yeah, that's fine. So that's common as well, right? Surgeries, some doctors have like vacations. What we'll do is we can still get you started. You'll get access to the things. And then as far as like your
And then that
official,
week I can look.
Right? So she's saying she has surgery and she doesn't want to get started until after 'cause she's going to be bedridden or whatever. And the thing that we spoke about earlier is her not procrastinating, her not continuing to put shit off and waiting for the perfect date. And so what are we doing right now is we're still giving her the ability to be able to not lose the 2 weeks because of her surgery or whatever, but she's still having the momentum. She's still keeping the momentum and not putting it off because of the frame that we put earlier on. And you could see she's biting into it. She's saying, oh yeah, and I'll be able to look through that stuff. In other words, oh, I don't have to put this off. I'll be able to be having momentum.
Get some of that stuff.
exactly. Your official first date of coaching, it'll just be after that 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So who's the coach?
So you're going to sit down with Dr. Gazelle. So first of all, I'm going to make my suggestion.
In hindsight, the questions she's asking don't even fucking matter, and I probably should not have answered them as much as I did, right? I think I gave her a little too much, but whatever.
Suggestions, and then I'm going to type up a report. I'm going to put my brain on paper, everything from your background, where you're at, where you want to be. I'm going to give that to her. You're going to read it too. And then you're going to fill out a questionnaire, and then you're going to have a meeting with her. I'm going to put you in the best hands possible.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, so that's the next process then.
Yeah, so what we would do from here is we knock out the investment, and then we'd book that call, and then I would
Even the way I ended is the 2.0 Kara ready to go. All right.
type that up, and then she would read it, and then you would knock out the questionnaire between now and 2 weeks when you meet with her.
Okay.
Is 2.0 Kara ready?
This really helps with, first of all, reducing the fucking refunds, of people who do move forward, and B, being able to further, it adds to A, being able to further the identity of someone who doesn't put shit off, someone who doesn't wait, someone who doesn't delay, right?
All right.
All right, let's do it. Are you excited? A little nervous, but is the excitement?
Previously, the previous version of herself would have told her, oh, let me wait until after the surgery. Let me not do anything, right? Let me do absolutely nothing until everything is perfect and everything aligns. And what's interesting about this particular woman, and again, this is why I always say sales is service. I'm going to put up a screenshot of an email that she sent me that she was literally making progress within that 2-week time frame and was charting less just as a result of going through the course. Before even meeting with her coach, she was already making progress. And it's because we were able to separate the current version of herself from the version of herself that she wanted to be, right? And she didn't lose that 2 weeks. She didn't procrastinate, and she actually moved forward. So what's next here is now we collect payment, we get her rocking and rolling, 12K piffaroo. So it's important to remember, like, in addition to, yes, we're getting a sale, yes, we're making money, we genuinely are helping people make really fucking important decisions for themselves. And do not take your job lightly. Do not take this lightly. You're having a million calls in a day. This is their first one, at least with someone as good as you, if you're watching this type of video. Objection handling them and doing the reframing and getting the deal. That's dopamine that maybe wears off in like 10 minutes after you get the sale. But this is life-lasting change, or at least taking a direction towards life-lasting change for them. If you've made it this far, actually go and implement this stuff. Don't just watch it and feel good and then keep it, just keep it in your fucking back pocket and never do anything about it. It's in one ear and out the other. Implement it.
go back, do the 4 steps in the identity frame and weave it into the objection handling the way I just showed you, actually changes people's lives and get fucking paid in the process. How often do you hear prospects saying it's too expensive? Or I've never made an investment like that before, or I don't make that kind of money, or I don't have that kind of money? What if I told you that objection handling is actually not your problem? What if I told you that this objection actually has to do with their deep-rooted relationship with money, and they actually told you this early on in the call? That's exactly what we're going to talk about today. We're going to go through how to pre-handle the fear objection related to money by challenging their relationship with money very early on in the conversation. This is going to be the 3rd video around the deep psychological patterns that keep people from moving forward, how to listen for them, and ultimately how to handle them. My name is Nick, and I've closed close to $3 million in high ticket sales. I've helped close to 100 other business owners and sales reps do the exact same. And after reviewing hundreds of calls and taking thousands myself, I've trained my ear to know exactly what to listen for, to know what objection I'm gonna need to pre-handle so I don't need to fight this person at the end. And so you can typically hear the self-sabotaging language very early on in the conversation. And there's 3 main cognitive patterns that get in the way of people buying and making decisions, especially uncomfortable decisions, which in most cases buying is going to be an uncomfortable decision in the first place. There's rationalizing, there's procrastinating, and then there's their relationship with time and their relationship with money. And so today we're going to talk about their relationship with money. We're going to talk about what it sounds like, where it actually comes from, as in like the deeper place. And then later on, I'm going to show you a live example of me pre-handling an objection that would have easily turned into a fear objection or a money objection to later collect $8 grand and make like $800-900 in an hour. If you get value out of this and want to see me do more videos exactly like this one, comment the word money down below. But I cannot stress this enough. Only way you are going to get the full value is by watching the entire video. Problem actually is where it comes from, how to handle it, and then a live call of me doing the exact same thing. So let's dive in. So guys, the problem isn't the money itself. Again, it's their relationship with the money, because they have a very scarce relationship with money. So according to a study done by the National Library of Medicine, the experience of inefficient resources can create scarcity mindset, increasing attention towards the scarce resource itself, but at the cost of attention of unrelated aspects. So in other words, they're focused on the fact that they're broke rather than the reason that they're broke. Don't let that go over your head. They're focused on the fact that they are broke rather than the reason that they are broke. And so they're limited by their resources rather than being empowered by their ability to be resourceful. So they are ultimately looking at the wrong shit because they view money as a limited resource. So someone who has a poor relationship with money, what does that sound like? They may say things like, I don't have that kind of money, or I don't want to lose money, or I didn't want to lose money, or I didn't have the money, or what if I do something like this and it doesn't work out? You can hear how this is coming from them viewing money as the problem as opposed to the symptom of the problem. That's the issue. So the question is, where does it come from? Survival and safety is where it comes from. In their minds, the safe option is doing absolutely nothing at all to protect the scarce little bit of money that they have, rather than risking money. It's a broken mindset. And according to Megan Lurtz, who is a psychologist and has a book on all this shit, scarcity negatively hijacks our minds and impairs the decision-making process. So what that means for you is it fucks your sale if you don't do something about it early on. So the question then becomes, well, how do we help them overcome it? We need to shift their relationship with money. We have to get them to see through their lens of the world that money is the symptom rather than the problem. And in order to do this, you first have to get context around how fucked their situation actually is. Same as pre-handling any objection. The best way that you're gonna do it is by getting context around how fucked their situation is. Nothing is gonna land if you don't have that context. Now, once you've uncovered how fucked their situation is and how much pain that they're in, you're gonna ask them, what steps would you say you've done towards actually overcoming this? And then they're going to give something along the lines of what I listed above. Well, I didn't want to risk the money. Well, I didn't want to lose the money. Well, I don't have that kind of money. Well, it was too expensive. Especially now, most of you are selling something that in some way is helping people make more money. Career coaching is helping them get a better job to make more money. A biz op is teaching them how to start a business to make more money. Lead gen is helping them get more leads for their business so that they can make more money. 99% of you, the shit that you sell helps people make more money. So this is very applicable. So they're going to say something
something like that. And when they do, they're gonna be like, okay. So it sounds like money has been the reason you haven't taken action? They're gonna be like, yes. I'm gonna give them an analogy. You're gonna say, money is an interesting topic because like, money is ultimately the reason you need to take action, because you want to have more money to take your family on vacations, to be able to have your wife not working, whatever reasons they told you earlier, right? Whatever pain they're in. That's why it's fucking important to get that first. Money is the reason that you need to take action. Can't be the reason you don't, right? It's like a fat person saying, I'll start going to the gym when I lose weight, but they need to go to the gym to lose weight. Do you see how that way of thinking has kept you stuck? Yes. How so? Okay. And then they're going to justify it. And are you ready to overcome that way of thinking? Yes. Why now? Can I keep you accountable to that? Now, it's not always going to be black and white because people will fight you on this, and your beliefs are important, right? You have to internalize this shit. And more importantly, you have to be congruent. So we're about to dive into a call of me breaking down exactly what I just said here in a live scenario. But before we do that, we have to talk about congruency, because congruency is key, again, for any of this shit to land. You have to be ready to overcome your own money objections. All of this shit starts within. Otherwise, the words are gonna have no weight. If you're the type of person who is holding back on doing something he knows he needs to do or she knows she needs to do because of the money, it's gonna be tough to overcome this. If you're giving yourself excuses like, well, I don't have the money right now. Well, let me wait until I get my commission check. Well, let me wait until I close more deals. Right? Then you are the fucking problem, and you are giving the same objection that they're giving. So good luck trying to handle it. So again, for any of this to land, overcome your own excuses first. You have to be committed to mastery within yourself to help someone else be committed to mastery. Now, if you've made it this far, I've been yelling at this camera for the last like 10 minutes. So you have some level of commitment. That says a lot about you already. But if you want to take it to the next level, if you want to stop relying on videos like this to get you through, so that you can go get 5K, 10K piffs like Danik here with very little objection handling. Click the link below, see if you qualify. I still have a few slots left for one-on-one coaching. Let's dive into the call.
Like, what do you think has prevented you from going from research into like actually executing and building?
The startup costs, to be honest with you.
Okay, what do you mean?
Like for example, one of the programs I was looking at, you need at least 10K to start up it, and I don't want to start something. Like I said, I don't have a steady income.
That could fuck the sale right there. He's just said that the reason he hasn't done anything is because a lot of these programs need 10K. Well, Mr. Prospect, I'm about to ask you for 8 at the end, so that's a problem. So we're gonna cook it though.
And 10K right now is lots of money for me, and I have invested. I already have a. Let me see. Hold on a second. I have already 47 grand into one thing. I have a. I like the diversity. You know what I'm saying? I don't like having one place where all my money is. That's why kind of spread around. But I want to also have like something that I'm like this. This kind of seems really good because I was reading about it, and I want to have something like you just established. Like I want to do something that is my primary job. I want to put this. I want to put this as a side job.
Right. And so it sounds like.
So he's giving me a little bit of like a smart, sophisticated way of telling me that he's scared, because he's saying that, oh, I like to have my money invested in different places, and it's ultimately, you're fucking scared, Mr. Prospect, but it's all good because I'm gonna fucking get you right. I'm gonna get his ass right.
Right. And so it sounds like you said money has been the reason, like setup costs is what's prevented you from starting.
Correct.
Yeah. So money is interesting, man.
So now we're about to set the analogy, right? Now we're about to frame him with the overweight analogy. I think that's the one that I used here.
For like a perspective, is that okay?
Yeah, that's cool, man. Go ahead.
So money is an interesting topic, right? Because money, at the end of the day, money is the reason you need support and the reason that you need to do something. Right? You can have more money to move to St. Pete's, right? To not have to get a job and spend more time with your daughter, to ultimately live, to travel, to do the things that you said, to have stability. Money is the reason you need to do something, but it sounds like it's also the reason you haven't.
Right.
It's almost like an overweight person, a 300, 400-pound person saying, I know I need to lose weight. I know I need to go to the gym to lose weight, but I'm going to start, let me lose the weight first, and then I'm going to go to the gym, right?
So exactly like I just said. So the first part is obviously you get context around how shit his situation is, and then ask him what he's done to overcoming it. And when he gives you a money reason, didn't have the money, the startup cost, as he just said, we're going to give him that analogy, right? Money is the reason that you need to do something because of XYZ specific fucking reason. So you can have more money to spend time with your daughter, so that you can be able to travel more, so that you can move, because he told me he wanted to move to Florida. Can't also be the reason that you don't, right?
Do you see how the reason that you've needed to do something has been the reason you haven't?
Did you finish up psychology or something? What's your degree in?
He said, did I study psychology? Hell no, Mr. Prospect, I did not. I studied helping people. That's why I'm here. Come on.
Similar, man, similar. My degree's in helping people, right?
Yeah.
Because
I'm actually a dropout, guys. I have no degree.
if I can say something direct here without offending you, is that
Yeah. Go for it.
So can I say something direct without offending you? In other words, like I'm about to fucking slap this perspective out of you.
That's what's going to keep you stuck. That's what's going to keep you in this place.
Okay.
Because do you see how your relationship with money, again, the reason you need to has ultimately been the reason you haven't? Like, do you see how that's been a self-sabotaging loop?
Ooh, we are cooking right now. We're cooking right now. Like this, he's with me, right? This is exactly where we need him to be, though. Pay attention to the pausing. Pay attention to the pacing. Pay attention to the tonality. That is what's going to keep you stuck. And he's with me because he said, yeah, but we're not done.
Yep.
Yeah. And like, do you see how that way of thinking is what's potentially kept us in this place?
Right.
Yeah. So I guess
Another very subtle thing is I use we and us a lot because it's collaborative. It's not me versus him. It's me and him versus the fear that he's trying to get away from. So we're on the same team and we're battling that fear. So if the fear were to show itself, again, it's going to be me and him versus the fear because you don't want people to feel like you're attacking them.
I guess the right question is, and it's not overnight, it's not going to happen tomorrow or the next day, right? But that way of thinking of hesitancy to put money forward when we know we need money, do you think that's worth keeping, or should we maybe start to let go of that way of thinking?
I think we should let it go. I mean, I should let it go.
Yeah, because if we really look at it, man, like what has that costed you so far, that perspective?
$500,000. Forex.
Yeah.
I lost $500,000. And yeah, when the Brits and United Europe, Europe United, whatever, EU separated, I lost $497,000.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Boom, right? What has that perspective? I wouldn't have never known this. I would have never known this if I didn't ask. What has that perspective costed you? It's costed this dude $500,000. The fact that he even has $500,000 to lose means that this is a fairly, what a lot of you would call high level or sophisticated prospect. And he's still scared. Everyone gets challenged because everyone has insecurities. Again, you have to overcome it within yourself to be able to even have this level of conversation with someone like this, though. Come on, let's keep going.
So that's kind of
and it all goes back to your relationship with money, though, because
yes.
I can show you all this cool, sexy AI shit and the technicals. Like I can show you all that, but this, like I said, is what's going to keep you stuck, right?
Again, I'm downplaying the program here because what I don't want is for him to put the responsibility onto me and say, well, I'm ready to overcome it if you can wow me, if you can impress me, show me what you guys have to offer. I could show you all this cool, sexy AI shit, but this is what's going to keep you stuck. Are you ready to overcome this? Come on, we're cooking right now. We're cooking.
And so I guess, I know I'm being direct here, but it's because I want to help. Like, how much longer do we want to continue allowing this fear of letting go of money or this hesitancy be the reason that we continue to not have stability? Like, how?
Ooh, cooked. How much longer do we want this way of thinking that has costed you 500 grand? How much longer do we want that to continue? How much longer do you want this to control you and control the decisions that you make? Also, something to keep note here is the way I told him that I know I'm challenging you, but it's in your best interest, right? When you're deep into fucking slapping somebody up, you have to let them know and remind them that you're on the same team. Let's keep going.
And so I guess, I know I'm being direct here, but it's because I want to help. Like, how much longer do we want to continue allowing this fear of letting go of money or this hesitancy be the reason that we continue to not have stability? Like, how much longer do you want that to go on?
I mean, I can survive if I keep it so long, you know what I mean? Because it's a safety net for running, every day is running lower and lower because you got life and, stuff.
I can't survive if I keep going on because this safety net is running lower and lower and lower. That's a real consequence right there. This is real substance in this conversation. We've uncovered what's kept him stuck and what happens if it continues to keep him stuck. We're not done though.
Stuff like that.
Yeah. So like, are you willing, again, I'm not saying it'll happen the next day or tomorrow, but are you willing to take the steps to actually let go of that way of thinking so that you can build something that gives you the stability and control?
I have to.
I have to. Like, these are the answers that you want. I have to.
And I want you to be honest with you. I don't want to be stuck, like you said, in this loophole that I'm always scared to lose money and stuff like that.
He's internalizing it, guys.
right? You can see him shifting. You could see his way of thinking shifting. He's internalizing what I'm saying. And it's not just in one ear and out the other.
Yeah, and why now to let go of that?
Right.
Like why? Like why now to let go of that?
Why now? Because I need to reset my way of thinking.
Okay.
You know, I mean, that's why I kind of need to talk to a person. Everything what I do now is emails, text messages. I never talked to anybody in the last 6 months about anything like regarding this new adventure.
Yeah.
So when I talk to you guys or you or somebody like that, okay, me kind of like, hey, this is it. This is real shit. And
talking is a good first step, man.
Now we're getting him closer to where we want, right? But I don't want him to confuse being on this call as taking action. Because again, I'm sure a lot of you guys get those types of people who will say the right things and say, oh, well, that's why I'm here. Right. And he's subtly putting the responsibility onto us and saying, well, that's why I've needed guidance. That's why I'm here to see how you guys can help. That's good that you're here, but that's not enough.
Talking is a good first step, but if we don't have this conversation, then that fear, it's going to show itself and continue to keep you stuck in this loop and this fear of losing money. You see what I'm saying? So he talked about psychology, right? Like our brains are funny, and part of you knows this isn't serving him, and he knows he needs to let go of it, but there's a level of comfort attached to that, even though it's not serving you, right? So if that way of thinking were to show itself, or if the fear were to show itself, would we as your coaches have your permission to keeping you accountable and empowering you to overcome that?
Again, we're separating the man from the fear. So part of you knows this isn't serving him. He knows that this isn't going to get him to where he wants to get to. But there's a side of you that's been comfortable. So if that way of thinking were to show itself, would we have your permission to keep you accountable? This is deep shit, guys. Come on.
Yeah.
Are you sure, man? I'm not always this nice. Are you sure?
No. Yeah, you're right. Because, you know, I was in a comfort zone making the kind of money when I was working, but money was coming in.
Right.
Now money just goes out. And like I said, you know, I'm not okay with this, you know, because like I need to do something to change that. I don't want to be in my life's. I need to get out of my comfort zone. There you go. That's what I want to say.
That's right. I respect that, right? Because there's some people, I don't want to say hard-headed, but we just can't help, right? Who know that they're in their comfort zone, who know it's not serving them, but then when it's time to do something, well, they want to stay in that comfort zone and then wonder why they never grow, wonder why they stay stuck.
Right.
So I'm glad that's not the conversation that you and I are having.
Boom. And then I finish it off with a good identity frame there because he is in alignment with where I'm taking him, right? He's buying into the frames. And so I want to reward him for that so he can continue doing that. And I also want to villainize the people, which is him, who have been doing that, who stay stuck, right? Because towards the end of the call, for one, he wants to continue acting in alignment with this frame that I've rewarded him for. And we just identified that his relationship with money is what's kept him stuck. And so he needs to overcome that. And he gave me permission to keep him accountable. So when a price comes, if he were to give me an objection, it's easy to overcome that shit at that point. Right? It's only going to take a couple minutes because of all the groundwork that I did only 15 minutes into the call. Like this whole section right here took me like 3-4 minutes. It took me 6 minutes. I lied. It took me 6 fucking minutes, guys, to not have to wrestle him at the end. And this 6 minutes is what led to him piffing for $8,000 and me making close to $900 in a fucking hour. So the most important thing, guys, is to know what to listen for. The next time you hear somebody saying, well, the money is what's preventing me, I don't have that kind of money, or anything that alludes to a scarce relationship with money, follow what I just did there. Keep them accountable, empower them to overcome it, ask for accountability, and watch how much more cash you collect and how few objection battles you have at the end. So there you have it. That is over 5 hours of high ticket sales calls, front to back. No staging, no cherry picking easy closes, the actual game and what it takes to be able to move a difficult prospect from interest to a deal. Now, if you're watching this and you're still trying to piece it together on your own, I want to be direct with you. The fastest way to close more deals is not going to be more content. It's not going to be watching more videos like this. It's going to be getting one-on-one help with someone who has been there and done exactly what you're trying to achieve. Someone who doesn't give themselves the same objections that their prospects give. At this point, I've coached over 100 reps and helped multiple hit their first 15 to 20K month. So if you're ready to stop binging YouTube videos and actually get the support that you need, hit the first link in the description down below. Apply for one-on-one training. You're going to speak to either me or my team to see if it's a fit. And as always, if you got any value out of this, make sure you like, comment, subscribe. I'll see you in the next one.